Thank you for choosing this video Fall Asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Relic of the Lost Forge. Captain Lysander surveyed the darkened skies of the Forge world below, his mind heavy with the weight of his mission. The planet had once been a bastion of imperial industry, producing weapons and machinery vital to the Imperium's war efforts, but now it was lost, overrun by the forces of chaos. Its towering manufactories, once churning with the hum of labor, now exhaled blackened smoke, the taint of the warp twisting their form. Lysander's mission was clear. His strike force would descend upon the corrupted planet, cutting through the traitor forces to recover a relic long thought lost, an ancient artificer weapon that had once belonged to his chapter's founding heroes. It was said to be imbued with the machine spirits of ages past, a blade of untold power that could turn the tide of war. Now its return was necessary. The Thunderhawks roared as they breached the atmosphere, slicing through the clouded sky like the Emperor's sword. Inside, Lysander and his Terminator retinue prepared in silence. There was no need for words, each brother knew their duty. Their armor, a shining blue embossed with the golden sigil of their chapter, gleamed even in the dim light of the cabin. They were the might of the Adeptus Astarte, the finest warriors humanity had ever known, and they would not fail. The Thunderhawk shuddered as it descended onto the corrupted surface of the world. Lysander's gaze flickered briefly to the Auspex. It was as expected. Vast concentrations of enemy forces, including corrupted war machines and twisted cultists, awaited them. The Forge world had been claimed by the Dark Mechanicum, and its defenses, once imperial, were now turned against them, augmented with the power of chaos. But they had little choice. The relic had to be retrieved, no matter the cost. The planet's once glorious forges were now vile temples to the ruinous powers, and it was there that the relic was believed to be held. As the Thunderhawk's ramp lowered, Lysander led his men out into the carnage. The air was thick with the stench of decay and smoke, the ground beneath their feet stained with oil and blood. The assault force advanced swiftly, bolter fire lighting up the darkened streets as they pushed towards the heart of the forge. Every step forward was met with the resistance of the twisted forces that had taken root here. Heretical Mechanicus forces, their bodies grotesquely altered by dark technology, surged forward, brandishing weapons once built for the defense of the Imperium, now turned against its greatest defenders. Lysander's storm bolter barked in response, each shot ripping through the corrupted servitors and Heretech guards in their path. "Push forward," Lysander ordered, his voice a steady growl over the vox. His retinue moved with the precision of warriors who had fought together forward, their movements synchronized as they cut down their foes. Each enemy slain was but another step closer to their goal, but even for seasoned space marines the resistance was fierce. Daemon engines belched fire and metal, the twisted constructs of the Dark Mechanicum clawing through the lines of the Imperial assault. Their presence warped the very air around them, reality itself bending to the will of chaos. Lysander crushed a servo-tentacled horror beneath his boot, the power fist on his arm glowing with righteous fury as he smashed it into a gibbering mass of wires and flesh. The forges loomed ahead, massive gates leading into the core of the world's corrupted industry. The gates were sealed and the defenses were heavy. Lysander signaled for his heavy support, and moments later the deafening roar of a Vindicator's demolisher cannon rang out, blasting the gate apart in a rain of twisted metal. The path was clear. Inside the forge, the air was thick with the taint of chaos. The machine spirits of the manufacturers screamed in agony, their once ordered purpose perverted into a chaotic nightmare of production. The relic they sought was rumored to be held within the central sanctum, a place now guarded by the most corrupted of the traitor forces. Lysander's Terminators moved forward, their storm shields raised, pushing deeper into the forge's heart. The deeper they went, the more twisted their surroundings became, walls pulsed with unnatural energy, and the machinery around them seemed to writhe as though alive. As they reached the central chamber, they were met by a formidable foe, a Chaos Lord clad in ancient Baroque armor, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. Behind him, the relic rested upon an altar, bathed in the sickly light of the warp. It was a blade, its edge shimmering with an unnatural aura, a weapon of both imperial and dark origin now. So the lapdogs of the false emperor come to reclaim what they can never wield, the Chaos Lord sneered, drawing his own corrupted weapon. Lysander said nothing in response. Words were meaningless now. This was a battle that would be decided by strength and resolve. The Chaos Lord charged, his blade crackling with dark energy. Lysander met the blow head-on, his storm shield absorbing the force of the strike. The two warriors clashed, the sound of their combat echoing through the corrupted forge. Around them, the battle raged, but Lysander's focus remained on the foe before him. Each strike was parried or countered, the two forces seemingly evenly matched. But Lysander fought with the fury of the Emperor, and with a final, devastating blow from his power fist, he shattered the Chaos Lord's defenses, driving his blade deep into the traitor's chest. The Chaos Lord crumbled to the ground, his body dissolving into the ether as the warp reclaimed him. Lysander stepped forward, his gaze falling on the relic. He reached out and took it from the altar, feeling the weight of history in his hands. The weapon hummed with barely contained energy, but now it was in the hands of the righteous once more. The relic is ours, Lysander voxed to his brothers. Prepare for extraction. So the battle was far from over, but the mission was complete. Story 2. The Forgotten Bastion. The journey to the forgotten world had been long and perilous. A descent through the outer reaches of the galaxy, where stars flickered faintly in the void. The coordinates were old, scraped from an ancient archive deep within the vaults of the Mechanicus, and even they had no memory of what once lay there. But to Captain Tarvok of the Black Templars, the Forgotten Bastion offered something more than mystery. It was a chance to reclaim a piece of imperial history, to find what had been lost for millennia. His squad of battle-hardened veterans stood ready, prepared for whatever they might encounter on this desolate planet. As their Thunderhawk broke through the cloud cover, the landscape below unfolded in stark detail. A vast wasteland stretched out before them, the ground cracked and dry, as though life had fled this place long ago. In the distance, silhouetted against a dark sky, was the fortress, a massive structure, its walls rising from the earth like jagged teeth, worn by time but still imposing. The bastion stood silent, as though forgotten by the universe itself, yet there was something unsettling about its stillness, something that made the hairs rise on the back of Tarvok's neck. The Thunderhawk touched down in the shadow of the fortress, the squad disembarking in silence. Their black armor, adorned with the sigils of their crusade, gleamed in the pale light. Brother Sergeant Kalon took point, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. Yet as they advanced toward the main gate, it became clear that nothing lived here, at least nothing they could see. The gates, made of ancient adamantium, were sealed tight, rusted in places but still formidable. Tarvok raised his hand, signaling for the squad to halt. "Brother Garrus, prepare the melter charges," he ordered. Garrus, the squad's demolitions expert, stepped forward, his heavy melter device slung over his shoulder. The sound of sizzling metal filled the air as the device fired, a blast of heat turning the ancient gates into molten slag. When the smoke cleared, they stepped through the breach into the fortress's dark interior. Inside, the air was still, oppressive. The fortress had not been touched in countless millennia, and yet there was no sign of the decay that should have overtaken such an ancient place. The walls, lined with strange glyphs and carvings from the dark age of technology, hummed faintly with a residual power, their meaning lost to time. Tarvok felt the weight of the place pressing down on him. This was no ordinary fortress. It had been built during a time of unimaginable technological advancement, long before the rise of the Imperium. Whatever secrets it held had been locked away for reasons he could only guess at. As they moved deeper into the fortress, their footsteps echoing in the vast corridors, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Tarvok could sense it, something dormant but waiting, as if the walls themselves had eyes. They reached a massive central chamber, its ceiling disappearing into the shadows high above. The center of the room was an enormous control console, its surface covered in dust but otherwise intact. "Brother Varnock, see if you can interface with the system," Tarvok ordered. Varnock, the squad's tech marine, approached the console, his mechadendrites already snaking forward to connect with the ancient technology. He hesitated for a moment, his voice crackling over the vox. "This technology, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. It predates even the oldest Mechanicus designs." Tarvok nodded. "Proceed with caution." As Varnock connected to the console, the fortress seemed to come alive. Lights flickered on in the chamber, casting long shadows across the floor. The hum of power that had once been distant now grew louder, resonating through the structure. Then, from the darkness of the far wall, something stirred. Massive doors that had been hidden within the walls slid open with a grinding of ancient gears, revealing rows upon rows of towering figures, automatons, their armor blackened with age, but their forms unmistakably built for war. Captain Varnock's voice was tense. "We've triggered something. These machines, they're not servitors. They're from the dark age of technology, combat automata, designed for warfare on a scale we can't imagine." Even as he spoke, the first of the automatons stepped forward, its glowing eyes flickering to life. The machines were massive, towering over the space marines, their limbs powered by technology long lost to humanity. Tarvok felt a cold surge of realization. They were no longer alone in this forgotten base. The army of the ancients had awoken, and it was prepared to defend the secrets that lay within. "Battle formation," Tarvok barked, raising his bolter. His squad immediately fell into a defensive line, bolters trained on the advancing machines. The first shots rang out, heavy bolter rounds slamming into the automata, but the machines barely flinched, so their armor was thick, their frames reinforced by materials far stronger than ceramite. The return fire was brutal lances of energy speared through the chamber, one beam narrowly missing Tarvok as it sliced through a stone pillar behind him. "Focus fire." Kalen roared, his storm bolter unleashing a hail of rounds that pounded against the nearest automaton. It staggered under the assault but did not fall. More machines advanced, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Tarvok knew they couldn't hold this position for long. The machines were ancient, but their power was undeniable. "Fall back to the entrance," he ordered. The squad began to withdraw, their bolters firing in controlled bursts as they retreated toward the breach in the gate. But the machines were relentless, their precision deadly. Brother Garrus fell, a beam of energy cutting clean through his armor, his body collapsing to the floor with a sickening thud. As they neared the entrance, Varnok's voice cut through the vox, frantic. "Captain, I've uncovered something in the system. This place, it's not just a fortress, it's a factory. These machines, they're being produced here endlessly. We can't stop them." Tarvok gritted his teeth. "Then we destroy it. Set charges around the perimeter. This bastion cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of the enemy." With heavy hearts, the remaining squad members planted melter charges along the walls as the automatons closed in. As the final charge was set, Tarvok gave the order, and they sprinted toward the waiting Thunderhawk. The charges detonated behind them, a series of massive explosions tearing through the ancient structure. The fortress crumbled, fire and debris filling the sky as the machines within were buried. As the Thunderhawk lifted off, Tarvok looked down at the ruins. They had found the forgotten Bastain, but its secrets would remain buried. The ancient automata of the dark age of technology were best left forgotten. Story 3. The Trials of an Aspirant. Skies over Goria burned with the orange hues of a dying sun, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape. Far below, in the valley of the Trials, young Eric stood among a dozen other hopefuls, his body weary and bruised from the week-long gauntlet of tests. For many, these trials were impossible, breaking both body and spirit, but Eric's had survived. He had passed the tests of endurance, skill, and willpower, proving himself worthy of standing before the chapter's recruitment cadre. Yet as he knelt in the dust, his heart pounded with uncertainty. The next steps of his journey were far more daunting. Eric's was born into a feudal world, a place of lords and knights, where warfare was waged with steel swords and arrows. It was a brutal existence, but it forged warriors of great strength and resilience. For as long as he could remember, he had dreamed of leaving behind his humble village and ascending to the ranks of the Emperor's Chosen. The Space Marines had visited his world every decade, searching for those with the potential to become one of them. To be selected was to achieve the greatest honor, to transcend mortality, and become a demigod of war. And now, standing at the threshold of that dream, Eric's could feel the weight of it pressing down on him. The final trial had been the worst an endurance test through the mountains that bordered his homeland. It had taken them through freezing winds, deadly beasts, and hostile tribes that sought to kill them. Many had fallen, either to the elements or to the treachery of the trial itself. Eric's had pushed through, every muscle in his body screaming for relief, every step an act of will against exhaustion. But now, at the conclusion of his trials, he knew that his physical endurance alone was not enough. The next challenge was beyond anything he had ever known. He had been chosen for the implantation process, the series of surgeries and genetic enhancements that would turn his body into something far greater than human. It was the ultimate test, one that would separate those who could truly ascend from those whose bodies would fail under the strain. He had heard stories of those who had survived the trials only to perish during the implantation, their bodies unable to accept the gifts of the Emperor. It was said that the process could twist a man's mind, bend his will, or even leave him a shattered husk if he was found unworthy. Eric's was led into the fortress monastery of the chapter, a massive structure carved into the cliffs, its spires disappearing into the clouds above. Inside, the air was cool and sterile, a sharp contrast to the wild, untamed lands outside. The apothecaries were waiting for him, their white armor pristine, their tools gleaming in the artificial light. They spoke little as they prepared him for the first of many surgeries. Eric's lay on the cold slab, his heart hammering in his chest as he looked up at the ceiling, wondering if he would ever rise from this table again. The first implant was the secondary heart, a piece of the gene seed that would allow him to survive in the most brutal conditions. The procedure was painful beyond anything he had experienced, but his mind remained focused on his purpose. He had trained for this, steeled himself for the agony, knowing that pain was part of the price to pay for becoming more than a man. But as the days passed and more organs were implanted, the os medulla, the Biscopia catalepsine node, he began to notice something strange. It started with vivid dreams, far more intense than anything he had known. In his sleep he saw visions of great battles, not those of his feudal world, but far grander in the stars, with creatures he had never imagined. He saw great black ships tearing through the void, armies clashing on desolate worlds, and above all, a figure of pure light leading them into battle. The dreams left him shaken, but he attributed them to the stress of the implantation process. Other aspirants spoke of strange dreams as well, though none were quite as vivid or persistent as his. Then, during the implantation of the progenoid glands, something went wrong. Erix felt at the moment the apothecary placed the gland within him a surge of pain that shot through his entire body, far worse than anything he had experienced before. His vision swam, his muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and for a moment he thought he would die right there on the table. The apothecaries moved swiftly, attempting to stabilize him, their voices a blur of activity as they worked to save him. But even as the pain subsided, Erix felt something shift inside him. The visions he had seen in his dreams now flickered in the edges of his consciousness. Even while awake, he felt different, stronger, yes, but also as though something had awakened inside him, something ancient and powerful. The apothecaries looked at him with concern, their usual clinical detachment replaced by uncertainty. They had seen aspirants fail before, but this was different. Erix had survived the procedure, but it had affected him in ways they did not understand. Over the next few weeks, Erix recovered, his body adapting to the new organs. But the changes inside him did not stop. The visions grew more frequent, more intense, and with them came a voice, a whisper at the edge of his consciousness. It spoke in a language he did not understand, yet somehow he felt its meaning deep within him. It was not the voice of the Emperor, of that he was sure. It was something older, something tied to the very gene seed that had been implanted in him. The voice spoke of wars fought long before the rise of the Imperium, of ancient powers that still lingered in the dark corners of the galaxy. Erix did not speak of this to his apothecaries or his fellow aspirants. He feared what they might think, feared that they would see him as unworthy, that he would be cast out, or worse, purged. Yet, as he grew stronger, as his body continued to transform, he could not shake the feeling that this challenge, this unexpected burden, was part of his true trial. It was not the physical pain or the surgeries that would determine his worth, it was how he would handle the knowledge that had been awakened within him. The trials had tested his body. Now, the real challenge was whether his mind could withstand the weight of the secrets it had uncovered. Story 4. Endable. Visions of the Hive Fleet. Librarian Gaius sat alone in his sanctum, his breathing steady but his mind a storm of visions. The candles around him flickered, casting long shadows against the walls, and the air felt heavy, thick with the immaterial presence of the warp. He had been meditating for hours, attempting to quiet the disturbance in his mind, but no matter how deep he reached into his psychic discipline, the visions continued to assault him, dark, foreboding, and utterly terrifying. In these visions he saw them Tyranids, an endless swarm of Xenos horrors sweeping across worlds, devouring everything in their path. It was not the first time he had seen them, but these visions were different. They felt closer, more imminent. The Hive fleet was coming. Gaius rose from his seat, his armored form towering in the dim light of the chamber. His psychic hood, a vital part of his librarian's wardrobe, hummed softly as it dampened the ethereal energies around him. He could not dismiss what he had seen. The visions had grown too powerful, too vivid to ignore. Every fiber of his being told him that the Hive fleet was on its way, and if the chapter did not act soon, they would be caught unprepared. But there was a problem convincing the chapter master of such a threat without any tangible evidence was not a simple task. He knew Chapter Master Valerian to be a pragmatic and resolute leader, not easily swayed by visions or dreams. The chapter had been preparing for an entirely different conflict, focusing its resources on battling the orcs that had been gathering strength in a nearby sector. Valerian was a warrior, a man of action, and while he respected the power of the librarians, he had little patience for prophecies that could not be backed by fact. But Gaius had no choice. The visions were too strong, the psychic resonance too clear. He needed to make Valerian understand. Gaius strode through the fortress monastery, his mind racing as he passed fellow battle brothers and servitors alike. The air inside the great halls was always cool, the stone walls lined with relics of past victories, banners depicting glorious battles fought by their chapter. The weight of history pressed down on him, but none of it mattered in the face of what was coming. If they did not act, all of it, the fortress, the relics, the chapter itself, would be devoured by the insatiable maw of the Tyranid swarm. When he reached the audience chamber, the great doors loomed before him, imposing and silent. 2 honor guards stood at attention, their black armor gleaming in the torchlight. They nodded in recognition, parting to allow Gaius entry. Inside, Chapter Master Valerian was in deep discussion with his captains, his armored form dominating the room with an air of command that few could match. His face, stern and battle-hardened, turned to Gaius with a slight frown. Librarian Gaius Valerian's voice was deep, carrying the weight of authority. This is an unexpected visit. We are in the midst of preparations for our next campaign. Gaius did not waste time with formalities. He could feel the urgency pounding in his chest, the psychic residue of his visions still clawing at his mind. Chapter Master, I have seen the future in the warp. A great threat approaches, one that will overshadow any orc warband we face. Valerian's eyes narrowed, though his expression remained unreadable. A threat, you say? Speak plainly, librarian. We do not have time for riddles. Gaius stepped forward, his gauntlet-clad hands gesturing as he spoke, his voice intense. The Tyranids, my lord. A Hive fleet is approaching. I have seen it. Worlds will burn if we do not act. They are closer than we think. For a moment there was silence. The captains exchanged uneasy glances, but Valerian remained calm, though his eyes held a flicker of doubt. You've seen this in your visions. The warp is a fickle thing, librarian. We cannot mobilize an entire chapter on the basis of visions alone. We have scouts monitoring the systems in our region, and none have reported Tyranid activity. Gaius felt the weight of Valerian's words pressing against him, but he stood firm. The warp is fickle, yes, but I am certain of this. The visions are too strong, too clear. I have never experienced such clarity in my connection to the immaterium. The Hev fleet will strike soon, and when they do, it will be swift and without mercy. Our chapter will be consumed if we are not prepared. Valerian leaned back in his chair, considering the librarian's words. He had known Gaius for many years, had fought alongside him in numerous campaigns. He trusted his abilities as a warrior and a psyker, but this was different. Preparing for an orc invasion was one thing, mobilizing against the unseen threat of a Tyranid hive fleet was another. The chapter had been spread thin, its resources already taxed by their current engagements. To shift focus now, without hard evidence, could spell disaster in other theaters of war. "You ask much of me, Gaius," Valerian said slowly, his voice measured. "I do not doubt your abilities, but to commit to war against a foe that may not be there is a risk we cannot afford. We have been fighting the orcs for months, and they are a tangible threat. If we divert our forces now, the orcs are nothing compared to what is coming." Gaius interrupted, his voice rising with frustration. "I have seen entire sectors fall to the hive fleet. They will overwhelm us, just as they have overwhelmed others. I beg you to reconsider." Valerian's eyes hardened. He did not take kindly to interruptions, but he could see the desperation in Gaius's eyes. The librarian was not a man prone to exaggeration, and Valerian could feel the weight of his words, as though the warp itself was whispering something sinister in the background. Finally Valerian stood, his armored form casting a long shadow across the chamber. "Very well, Gaius, I will not ignore your warning. We will send scouts to investigate the surrounding systems, and I will order the chapter to begin preparations for a possible incursion. But know this, I do not commit lightly. If your visions prove false, the consequences will be grave." Gaius bowed his head, relief flooding through him. It was not the immediate action he had hoped for, but it was a start. "Thank you, Chapter Master. I swear to you, the threat is real." As Gaius left the chamber, the visions still lingered in his mind, the swarms, the devouring darkness, the worlds being stripped bare. He only hoped that when the Tyranids arrived, his warnings would have given the chapter the time it needed to prepare, for if they were not ready, nothing would survive. Story 5. The Betrayer in the Ranks. Sergeant Darius stood at the edge of the training deck, his eyes scanning the assembled Space Marines as they ran the crude combat drills. This squad was among the finest in the chapter, veterans of countless battles, disciplined and utterly loyal to the Emperor. At least, that's what he had always believed. But now, doubt gnawed at his mind. One of them, one of his trusted battle brothers, had begun to show signs subtle at first, but unmistakable to someone who knew what to look for. Darius had fought the servants of chaos before. He had seen firsthand how corruption could spread silently, rotting a man's soul before anyone noticed, and now that corruption was creeping through his own squad. It had begun a few weeks earlier, just after their return from a brutal campaign against the forces of the Black Legion. The battles had been intense, pushing every Marine to the brink of their physical and mental endurance, but they had prevailed, crushing the traitors and reclaiming the world in the name of the Emperor. After the victory, Darius had noticed small things, unusual hesitations in combat, strange comments muttered under breath, a brief flicker of something dark behind a brother's eyes. He couldn't yet pinpoint who it was, but his instincts told him that Chaos had reached out its tendrils to one of them. Darius could not accuse anyone openly. To do so without evidence would risk fracturing the bond of trust that held the squad together. Worse, if he were wrong, it could destroy a brother's reputation, something that could never be repaired. Space Marines were more than just warriors, they were symbols of unity, of the Emperor's will made manifest. A false accusation could unravel that unity, sowing discord where there needed to be unwavering cohesion. But if Darius were right, if chaos had truly infiltrated his squad, then the betrayal would be catastrophic. Chaos did not simply corrupt one individual, it spread like a virus, insidious and destructive, turning brother against brother. He knew he had to investigate quietly, methodically. Darius began by watching his brothers more closely during drills. It was the little things that gave people away, the way they spoke, the way they moved. Chaos did not reveal itself openly. It wormed its way into the mind, twisting thoughts and actions just enough to show cracks. Darius kept his observations to himself, even as the tension within him grew. He had fought beside these men for decades. They were his brothers, bound not just by duty, but by the blood they had shed together in the Emperor's name. To suspect one of them of betrayal was a burden that weighed heavily on his soul. He began to pay particular attention to Brother Aurelian, one of the veterans in the squad. Aurelian had been quieter than usual since their return from the campaign, his usual humor replaced by a distant, almost brooding demeanor. During combat drills, Aurelian's timing seemed off, his responses slower than they should have been. Darius had seen such changes before in those who had been touched by chaos. Still, he could not be certain. The campaign had been grueling, and many of his brothers had been affected in different ways. Fatigue, grief for fallen comrades, the weight of countless battles, any of these could explain Aurelian's behavior. But something about him didn't sit right with Darius. He decided to observe more closely during the squad's downtime. Space Marines did not indulge in idle gossip, but in the rare moments of rest, they still conversed. It was in these moments that a man's true nature could reveal itself. When his guard was down, Darius sat with his squad in the mess hall, watching as they exchanged stories of past campaigns, talking about the future battles they would wage. Aurelian was quieter than usual, speaking only when spoken to, his responses clipped and terse. But there was something else, an edge to his words, a bitterness that seemed to seep into every sentence. Darius knew he couldn't rely on instinct alone. He needed proof, something concrete that would confirm his suspicions. He began to monitor Aurelian's movements more closely, tracking where he went when they weren't engaged in battle or training. Space Marines were creatures of discipline, their lives structured around war and service. But Aurelian had begun to spend more time alone, disappearing for hours at a time into the depths of the battle barge. When Darius confronted him casually, asking about his activities, Aurelian's answers were vague, evasive. The final confirmation came during a routine maintenance check on their armor. Darius had ordered his squad to assemble for inspection, as was custom after long campaigns. As he moved from marine to marine, inspecting their armor and weapons, he noticed something on Aurelian's vambrace, an odd symbol scratched faintly into the ceramite. It was small, barely noticeable, but Darius recognized it immediately. It was a sigil of chaos, one he had seen etched into the weapons and armor of traitors before. His blood ran cold. Now he knew for certain. Aurelian had been corrupted, his mind and soul twisted by the ruinous powers. But Darius couldn't act just yet. He needed to confront Aurelian, but not in front of the squad. If the corruption was deep enough, Aurelian might lash out, and such a confrontation would tear the squad apart. Darius also knew that if Aurelian realized he had been discovered, he might try to flee or worse. attempt to spread the corruption to others. That night, Darius approached Aurelian alone in the quiet of the armory. The air between them was thick with tension. Darius wasted no time with pleasantries. "Brother Aurelian, there is something amiss. Your actions, your words, they are not those of a true son of the Emperor." Aurelian's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and anger. "What are you accusing me of, Sergeant?" His voice was tight, defensive. Darius stepped closer, his tone low but firm. "Chaos has touched you, brother. I see it in your eyes, in the mark on your armor. You must fight it before it consumes you completely." For a moment, Aurelian's face twisted with rage, but then it softened, his shoulders slumping. He looked away, unable to meet Darius's gaze. I didn't ask for this, Darius. I thought I was strong enough to resist it, but it's in my head whispering. I can't shut it out." Darius felt a pang of sorrow for his brother, but he knew what had to be done. "You know the consequences, Aurelian. The taint of chaos cannot be allowed to spread." Aurelian nodded slowly, tears welling in his eyes. "Do it then. End it before I lose myself completely." With a heavy heart, Darius drew his bolt pistol. He would not let Chaos claim his brother fully. The bolt round was quick, merciful. Aurelian's body crumpled to the floor, and Darius stood there in silence, the weight of his duty pressing down on him. He would report the incident to the chaplains, but the squad would never know the full truth. Unity would be maintained, and the taint of chaos would go no further. But for Darius, the burden of what he had done would linger forever. Story 6. The Siege of the Eternal Fortress. The Eternal Fortress had stood for centuries, an impenetrable bastion carved into the mountains of the chapter's homeworld. It was a place of glory and reverence, housing relics, Jean's seed, and the sacred history of the chapter. Its towering walls and deep subterranean vaults were a testament to the resilience of the space marines who called it home. But now, those same walls were shaking under the relentless assault of the Orc horde. The Greenskins had come in numbers too great to count, their crude war machines roaring and belching smoke as they battered the fortress with artillery and sheer brute force. The siege had lasted for weeks, and the once mighty Eternal Fortress was beginning to crumble. Sergeant Andros, one of the last remaining defenders, stood atop the parapet, his power armor scorched and battered from days of fighting. His gaze swept over the battlefield below, where the orcs swarmed like a tide of green flesh and rusted metal. Their crude war banners fluttered in the acrid wind, and the constant barrage of artillery fire sent tremors through the ground beneath his feet. The orcs were relentless, hurling themselves at the walls in waves, their war cries echoing through the mountain pass. Each day their numbers seemed to grow, as if the more they were killed, the more they multiplied. Behind Andros, the fortress was eerily quiet. The great halls that had once echoed with the voices of hundreds of space marines were now hollow, their defenders reduced to a mere handful. The once proud banners of the chapter hung limply in the smoke-filled air, and the armor and weapons of fallen brothers were strewn across the ground. The orcs had already breached the outer defenses, and only the inner sanctum remained, its gates holding for now. But Andros knew it was only a matter of time before the walls gave way. Reinforcements were on their way, but they were days, perhaps even weeks, away. Until then, it was up to the few remaining space marines to hold the line. Andros turned to his brothers, each of them standing ready in battered armor, their faces grim but resolute. They had fought side by side in countless battles, but none had ever been as desperate as this. "Brothers," he said, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, "the orcs will come again soon. We've held them back this long, and we will hold them again. We are the Emperor's chosen. We do not falter. Brother Karnak, the company's last remaining Devastator Marine, hefted his cannon, its power cell nearly drained. We'll need more than courage, Andros. We're running low on everything ammo supplies. If we don't get those gates reinforced, they'll be inside by nightfall. Andros nodded. Karnak was right. The fortress had been provisioned for a siege, but not one of this magnitude. The orcs had come in force, bringing gargants and looted tanks, crude but effective engines of destruction. Ammunition was running dangerously low, and even the chapter's formidable weaponry could not hold out much longer. Still, retreat was not an option. The fortress held relics vital to the chapter's survival, and its gene seed vaults could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the orcs. They would hold, or they would die to the last man. As if on cue, a new wave of orcs surged from the treelin, their guttural roars shaking the mountains. Wabos Gardzog, a massive brute clad in ramshackle armor, led the charge, his claws snapping hungrily as he bellowed orders to his horde. Behind him, crude siege towers covered in spiked iron plates and graffiti rumbled forward, their purpose clear. The orcs were going to try and breach the walls by sheer brute force. "Here they come," Andros shouted, "Prepare for the charge." Karnak took position on the wall, his cannon trained on the nearest siege tower. The beam of energy lanced out, striking the tower and melting a hole through its rusted plates. But the orcs aboard barely seemed to notice. They continued their advance, heedless of the casualties. Beside him, Brother Helios fired his heavy bolter in controlled bursts, cutting down scores of orcs as they charged toward the gates. The weight of their numbers, however, seemed endless. For every orc felled, two more to Depesh. The siege towers reached the walls, and with a deafening crash, their crude drawbridges slammed down, creating a bridge for the orcs to storm across. Andros and his brothers met them head-on. Power swords and chainswords sparked and howled as they carved through orc flesh, and bolt pistols fired point-blank into the snarling green faces of the invaders. Blood and smoke filled the air as the melee raged on the parapets. Andros fought with the fury of a cornered lion, his sword cleaving through the thick hide of an orc knob before spinning to parry a clumsy strike from another. He could feel the fatigue in his limbs, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him, but he forced it aside. There was no time for weakness, not now. The deafening roar shook the walls as Warbos Gardzog himself clambered onto the parapet, his enormous claws snapping open and closed with mechanical menace. The brute towered over the space marines, his yellow eyes glowing with sadistic glee. "You lots think yous can hold me back?" Gardzog bellowed, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "I'll crump all of ya and take this fortress for me own." Andros squared his shoulders, stepping forward to meet the orc warlord. "You'll have to kill me first, Sinos." Gardzog's laugh was a deep, guttural sound as he swung his claw in a massive arc, aiming to bisect Andros. The sergeant dodged the blow, his power sword slashing across the Warbos's chest, leaving a glowing wound in its wake. Gardzog barely flinched, his claw smashing down again with brutal force. Andros parried, the impact nearly knocking him off his feet. Around him his brothers fought desperately to hold the line as more orcs poured onto the walls. The battle raged on, the defenders slowly being pushed back as the orc horde grew ever larger. Karnak's Lascannon had long since run out of power, and he fought with a combat knife, hacking at the orcs that swarmed him. Helios's heavy bolter clicked empty, and he resorted to using it as a bludgeon, smashing orc skulls with every swing. But for every inch they gained, the orcs gained two more. Andros knew they couldn't hold much longer. But even as the orcs pressed them back, a sudden flare of light on the horizon caught his eye. Reinforcements dropped pods streaking down from the atmosphere like meteors, carrying fresh space marines into the fray. The chapter had come. With renewed hope, Andros raised his sword high. Brothers, hold the line. For the Emperor. As the first drop pods smashed into the ground behind the orc lines, disgorging their deadly cargo, Andros knew that they had a chance. The Eternal Fortress would not fall today. Story 7. Yes, 7. The Purging of the Underhive. The stench of decay clung to the air like a living thing as Sergeant Roth of the Death Watch led his kill team deeper into the bowels of the Hive City. The once great metropolis towered above them, a labyrinth of steel and stone that had grown over centuries, layer upon layer of filth and forgotten industry. The Underhive, far below the spires where the planetary lived in luxury, was a place of darkness and ruin, a breeding ground for heresy and corruption. It was here that the Genestealer cult had taken root, festering in the shadows, their insidious reach spreading through the population. The Xenos-tainted cultists had been preparing for years, infiltrating the Hive's lower levels, and now they were on the verge of unleashing rebellion. Roth's mission was clear: purge the Underhive, destroy the cult, and leave no survivors. The kill team moved with silent precision through the narrow, rusted corridors of the Hive's forgotten depths. Each of them was a veteran, handpicked from different chapters to serve in the Death Watch, the Emperor's shield against the alien threat. Brother Drax, a hulking figure in Terminator armor, took point, his storm bolter raised and ready. Brother Krios of the White Scars followed close behind, his power sword humming softly in the dim light. Trade Brother Thorn, a Raven Guard known for his skill in stealth, had already disappeared into the shadows, scouting ahead. At the rear, Apothecary Joran monitored their vital signs, his Narthesium ready to preserve the gem and preserve the gene seed of any fallen should the worst occur. Roth's helmet display flickered with the infrared signatures of life forms, most of them distant, but the occasional flicker too close for comfort. The Underhive was teeming with life scavengers, gangers, and those who had been born in the filth and never seen the light of day, but among them were the Genestealer hybrids, hidden within the masses waiting for the signal to rise. The kill team had to strike hard and fast before the cultists could organize and unleash their Xenos uprising. They had already found evidence of the cult's activities, strange altars and symbols etched into the walls, malformed bodies that bore the unmistakable taint of Tyranid bioforms. The infection was deep and time was running out. The vox crackled in Roth's ear, Brother Thorn's voice a barely audible whisper. Movement ahead, possible contact, hybrid signature confirmed. Roth raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. They were close. The Genestealers were cunning, using the labyrinthine corridors of the Hive to their advantage, striking from the shadows before retreating into the maze. But the Death Watch had trained for such encounters. Every kill team member was an expert in combating Xenos threats, their warger tailored for this very mission. Roth unslung his bolter, the weapon a comforting weight in his hands. The time for subtlety was over. Drax, take point. Thorn, flank them. Krios, prepare to engage at close range, Roth ordered, his voice steady. Drax moved forward without hesitation, his massive form barely fitting through the corridor. As they rounded a corner, the sight before them was unmistakable. A cluster of Genestealer hybrids, their deformed bodies a grotesque mixture of human and Xenos, knelt in prayer, before a crude altar made of scrap metal and bones. Their eyeless faces turned upward in worship to some unseen horror. The unmistakable symbol of the Tyranid hive mind was scrawled across the walls in blood. Roth gave the signal. Drax opened fire first, his storm bolter roaring to life with a thunderous crack. Explosive rounds tore into the gathered hybrids, shredding their malformed bodies in a hail of fire. The hybrids reacted with surprising speed, scrambling to their feet, their claws extended and their teeth bared in a feral snarl. But they were no match for the kill team's discipline. Krios moved in next, his power sword flashing in wide arcs as he cleaved through the cultists with brutal efficiency. Brother Thorn appeared from the shadows, his sniper rifle already lined up for precision shots, each round finding a target in the skull of a hybrid attempting to flee. The fight was swift and decisive. Within moments the room was silent again, save for the faint hum of Krios's power sword as he deactivated the blade. The hybrids lay dead at their feet, their blood pooling on the ground, but Roth knew this was only the beginning. These were the foot soldiers, the expendable followers. The true threat lay deeper within the hive, where the purest stranger Nestelas and the cult's leadership would be hiding. They had to find the Patriarch, the twisted creature that served as the cult's progenitor and link to the hive mind. Destroying it was the only way to sever the connection and end the cult's influence on the planet. "We press on," Roth said, his voice grim. "The Patriarch is close. We end this today." They moved deeper into the underhive, the darkness growing thicker, the walls narrowing as they descended into the bowels of the hive. The tunnels twisted and branched, making it easy for anyone unfamiliar with the layout to become hopelessly lost. But the Death Watch had mapped much of the area beforehand, and Brother Thorn's navigation ensured they remained on course. As they approached the deeper levels, the signs of the cult's presence grew more pronounced. Foul odors filled the air, the scent of decay and something far worse than alien presence that Roth could almost feel pulsing through the walls themselves. They reached a large chamber the size of a manufactorum floor, with dozens of cultists gathered around a central platform. Atop the platform stood a monstrous figure, twisted and grotesque, its body a hideous fusion of Tyranid and human DNA. The Patriarch. It loomed over the cult, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. Around it, more hybrids chanted in low, guttural voices, their hands raised in supplication. Roth gave the order without hesitation. Purge the Xenos. Leave nothing standing. The kill team opened fire as one, their bolters roaring to life and cutting through the ranks of the cultists with brutal precision. The Patriarch bellowed in rage, its enormous claws raking through the air as it leapt from the platform, charging toward them with terrifying speed. Drax stepped forward to meet the creature, his storm bolter spitting death. But the Patriarch's hide was thick, and the rounds barely slowed it down. Brother Krios, his power sword crackling with energy, struck next, engaging the monstrous beast in close combat. The Patriarch was a blur of motion, its claws slashing at Krios, who parried with his blade. But even the seasoned warrior struggled against the sheer ferocity of the Xenos abomination. Roth joined the fray, his power fist glowing with the energy of the Emperor's wrath. He struck the Patriarch with all his might, the impact sending the creature reeling. The fight was brutal, but the kill team fought with the skill and precision of warriors who had seen the darkest horrors of the galaxy and emerged victorious. Slowly but surely they wore the beast down. Drax's storm bolter finally found purchase in the creature's side, punching through its thick hide, and sending it crashing to the ground. Krios delivered the killing blow, his power sword sinking deep into the Patriarch's skull, silencing its psychic screams. As the creature fell, the remaining cultists scattered, leaderless and broken. The connection to the hive mind severed, the rebellion was crushed before it could begin. Roth surveyed the battlefield, his armor spattered with the blood of Xena's filth. The mission was complete, but the cost had been high. The purging of the Underhive was a necessary evil, one more stain on his soul in the endless war against the alien threat. Yet in the end, the Emperor's will had been done. "We have cleansed this place," Roth said quietly, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Let the rest of the Hive learn what happens when they consort with the Xenos." The kill team made their way back through the tunnels, their task complete, leaving only death and silence in their wake. Story 8, or E8. The Forgotten Crusade. The Avenger of Terror broke through the warp like a blade parting the veil of reality, emerging into the cold void of space after an absence that no one aboard could measure. Chip's hull was scarred and pitted from centuries of warfare, its engines groaning under the strain of its return. Inside, the warriors of the 10th Company stirred, waking from their long journey through the Immaterium. Sergeant Darius, leader of the first squad, stood in the central command chamber, his gauntleted hands gripping the edge of the tactical display. He felt the familiar weight of his power armor settle over his broad shoulders as he scanned the screens before him. The stars looked familiar, but something was wrong. The Avenger had been gone for what they believed was only a few standard decades. They had been on a crusade at the edge of the galaxy, battling the enemies of the Emperor, in distant systems untouched by the light of the Astronomicon. But the moment they had emerged from the warp, something had felt off. The fleet should have detected welcoming signals from Imperial outposts, the reassuring beacons of the Emperor's realm guiding them home. Instead, there was silence. The only signals they detected were garbled, fragmented, as though the galaxy itself had shifted in their absence. Captain Ventress strode into the command chamber, his helmet cradled under one arm, his face grim. "Sergeant Darius, report." Darius turned, saluting his captain. "We have emerged from the warp as expected, but something is different. No welcoming signals, no astropathic communications. We are attempting to establish contact with the nearest Imperial world." Ventress frowned, his brow furrowed. "How long were we gone?" "Our astropaths estimated has been far longer than we anticipated. Over 5 centuries, Captain." A silence settled over the room. 5 centuries. The implications were staggering. What had become of the Imperium in their absence? What had they missed during the long crusade through the void? Ventress looked at the display, his sharp eyes scanning the void for answers that the machine spirits could not provide. "Prepare the company for deployment," Ventress ordered. "We make planetfall immediately. If the Imperium has forgotten us, then we will remind them who we are." The chapter fleet approached the nearest habitable world, or once glorious basin of the Imperium that now appeared altered. The orbital defenses remained in place, but the heraldry they bore was unfamiliar, the sigils and markings of a chapter, or force unknown to them. The world below had once been a thriving industrial hub supplying the Imperium with weapons and vehicles for its endless wars, but now its surface was marked by strange, towering spires of alien architecture mixed with the ruins of human cities. As the Thunderhawks descended through the atmosphere, Darius could see the devastation below. Entire cities had been swallowed by the alien structures, and vast battlefields stretched out for miles. The signs of war were everywhere, but it was not a war they recognized. The enemy here was no Xenos or heretic they had encountered before. Something dark had taken root in the Imperium. When the kill team disembarked, the ground was eerily quiet. The streets of the city were empty, and only the distant rumble of war machines echoed across the vast expanse. Darius moved in formation with his squad, his bolter held at the ready. The banners of the Imperium still flew, but they were tattered, the Aquila barely recognizable beneath layers of grime. The people they encountered were gaunt, their faces marked by fear and suspicion. Suddenly a force of armored figures appeared at the edge of the plaza, their armor black and red, adorned with symbols that Darius didn't recognize. At first glance they looked like space marines, but something was off. Their movements were too mechanical, their posture rigid as they approached. The two groups stood facing each other, tension thick in the air. The lead figure of the unknown force raised a gauntlet hand. "Identify yourselves." Captain Ventress stepped forward, his presence imposing. "I am Captain Ventress of the 10th Company of the Scions of Dawn. We return from a crusade at the fringes of the galaxy. What has become of the Imperium?" The figure paused for a moment, as if processing Ventress's words. "The Imperium has changed, Captain. You and your company have been gone for far longer than you realize. The Imperium you serve no longer exists in the same form." Darius felt a chill run down his spine. Gone. What could this possibly mean? The figure continued, "We are part of the Inquisition. Many things have transpired in your absence, and there are questions that must be answered. Your loyalty to the Emperor will be tested." Ventress bristled at the implication. "We are the Emperor's chosen. We need no test to prove our loyalty." The Inquisitor's helmeted head tilted slightly. "In these times, Captain, everyone is tested. You have been in the warp for centuries. The influence of chaos is always a possibility. The Imperium has become a darker place, and not all who return from the warp are who they claim to be." Darius clenched his fists. He had heard of such things, companies lost in the warp for too long, only to return corrupted, their minds and souls twisted by the influence of the ruinous powers. That they were loyal. They had fought against the forces of chaos at the edge of the galaxy, spilling their blood in the name of the Emperor. To have their loyalty questioned now was an insult, and yet he understood the Inquisitor's caution. The Imperium could not afford to be complacent, not in these times. Ventress stepped forward again, his voice cold. "We have fought the enemies of the Emperor for centuries, and we will fight you if you question our loyalty unjustly. What proof do you require?" The Inquisitor remained still for a moment, then finally spoke. "You will submit to interrogation and psychic screening. If you are truly loyal, you have nothing to fear. But know this, the galaxy is not what it once was. Heresy is everywhere, and the Imperium stands on the brink of collapse. Trust no one, not even those you once knew." The words hung heavy in the air, and Darius felt the weight of them like a hammer blow. They had returned to an Imperium they no longer recognized, where even their loyalty was in question. The long crusade had been their duty, their sacrifice for the Emperor's cause, but now it seemed that time itself had betrayed them. Ventress nodded slowly. "We will submit, but know this, Inquisitor. We are the Scions of Dawn. We have never faltered in our duty, and we never will. If this Imperium no longer trusts its own, then perhaps it is not the Imperium we fought for." With that, the Scions of Dawn followed the Inquisitor's force into the alien city, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the galaxy they had once known had moved on without them. Story 9. the chaplain's dark secret. Chaplain Varnus stood in the shadow of the great statue of his Primarch, the stone face cold and impassive, illuminated by the flickering light of the candles scattered throughout the sanctum. The sacred chapel of the Lions of Mortis was usually a place of reflection, a hallowed space where battle brothers sought spiritual fortitude before going to war. But today the chapel felt oppressive, the air heavy with the weight of an unspoken truth. Varnus' black armor, adorned with skulls and purity seals, reflected the dim light, but even the iconography of his sacred office could not dispel the darkness gnawing at his soul. It had been years since Varnus first learned the truth, the secret buried deep in the annals of his chapter's history, something so dangerous that it had to be hidden from the Imperium itself. He had sworn an oath to guard that secret, to protect the memory of their Primarch from scrutiny, from the prying eyes of those who might seek to tarnish his legacy. But now, that oath was under threat. Inquisitor Riken had arrived, and his arrival had brought with it a storm of questions that Varnus could not ignore. The Inquisitor had made it clear that he would stop at nothing to uncover the truth. The doors to the chapel creaked open, and the echo of footsteps reverberated through the stone hall. Varnus turned to see Inquisitor Riken enter, his long coat sweeping behind him, a retinue of heavily armed guards following in his wake. Riken's presence was like a blade cutting through the air, sharp, cold, and dangerous, his eyes burning with suspicion, fixed on Varnus as he approached, his face a mask of grim determination. There was no room for pleasantries. Riken had not come here for idle conversation. Chaplain Varnus, Riken's voice was measured, but the undercurrent of authority was unmistakable. I am here to discuss your Primarch and certain discrepancies in the official records of his service to the Emperor. Varnus stiffened, his grip tightening on the Crozius Arcanum at his side. The legacy of our Primarch Orb is not up for debate, Inquisitor. He served the Emperor with unwavering loyalty, as have we, the Lions of Mortis, for 10,000 years. Riken's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Unwavering loyalty, you say? Then you will not mind answering a few questions. Questions about the final days of your Primarch, and what became of him after the Horus heresy. The records are incomplete. Varnus felt the weight of those words like a blow. The Inquisitor's line of inquiry was as dangerous as it was precise. There were indeed gaps in the chapter's history, gaps that had been deliberately left vague to protect the truth. Varnus knew that to lie would risk everything, but to reveal the full extent of what he knew could destroy not only his chapter's legacy, but potentially damn the souls of every Lions of Mortis Space Marine to eternal dishonor. Inquisitor, Varnus began, his voice steady but laced with warning. You tread dangerous ground. The history of our Primarch is sacred, known only to the highest ranks of our chapter. His fate is known to us, and that is all that matters. Riken's smile faded, replaced by a hard, cold expression. Sacred or forbidden? I have seen this before. Chaplain loyal sons of the Emperor hiding dark truths behind walls of dogma and reverence. Your chapter has remained isolated for centuries, even while others have faced scrutiny. It is my duty to ensure that no corruption has taken root here. If there is nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. Varnus took a step forward, his Crozius tapping against the stone floor. Our chapter's history is one of honor, forged in the crucible of war. We have fought in the name of the Emperor for millennia, shedding blood for his cause. I will not stand by and allow you to question that loyalty. Riken's gaze never wavered. Loyalty is a fragile thing, Chaplain. I have seen entire chapters fall to corruption, once proud warriors, brought low by secrets they believed were too dangerous to reveal. You speak of honor, but I am here for the truth. Tell me, what happened to your Primarch after the Siege of Terra? Why did he disappear from the records? Why does no one know his final fate? Varna's heart pounded in his chest, though his face remained stoic. This was the question he had dreaded, the one that could unravel everything. The truth about their Primarch's disappearance had been kept hidden for a reason. The Lions of Mortis had sworn an oath to protect that secret, even from the Inquisition. But now, standing before Riken, he felt the walls closing in. The truth was a terrible one, a secret passed down only to the chapter's chaplains. Their Primarch had not died a hero's death, nor had he fallen in battle against the traitor legions. In the final days of the Horus Heresy, he had made contact with something, an ancient entity, neither warp-spawned nor entirely of the material realm. It had promised power, strength to save his sons and turn the tide of the war, but in accepting its gift, their Primarch had become something else, something dark. His body had remained unchanged, but his mind, his soul, had been twisted by the entity's influence. It was this darkness that had led him to disappear from Imperial records. He had hidden away, far from the eyes of the Imperium, lest his corruption be discovered. The Lions of Mortis had sworn to protect his secret, to guard the remnants of their Primarch's honor, while burying the truth deep within the vaults of their fortress monastery. Varnus felt the weight of his oath pressing down on him like a physical burden. He could not tell Riken the truth, but neither could he dismiss the Inquisitor's questions without arousing further suspicion. For a long moment the two men stood in silence, the tension between them palpable. Finally Varnus spoke, his voice low and filled with the gravity of his position. What became of our Primarch is a matter that only the highest ranks of our chapter can answer, Inquisitor. He was lost to us in the dark days following the heresy, and the details of his fate remain known only to a select few. We have sworn to protect his legacy, and we will not allow outsiders to tarnish it. Riken studied the chaplain for a long moment, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of deception. I see. It seems, then, that I will need to dig deeper. Varnus's grip tightened on his Crozius, his voice steady but cold. You will find nothing but loyalty and honor, Inquisitor. But be warned, some secrets are best left buried. For the sake of the Imperium, do not dig too deep. Riken's lips curled into a thin smile. We shall see, chaplain, we shall see. As the Inquisitor and his retinue left the chapel, Varnus felt a cold chill settle over him. He had held the line, for now, but he knew that this was far from over. The secret of their Primarch was a heavy burden, one that could destroy them all if revealed. And now, with the Inquisition's eyes upon them, the balance between honor and survival had never been more precarious. Story 10. Shattered Bonds. The skies above the desolate world of Viridian V churned with storm clouds, reflecting the tension between the two Space Marine chapters gathered below. Thunder rumbled across the barren landscape, and the scent of ozone clung to the air. Two forces stood opposite each other, their banners fluttering in the wind, once symbols of unity, but now markers of division. The Crimson Blades and the Silver Talons had fought side by side for centuries, their bond forged in blood and battle, their alliance unshakable until now. At the heart of their conflict lay an ancient relic, recently unearthed from the ruined cities of Vireligi. To the object, a shard of what appeared to be a long-lost weapon from the days of the Great Crusade, glowed with a strange, ethereal light, its surface inscribed with unknown runes. It had been found deep beneath the planet's surface by scouts from both chapters, and its discovery had sparked a fierce argument over ownership. What should have been a symbol of shared victory had instead become a point of bitter contention, unraveling the bonds of brotherhood between the two forces. Captain Valerian of the Crimson Blade stood at the forefront of his battle brothers, his crimson armor gleaming under the darkened sky. His face, scarred from years of war, was set in a grim mask of determination. He could feel the eyes of his men upon him, waiting for his command. The relic, now secured in a stasis field in their encampment, had been declared by the chapter's librarians as a sacred artifact tied to their own history, a piece of the lost armory of their primarch. To relinquish it would be to deny their legacy. Opposite him, Captain Dragon of the Silver Talons paced restlessly, his silvered armor reflecting the lightning that streaked across the heavens. His chapter's own librarians had declared the relic as one of their primarch's blessed artifacts, a piece of their chapter's long-forgotten past, waiting to be reclaimed. Dragon's eyes were sharp, burning with the fire of conviction. He had fought alongside Valerian on dozens of campaigns, saved his life more than once. But now those bonds seemed distant, replaced by suspicion and anger. Valerian stepped forward, his voice cutting through the rising wind. "Brother Dragon, this madness must end. We are not enemies. The relic belongs to the Crimson Blades. Our librarians have confirmed its origin. This world was once part of our ancient domain." Dragon's hand rested on the hilt of his power sword, his face set in a deep scowl. "We have fought together for years, Valerian, but I will not be dissuaded. Our own records show that this planet was once a staging ground for the Silver Talons during the Great Crusade. This relic is ours by right." Valerian's eyes narrowed, his frustration boiling over. Records can be flawed. The librarians have seen it with their own eyes. This artifact belongs to my chapter. I won't let you take it from us. The tension between them was palpable, every word laden with the weight of centuries of shared history, now crumbling into dust. Behind them, their respective forces stood ready, bolters raised, power weapons ignited, and heavy armor humming with the power of the machine's spirit. Brothers who had once fought side by side now prepared to shed each other's blood. It was a bitter irony, the sight of two chapters poised for war, their loyalty to the Emperor fractured by the discovery of an ancient piece of metal. Dragon's voice dropped, cold and hard. "You would risk war between us over a piece of forgotten history." Valerian's gauntleted hand clenched into a fist. "This relic is more than history. It is a part of who we are. I would fight to protect our chapter's honor." Dragon drew his power sword, its edge crackling with energy, as would I. For a moment the two captains stood in silence, the weight of their decision hanging between them like the storm overhead. Both knew what was at stake. The Emperor's will was clear space. Marines were to fight the enemies of the enemy's Ward Imperium, not each other. But honor, pride, and the demands of legacy clouded their judgment. In this moment, neither Valerian nor Dragon could see past the relic that stood between them. Valerian drew his own blade, the sound of the power sword igniting echoing across the plains. Then so be it. The battle that followed was swift and brutal. The first blows were struck between Valerian and Dragon, their swords clashing with the force of thunder. Sparks flew as they exchanged strikes, each one fighting with the full fury of a space marine. their skills honed over decades of warfare. Around them, the crimson blades and silver talons charged into battle, bolt of fire cutting through the air, chains words roaring as they bit into ceramite and flesh alike. Brother fought brother, their loyalty to the Imperium now drowned beneath the demands of their chapter's honor. Valerian moved with the speed of a veteran warrior, his power sword slicing through Dragon's guard and leaving deep gashes in his armor. The dragon was relentless, countering with brutal strikes of his own, forcing Valerian to retreat under the force of his blows. The ground beneath them was soon littered with the bodies of fallen space marines, the once allied forces now locked in a bitter and senseless conflict. Above them, the storm intensified, lightning flashing across the sky, as though the Emperor himself was watching the tragedy unfold. In the midst of the chaos, a cry rang out from one of the librarians, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "Brothers, cease this madness." Valerian and Dragon turned to see Librarian Tybalt of the Crimson Blades, his psychic hood crackling with energy as he stood between the warring forces. His eyes burned with the power of the warp, and in his hand he held the relic glowing brighter than before. "This relic, it is not what we believed," Tybalt said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and dread. "It is not tied to either chapter. It is a weapon of chaos, its power designed to sow discord and division among us." The words struck like a hammer blow. Valerian and Dragon froze, their swords still raised but unmoving. The battle around them came to a grinding halt as the realization of what they had been fighting over began to sink in. The relic, the source of their conflict, was nothing but a trap, a tool of the great enemy designed to turn the Emperor's finest warriors against one another. Valerian lowered his sword first, his heart heavy with shame. "We have been deceived." Dragon, breathing heavily, did the same. "We let our pride blind us." The two captains stood in the midst of their fallen brothers, their once unbreakable bond now shattered by their own actions. The cost of their pride lay before them, a battlefield stained with the blood of space marines, all for a relic that had no meaning but to destroy them from within. The storm above began to dissipate, but the damage had already been done. The bonds between the Crimson Blades and the Silver Talons had been severed, perhaps forever. Story 11. The Emperor's Silence. Librarian Castor sat in the cold, dimly lit sanctum of the Iron Wrath, his mind reaching out into the vastness of the warp, searching for the light that had guided his chapter through countless voyages. The Iron Wrath, a battle barge of the Iron Phalanx, had been adrift in the warp for days, navigating through treacherous warp storms that crackled and tore at the Gullah fields. But what weighed heaviest on Castor was not the danger of the storms, but the sudden and horrifying silence that had descended upon him. For the first time in his centuries of service, Castor could no longer sense the Astronomicon, the guiding beacon of the Emperor. That shining light of the Imperium was gone, snuffed out like a candle in the void. He had felt its absence the moment they entered the warp, an emptiness that gnawed at his very soul. As a psyker, his connection to the Emperor's light was vital, not only to his own sense of purpose, but also to the navigation of the Iron Wrath. Without it, the chapter was blind, left adrift in the stormy seas of the warp with no course, no direction. Castor opened his eyes, sweat beading on his brow as he pulled back from the immaterium. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind still reeling from the oppressive darkness that now surrounded them. His psychic senses, usually sharp and attuned to the faintest whisper of the warp, could pick up nothing but static. It was as though the Emperor himself had fallen silent. He rose from his meditative posture, the weight of his power armor settling heavily on his shoulders. He needed to speak with Captain Malcor immediately. The Iron Phalanx were veterans of the warp, having navigated its dangers on countless crusades, but never without the guidance of the Astronomicon. The warp storms that now raged around them were more violent than anything they had faced before, and without a beacon to follow, the entire chapter was at risk of being lost forever. As Castor made his way through the ship's corridors, the hum of machinery and the low voices of serfs filled the air. But beneath the usual sounds of the battle barge, there was an unmistakable tension. The crew could sense it too, the growing unease, the creeping fear that something was very wrong. Space Marines were warriors, fearless in the face of death and destruction, but even they were not immune to the disquieting silence of the Emperor's light. It weighed on them, pressing down like a suffocating force as they drifted deeper into the storm. Castor entered the bridge, where Captain Malcor stood at the command lectern, surrounded by the glowing displays of tactical and navigational data. Malcor was a towering figure, his armor marked with the scars of countless battles, his presence commanding respect and loyalty from all who served under him. But even the indomitable captain could not hide the concern etched into his face as he stared at the shifting void beyond the viewing ports. Malcor, Castor said, his voice grave, "We have a serious problem." The captain turned to face him, his blue eyes narrowing. "I had hoped for better news, librarian." Castor stepped closer, lowering his voice so that the nearby bridge officers wouldn't hear. "I can no longer sense the Astronomicon. It's gone. The light of the Emperor has disappeared from the warp. We are adrift, blind in the storm." The Malcor's jaw tightened, but he kept his composure. "How is that possible? The Astronomicon has always been there. It has guided us for millennia." "I don't know," Castor admitted, his frustration barely contained. "It's as if something is blocking it, or worse, as if the Emperor's light has been extinguished." Malcor looked out at the turbulent storm beyond the ship's hull, the chaotic energies of the warp swirling in violent patterns. The ship rocked slightly as another wave of psychic turbulence passed over them. "Without the Astronomicon, we have no way of navigating these storms. The warp is too volatile. We'll be lost if we can't find a way out." Castor nodded. "We need to drop out of the warp as soon as possible. If we stay in these storms for too long, the Geller fields won't hold. The warp entities are circling us. I can feel them." Malcor clenched his fists, his frustration barely contained. "And if we exit the warp blindly, we risk re-emerging in a star's gravity well, or worse, into the heart of an enemy fleet. But if what you say is true, we don't have a choice. The warp will tear us apart if we linger." The captain turned to the ship's navigator, a gaunt figure encased in the machinery of his navigational chair, his eyes hidden beneath the hood of his robe. "Navigator Solis, can you find us a safe exit point?" Solis's voice crackled through the Vox grill embedded in his mask. "It's difficult, Captain. The storms are making it hard to find a stable point of re-entry, but I can try." "Do it," Malcor commanded. "We're running out of time." As Solis began to manipulate the controls of the navigational array, Castor reached out again with his mind, searching the warp for any trace of the Astronomicon's light. But once again he was met with silence, an oppressive, deafening silence that made his blood run cold. He had never experienced anything like it. The warp, usually teeming with the chaotic whispers of its inhabitants, now felt dead, as though something vast and terrible had swallowed the Emperor's light whole. Then, Out of the corner of his psychic vision, Castor sensed something. A presence distant but unmistakable, lurking at the edge of his awareness. It wasn't the Astronomicon, nor was it any familiar warp entity he had encountered before. It was alien, cold and predatory, as though some vast, malevolent intelligence was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Castor recoiled from the sensation, his heart pounding. "Malcor," Castor said, his voice tight, "something is out there. I can't tell what it is, but it's watching us." The captain's expression darkened. "Another warp entity?" "Worse," Castor replied. "It feels ancient, powerful, like something that doesn't belong in the warp or the material realm. It's as if it's hunting us." Malcor's hand rested on the hilt of his power sword. "Then we must move quickly. Solus, how long until we can exit the warp?" Solus's voice crackled through the vox again. "I found a possible exit point, but it's unstable. We'll need to act fast." "Do it," Malcor ordered. "We'll take our chances in real space." As Solis engaged the warp drives, the Iron Wrath shuddered violently, the ship lurching as it prepared to break free from the clutches of the warp storm. Castor closed his eyes, focusing all his psychic power on maintaining the ship's scalar field, warding off the predatory presence that still lingered at the edge of his mind. The ship groaned as it tore its way through the warp, the storm raging around them. Then, with a sudden, blinding flash, the ship emerged into real space. The chaotic energy of the warp was gone, replaced by the cold, quiet void of the material realm. The crew let out a collective sigh of relief, but Castor's heart still raced. Whatever had been hunting them in the warp was still out there, and the Emperor's light remained extinguished. Malcor turned to Castor, his voice low. "We've escaped the storm, but we're not out of danger. Without the Astronomicon, we're flying blind. We need answers, and we need them fast." Castor nodded, his mind still reeling from the encounter in the warp. The Emperor's silence. It may be the beginning of something far worse. As the Iron Wrath drifted through the dark, empty void, Castor could only hope that the silence of the Astronomicon was not a sign of the Imperium's doom. Story 12. Brothers of Iron and Blood. The red sands of Ferrum Prime stretched endlessly beneath the burning sun, its barren plains broken only by the towering spires of its forged cities. The planet was one of the Adeptus Mechanicus's most prized forge worlds, churning out weapons, vehicles, and war machines vital to the Imperium's survival. Now its very existence was under threat. Necron ships had appeared in orbit without warning, their soulless green energy slicing through the void, and their ground forces had begun to rise from beneath the surface, emerging from crypts long forgotten. The Brothers of Iron and Iron Hand's detachment had been deployed to defend the world, but they were not alone. The tech priests of Ferrum Prime had mobilized their Skitarian battle servitors to assist in the defense. It was an alliance born of necessity, but it was an uneasy one. Captain Adrastus of the Iron Hands stood on the ramparts of the primary forge city, his enhanced eyes scanning the horizon. His armor, a seamless blend of ceramite and cybernetics, reflected the harsh sunlight. Behind him, the battle brothers of his company were readying their weapons, their faces hidden behind emotionless helmets. They were warriors of iron and machine, their bodies and minds augmented to the point where flesh was a weakness to be despised. To Adrastus and his brothers, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus were allies, but only by virtue of their shared belief in the superiority of metal over flesh. Trust, however, was another matter. The tech priest Dominus Magos Voranth, A hunched figure, draped in red robes and bristling with mechadendrites, approached Adrastus on the battlements. His mechanical voice clicked and whirred as he spoke, devoid of any human warmth. The Necron forces are emerging from beneath Sector 17C. They are awakening faster than anticipated. Adrastus regarded the tech priest coolly, his voice a low growl. Your calculations were flawed. You underestimated the scale of their reawakening. Now we are outnumbered. Dense mechanical eyes whirred as they focused on the Iron Hand's captain. Flawed calculations are an unfortunate outcome of incomplete data. The Necrons have been dormant for millennia, beyond the reach of any analysis. Their technology is older than recorded history. Spare me the excuses, Adrastus snapped. We need to stop them before they reach the forges. If they capture this world, it will cripple the Imperium's war effort. Vorin's mechadendrites twitched in agitation, but his tone remained emotionless. Our battle servitors and Skitari have been deployed. The forge's defenses are fully operational, including the macro cannon platforms. We will hold this world. Adrastus turned his gaze back to the horizon, where distant plumes of green energy were visible Necron monoliths rising from the ground, their weapons beginning to power up. He had faced the Necrons before and knew their terrifying resilience. Their living metal bodies could regenerate from almost any damage, and their soulless minds were immune to fear. This battle would be unlike any other. We fight the dead, Adrastus muttered, but we are not defenseless. Below, his battle brothers were preparing for the coming onslaught. The Iron Hands were born for war, their bodies augmented with bionics that enhanced their strength, speed, and durability. To them, flesh was weak, and only iron endured. Their bolters and plasma guns hummed with power, and the heavy weapons teams had already taken their positions, their las cannons and grav cannons trained on the approaching Necron lines. Send word to your Skitari commanders, Adrastus ordered Vorinth. We need to coordinate our assault. Their infantry must target the Necron warriors and immortals. My men will deal with the heavier targets, the monoliths, the doomsday arcs. Vorinth nodded stiffly. It will be done. As the tech priest departed, Adrastus felt a cold weight settle in his chest. He despised the idea of relying on allies. His chapter had always prided itself on its self-reliance, and the idea of fighting alongside the Mechanicus with their endless bureaucracy and inscrutable motives sat ill with him. But there was no choice. The Necrons were an existential threat, and if Ferrum Prime fell, the war machines that fed the Imperium's endless wars would grind to a halt. The sound of battle began to fill the air as the first Necron forces reached the outskirts of the Forge City. Monoliths hovered ominously above the sands, their green energy beams slicing through the Skitari lines with surgical precision. Necron warriors advanced in perfect, silent ranks, their Gauss weapons disintegrating anything in their path. The Skitari responded with disciplined volleys of fire, their galvanic rifles and transuranic arquebuses punching holes in the Necron lines. But for every Necron that fell, another seemed to rise from the ground, its body knitting itself back together as though time itself obeyed their will. Adrastus gave the order to his men, engage, for the Emperor and Ferrum Prime. The Iron Hands charged forward with mechanical precision, their bolters barking as they unleashed a hail of fire into the advancing Necron horde. Las bolts and plasma rounds tore through the Necron warriors, shattering their metal bodies, but still they advanced, their soulless eyes glowing with malevolent light. Adrastus himself led the charge, his power sword humming with energy as he carved through the first Necron that came into range, its body collapsing in a heap of broken metal. Above, the macro cannon platforms roared to life, sending shells the size of drop pods hurtling toward the Necron monoliths. The first shell hit its target dead on, detonating in a shower of metal and green fire. The monolith staggered but did not fall, its hull regenerating before their eyes. Voran's voice crackled over the vox, emotionless as ever. The Necron constructs are regenerating faster than expected. Our servitors are focusing fire on the weakest points, but their resilience is formidable. We need more firepower, Adrastus growled, driving his power sword through another Necron warrior before turning to a nearby Iron's Devastator squad. Focus all his cannons on that monolith. Bring it down. The Devastators complied without hesitation, their last cannons firing in unison. Beams of concentrated energy sliced through the monolith's regenerating hull, tearing it apart piece by piece until, finally, the massive construct collapsed in a burning heap. The Necrons still pushed forward, undeterred, but Adrastus knew that every small victory mattered. They could not be allowed to breach the forge's inner defenses. As the battle raged on, Adrastus found himself fighting side by side with the Skitarii, so the movements were precise, their mechanical limbs moving in perfect synchronization as they fired their weapons with unerring accuracy. For a moment he felt a grudging respect for the tech priests and their soldiers. They too were warriors of iron, fighting without fear or hesitation. But even as the battle wore on, the Necrons showed no sign of slowing. More monoliths were rising from the sands, and their endless legions continued to march forward, their Gauss weapons cutting down the Skitarii and Iron Hands alike. The situation was growing dire. We can't hold them forever. Warren's voice crackled through the vox once more. We need to activate the Forge's experimental weaponry. It may be our only chance to destroy the Necrons before they overwhelm Hell. Adrastus hesitated for only a moment before responding. Do it. The tech priests began their sacred rites deep within the Forge city, unlocking the forbidden technologies that had been kept sealed for centuries. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble as the Forge's hidden weapons powered up, and the sky above darkened with the crackling energy of a weapon too dangerous to be wielded by mortal hands. As the experimental weapon fired, a blinding beam of energy shot out from the Forge city's spires, cutting through the Necron monoliths like a blade through paper. The Necron constructs crumbled under the assault, their bodies disintegrating in an instant. The tide of battle shifted. The Iron Hands and Skitarii pressed their advantage, driving the remaining Necrons back into the sands from which they had emerged. The day was won, but Adrastus knew the cost of victory was high. The uneasy alliance between the Iron Hands and the Adeptus Mechanicus had held, but the future of Ferrum Prime and the Imperium's reliance on such dangerous technologies remained uncertain. Adrastus looked out over the battlefield, the bodies of Necrons, Skitarii, and his own battle brothers scattered across the sand. He turned to Voranth, his voice cold. Let this be a reminder. Flesh may be weak, but so too is the arrogance of iron. Voranth's mechanical eyes clicked, but he said nothing. The battle was over, but the war for the Imperium's survival continued. Story 13. The corruption of the warp. The blade of vengeance trembled as it exited its mighty hull, groaning as though the ship itself was in agony. Captain Nontos of the Stormwardens stood on the bridge, his gauntleted hands gripping the railing in front of him, the steady rumble of the engines now replaced by a sickening stillness. Around him, the crew worked frantically to regain control, their faces pale and slick with sweat. The warp jump was supposed to be a routine journey, but something had gone horribly wrong. They had emerged into a region of space that was twisted beyond recognition. Leontis scanned the displays, his augmented eyes taking in the readings that flooded the screens. Reality itself seemed to warp and shift outside the ship's viewing ports. Stars flickered and bent unnaturally, twisting in impossible directions, while the void beyond rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond. Familiar constellations of imperial space were gone, replaced by an ever-changing kaleidoscope of colors and shapes that made Leontis' head ache just to look at them. "Status report," Leontis ordered, his voice calm despite the growing unease gnawing at his mind. Lieutenant Nero, the ship's second-in-command, turned from his console, his face grim. "Not where we should be, Captain. The warp jump was corrupted. We've been thrown off course, far off course. Sensors can't make sense of where we are. We're not picking up any familiar signals." Leontis felt a cold weight settle in his chest. He had faced the horrors of the warp many times, but this was something different. The warp was dangerous, yes, but it was still governed by rules, even if those rules were shaped by the Immaterium's chaotic nature. Here, however, there were no rules. The ship itself felt wrong, the familiar hum of its systems distorted, as though reality was fraying at the edges. "Navigator Don, can you re-establish our position?" Leontis asked, turning to the figure seated in the navigator's throne at the heart of the bridge. Don's pallid face was a mask of concentration, his third eye hidden beneath a layer of protective cloth. His hands gripped the armrests of his throne, his knuckles white. "The Astronomicon. I cannot sense it, Captain. It's as if the Emperor's light has been snuffed out. We're adrift in the warp, and I can't see a way out." Leontis clenched his fists. To be cut off from the Astronomicon was to be truly lost. The light of the Emperor, shining from Holy Terror, was the only beacon that allowed ships to navigate the warp with any semblance of safety. Without it, they were blind, drifting through a nightmare where time and space no longer followed any natural laws. "Keep trying," Leontis ordered. "We need to find our way out of this place. We can't stay here." He turned his attention to the view screen once more, watching as the twisted landscape of the void continued to shift and writhe. The sight unsettled him, a gnawing discomfort creeping into his mind. The warp was always dangerous, but there was something about this place, something deeply wrong. He could feel it pressing in on him, a dark presence lurking just out of sight. "The captain," Nero spoke up again, his voice tight with urgency. "We're detecting a disturbance in the warp. Something large is approaching. It's unlike anything we've seen before." Leontis felt the familiar surge of adrenaline as he snapped into action. "Prepare for contact. Arm all weapons and raise the shields." The crew moved quickly, their training kicking in despite the strangeness of their surroundings. The Blade of Vengeance was a warship, a vessel built to destroy the enemies of the Emperor, and its armaments were second to none. Yet even as the ship's mighty lance batteries hummed to life, Leontis couldn't shake the feeling that they were facing something far beyond their understanding. The disturbance grew closer, and soon the void outside the ship began to darken, the rippling colors of the warp giving way to an inky blackness that swallowed the stars. A massive form began to emerge from the darkness, its shape obscured by the swirling energies of the Immaterium. At first it seemed like a ship, a colossal, twisted construct of metal and bone, its surface writhing with unnatural energy. But as it drew nearer, Leontis realized that this was no ship, it was something alive. The creature, if it could even be called, that was a monstrous fusion of machine and flesh, its body covered in warped metal plating that seemed to pulse with dark power. Its many limbs, long and spindly, reached out toward the blade of vengeance, each one ending in a clawed appendage that simmered with a sickly green light. Its face, or what passed for a face, was an amalgamation of machinery and organic matter, a grotesque parody of life that defied all logic. "By the Emperor," Nero whispered, his voice barely audible. Leontas felt his heart race as he stared at the abomination before them. He had fought the horrors of chaos, the heretical forces of the war, and the vile Lixinos that threatened humanity. But this was something else. This was corruption made manifest, a twisted nightmare that defied all understanding. "Fire all weapons," Leontas ordered, his voice ringing with authority. The blade of vengeance unleashed its fury. Lance batteries, macro cannons, and torpedo tubes roared to life, sending streams of devastating firepower toward the creature. The void lit up with the intensity of the barrage, but as the rounds struck the abomination, something strange happened. The creature's body seemed to absorb the energy, its form shimmering as the blast simply disappeared. Life still appeared. "It's not taking damage," Nero said, his voice tight with disbelief. "Our weapons aren't having any effect." Leontas cursed under his breath. Whatever this thing was, it existed beyond the laws of reality. Their weapons, built to destroy ships and fortresses, were useless against it. He could feel the tension in the air, the fear creeping into the hearts of his crew. The creature was getting closer, its limbs reaching out toward the ship, as though to crush it in its grasp. "So we need to find a way out of here," Leontas said, turning to Darnan. "Navigator, do whatever it takes, get us back into the warp and away from this place." Darnan's face was pale, his hands shaking. "Captain, I'm trying, but this region, it's not like anything I've ever seen. It's not just the warp, it's corrupted, warped beyond recognition." The ship shuddered violently as the creature's claws scraped against the hull, sending a jarring shockwave through the decks. Leontas could feel the despair creeping in, a cold weight settling over his chest. Was this how it would end? Lost in a twisted corner of the warp, devoured by an abomination that defied all reason? But even as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden surge of power rippled through the ship. The Geller field flared brightly, casting a brilliant light through the bridge. Darnan's voice crackled through the vox. "Captain, I've found something, an exit point. It's unstable, but it's our only chance." Leontas didn't hesitate. "Do it. Get us out of here." The blade of vengeance lurched forward, the engines roaring to life as the ship accelerated toward the unstable warp exit. The creature's claws lashed out, but the ship moved with desperate speed, dodging the monstrous appendages as it plunged into the swirling energy of the warp. For a moment, reality seemed to tear apart around them. The ship groaned, its systems straining under the pressure, but then, with a blinding flash, they were through. Leontas stumbled forward, catching himself on the railing as the ship emerged into the cold void of real space. The twisted landscape of the corrupted warp was gone, replaced by the familiar sight of distant stars and the blackness of space. They were safe, at least for now. But as Leontas looked out at the stars, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed them. The corruption of the warp had touched them, and he feared that it would not be the last time they encountered the nightmare they had just escaped. "Report," he said, his voice steady despite the lingering unease. "We're back in real space," Nero replied, his voice filled with relief. "But the damage, it's severe. And whatever that thing was, Captain, I don't think it's done with us. Lontes nodded grimly. Then we prepare. This is far from over. Story 14. The Trial of the Fallen. The Eagle's Vigil, fortress monastery of the Sons of Soteria, stood defiant on the wind-swept cliffs of Lothian Prime, its towering walls a bastion of imperial might. For centuries the chapter had fought in the name of the Emperor, protecting the sector from Xenos and heretics alike. Now that very loyalty was being questioned. The arrival of Inquisitor Barros and his retinue had cast a shadow over the fortress, their presence a stark reminder that no Space Marine chapter, no matter its history, was above scrutiny. The accusation was dire heresy, and in the eyes of the Inquisition, even the suggestion of betrayal demanded immediate action. Captain Dalen stood in the great hall of the fortress, the banners of countless victories hanging above him, though they now seemed to mock the grim situation his chapter found itself in. His power armor gleamed in the flickering torchlight, the Aquila on his chest plate a symbol of unwavering devotion. Despite his strength and the purity of his soul, the burden of the accusation weighed heavily on him. His brothers had fought and died in service to the Emperor, but the Inquisition's judgment was absolute. They were under suspicion, and Dalen knew all too well that even the slightest hint of corruption could lead to their destruction. Inquisitor Barros stood at the head of the hall, his black cloak billowing as he paced before the assembled chapter command. His cold, calculating eyes, framed by the intricate bionics that replaced half of his face, scrutinized every movement, every word spoken in defense of the Sons of Soteria. Barros's power was immense. A single word from him could bring the wrath of the Inquisition down upon the chapter, branding them traitors and wiping their name from history. The accusations are grave, Captain Dylon, Barros began, his voice a measured rumble. Your chapter stands accused of harboring traitors within your ranks, and worse, of consorting with the forces of Chaos. These are not mere rumors. They are based on evidence gathered from battlefields where your chapter fought alongside loyal Imperial forces. We have found disturbing signs, symbols of the warp, forbidden texts, and unholy artifacts. Dylon's jaw clenched, his hands tightening into fists. We are loyal sons of the Emperor, Inquisitor. The Sons of Soteria have fought for millennia in his name. Whatever evidence you have is false. We do not consort with heretics. Barros stopped, turning to face Dalen directly. Loyalty is not enough, Captain. You must prove your innocence. The Emperor demands not just faith, but purity. If there is even a shred of doubt, I will not hesitate to declare your chapter excommunicate. Dylon's mind raced. He knew the Inquisition's methods relentless, unforgiving. To challenge them was to invite annihilation. Yet, the Sons of Soteria had nothing to hide. They had been accused based on false information, perhaps planted by their enemies. But proving their loyalty, while under the gaze of the Inquisition, would be no easy task. Before Dalen could respond, the fortress's Vox system crackled to life. Captain, this is Sergeant Lysis at the southern watchtower. Enemy forces have been sighted approaching the cliffs. They bear the markings of the Black Legion. Dylon's heart sank. Traitors, the timing was too perfect. He turned to Barros, his voice tight with urgency. Inquisitor, the enemy is here. The forces of chaos approach, and they bear the colors of the Black Legion. We must defend the fortress. Barros raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. And how convenient it is, Captain, that the moment your loyalty is questioned, the servants of chaos arrive at your gates. Do you see how this could be interpreted as a sign of your corruption? Daelon stepped forward, his voice rising. I will not allow the blood of my brothers to be spilled while you question our loyalty. We will fight the traitors as we always have. You can witness our purity on the battlefield, Inquisitor, where it matters most. Britsh regarded him for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Very well, Captain, I observe. But know this, if I see even a hint of heresy among your ranks, I will purge this chapter myself. Without another word, Daelon turned and strode from the hall, his mind already focused on the battle ahead. The traitors had come, and the sons of Soteria would meet them with the full fury of the Emperor's wrath. But even as he prepared for war, the weight of the Inquisitor's gaze lingered in the back of his mind. This was more than a battle for survival, it was a trial. If they faltered, if any hint of chaos was found among his brothers, they would be destroyed. The alarm klaxons blared throughout the fortress as the chapter prepared for the coming assault. Battle brothers rushed to their stations, bolters in hand, their faces grim beneath their helmets. The sky above the cliffs darkened as the forces of the Black Legion drew near, their corrupted war machines belching smoke and fire. Daelon took his place on the battlements, his eyes scanning the horizon. The enemy was vast, a sea of twisted warriors and demons, their presence warping the air around them. And at their head was a Chaos Lord, his armor gleaming with unholy runes, a mocking symbol of what the sons of Soteria had been accused of. Brothers, Daelon's voice rang out through the vox, steady and strong. Today we fight not only for the Emperor but for our honor. The Inquisition watches us. Prove to them that we are pure. Prove to them that we are loyal. Let no traitor pass these walls. A chorus of affirmations echoed through the vox as the battle brothers took their positions. The first wave of the Black Legion struck with the force of a storm, their bolters and chainswords clashing against the defences of the sons of Soteria. Daelon led from the front, his power sword cutting through traitors with ruthless efficiency. The air was thick with the sounds of battle bolter fire, the scream of dying heretics, and the roars of demons summoned from the warp. Amidst the chaos, Daelon fought with the fury of a cornered animal. Each swing of his sword, each bolt round he fired, was a testament to his chapter's purity. He could feel Barris's presence in the distance, watching, judging, but there was no time for doubt. The enemy was relentless, wave after wave of traitors throwing themselves at the walls, their dark sorcery twisting the very ground they walked on. The battle raged for hours, the sons of Soteria holding the line against impossible odds. But slowly the tide began to turn. The chapter's defences held strong, their purity of purpose driving them forward. Daelon himself struck down the Chaos Lord leading the assault, his power sword cleaving through the heretic's corrupted armour. As the traitor fell, the remaining forces of the Black Legion began to falter, their ranks breaking under the relentless assault of the Loyalists. When the last of the traitors was slain, Daelon stood among the bodies of the fallen, his armour stained with the blood of the enemy. His brothers gathered around him, victorious but weary. The battle was over, but the trial was not. He turned to see Inquisitor Britsh approaching, his expression inscrutable. "You have fought well," Captain Britsh said, his voice even. "But victory on the battlefield does not absolve you of the exactions." Daelon stepped forward, his voice firm. "We have proven our loyalty with blood. If you still doubt us, then do what you must. But know this, we will not be broken by false accusations." Britsh studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "The trial is not yet over, Captain, but today you have earned my respect. I will continue my investigation, but for now, the Emperor's judgment will wait." As the Inquisitor turned and walked away, Daelon felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The trial of the sons of Soteria was far from over, but they had survived this day, and as long as they remained pure in the eyes of the Emperor, they would endure whatever trials the Inquisition placed before them. Story 15. Honor of the Death Watch. Space Hulk loomed ahead, a twisted amalgamation of broken ships, derelict hulls, and jagged debris all fused together by the forces of the warp. A lament of ages had drifted through the void for millennia, lost to time and space, only to reappear in the galaxy like a ghost from the past. Its vast, labyrinthine corridors were infested with Xenos horrors, but it held something far more valuable to the Imperium, an ancient gene seed relic, lost to history and long sought by the Adeptus Astartes. The relic was a genetic key, a fragment of a long-extinct chapter's legacy, and the Death Watch had been dispatched to retrieve it. Sergeant Calros stood aboard the Black Talon, the sleek kill ship that had carried his squad through the silent expanse of space toward the Hulk. His black power armor, adorned with the silver insignia of the Death Watch, was a stark reminder of the sacred duty that bound him and his brothers. Their mission was clear: infiltrate the Space Hulk, retrieve the Gene Seed relic, and escape before the Xenos threat overwhelmed them. But like every mission the Death Watch undertook, this one was fraught with danger beyond imagining. The squad was silent as they prepared for the insertion. Brother Jaden of the Dark Angels was calibrating his plasma gun, his movements precise and methodical. Next to him, Brother Arix of the White Scars checked the power levels of his lightning claws, the crackling energy playing across the talons like caged lightning. Brother Thran of the Imperial Fists, their heavy weapons specialist, was loading his frag cannon, his face set in grim determination. And finally Apothecary Damus of the Ultramarines, his Narthecium gleaming under the dim light of the armory, prepared his medical tools with the care of a surgeon about to enter the battlefield. Calros looked at each of them in turn. These were the finest warriors of the Death Watch, each handpicked from their respective chapters for their skill and experience in fighting the enemies of humanity. But even their combined strength might not be enough to survive the horrors that awaited them within the Lament of Ages. The relic is located deep within the central mass of the Hulk, Calros said, his voice steady through the vox. We don't know what kind of Xenos infests the ship, but we're to assume it's everything from orcs to tyranids. The relic is our priority, but if we encounter any threat too great to engage, we fall back. Understood. Each of his brothers responded with a single, disciplined affirmation. They were ready. The Black Talon approached the Hulk, its cloaked systems keeping them undetected as they neared a breach in the outer hull. Once inside, they would be on their own. The ship shuddered as it docked with the Hulk. Calros led the way, his bolter raised, the harsh red light of the breach, entry casting long shadows over the twisted metal. The air inside the Hulk was stale, thick with the smell of decay and rot, and the atmosphere felt wrong, tainted by centuries of warp exposure. The walls seemed to shift and pulse with unseen forces, and the darkness beyond their helmet lights was oppressive, almost alive. Brother Arix, scout ahead, Calros ordered, his voice low but commanding. Arix nodded and moved forward with the speed and agility that his chapter was known for. His lightning claws hummed softly, ready to strike at any threat lurking in the shadows. The others followed in silence, their footsteps muted by the thick layer of grime and dust that coated the ancient floor. As they moved deeper into the Hulk, the sounds of the ship creaking and groaning echoed around them. It was impossible to tell where one ship ended and another began, as centuries of wreckage had fused into a nightmarish maze of twisted passageways. and dead ends. Colros kept a close eye on the auspex, watching for any sign of movement. The readings were erratic, likely due to the interference of the warp, but he knew they were not alone. Sininos were here, he could feel it in the air, the palpable sense of lurking danger that hung over everything. They encountered their first Xenos an hour into their search. A swarm of Tyranid termagants burst from the shadows, their chittering cries echoing through the corridors as they charged. Calros and his squad responded with practiced precision. Bolt of fire tore through the Xenos, ripping them apart in a storm of explosive rounds. Brother Thrawn unleashed his frag cannon, the explosive shells detonating in the midst of the swarm, sending chitin and ichor spraying across the walls. "Purge the Xenos," Colro shouted, his bolter spitting death as more Tyranids poured from the vents and broken bulkheads. Brother Jabin's plasma gun hummed with power, each shot obliterating the charging Xenos with superheated energy, while Arix's lightning claws cut through the Tyranids like they were nothing more than paper. The Death Watch had trained for moments like this, and they fought as one efficient, deadly, and unstoppable. But for every wave they cut down, more seemed to take their place. The Hulk was teeming with life, and the Tyranids were just one of the many horrors that called it home. The squad pushed forward, cutting their way through the relentless Xenos, their path taking them deeper into the Hulk's corrupted heart. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of battle, they reached the chamber where the relic was stored. It was a vast open room, the walls lined with the remnants of ancient machinery. At the center of the chamber, encased in a stasis field, was the gene seed relic, a gleaming artifact that pulsed with a soft golden light. Calros could feel the weight of its importance. This relic, lost for millennia, was a symbol of a chapter long gone, a genetic treasure that could unlock secrets from the earliest days of the Imperium. "Brother Damas, secure the relic," Calros ordered. The apothecary stepped forward, his narthecium and other medical tools whirring as he prepared to retrieve the gene seed. But before he could approach the stasis field, the chamber trembled, and a low, rumbling growl echoed through the walls. Koros turned, his bolter raised. "Something's coming." From the shadows at the far end of the chamber emerged a towering figure, its form massive and grotesque. A Tyranid warrior, larger than any they had encountered so far, stepped into the light. Its bone-bladed arms gleamed with malice, and its eyes burned with a soulless hunger. "Defensive positions," Koros shouted. The Death Watch formed a tight line as the Tyranid warrior charged. Brother Thran's frag cannon roared, sending explosive shells into the beast's hide, but it shrugged off the blows and kept coming. Jaden fired his plasma gun, the shot searing into the creature's carapace, but still it advanced. It was as if the warp itself fueled its unnatural resilience. The battle was fierce, the Death Watch fighting with every ounce of their skill and strength. Arx leapt forward, his lightning claws tearing through the Tyranid's legs, but the creature retaliated, slashing at him with its bone blades, knocking him aside with brutal force. Kalro stepped into the breach, his power sword igniting with a bright blue glow. With a swift, powerful strike he drove the blade into the Tyranid's chest, cutting through its thick hide and into its blackened heart. The creature let out a final, ear-piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground, dead. Breathing heavily, Calros turned to his brothers. "The mission is not over. Secure the relic and prepare for extraction. We leave nothing behind." Brother Damas approached the stasis field once more, his tools at the ready. As the apothecary carefully retrieved the gene seed relic, Kalros knew their mission had succeeded. They had faced the horrors of the space hulk and emerged victorious. But as they made their way back through the twisted halls of the Lament of Aegis, Kalros couldn't shake the feeling that the relic they carried was more than just a piece of the Imperium's history. It was a symbol of something greater, a reminder that no matter how dark the galaxy became, the honor of the Adeptus Astartes would endure, and the Death Watch would be there to ensure it. Story 16. In the last stand of the Crusaders, the world of Varen, I was dying. Beneath the blackened skies, the once lush forests had been to ash, the seas had become stagnant pools of filth, and the great cities of the planet lay in ruins. Tyrannid spores rained from the heavens, filling the air with the choking stench of decay. The Horde had come, and with it the end of everything. Yet in the heart of the crumbling fortress monastery of the Crimson Crusaders, the last remnants of a once proud chapter prepared to make their final stand. Captain Theseus stood on the ramparts, his crimson armor battered and scorched from weeks of brutal warfare. His helm was off, revealing a weathered face scarred and etched with the weight of countless battle. The black and red banner of the Crimson Crusaders fluttered weakly in the wind beside him, the symbol of honor now reduced to little more than a ragged reminder of what they'd once been. Below, the last few hundred remaining Space Marines gathered in solemn silence, their bolters ready, their armor stained with the blood of both Xenos and fallen brothers. Theseus looked out across the desolate plain that stretched from the fortress to the horizon, where the Tyrannid swarm gathered, an endless sea of chitinous bodies, swarms of gaunt, towering monstrous creatures, and bio-titans stretched as far as the eye could see, their alien hunger palpable even from this distance. They had come to consume, to strip this world of all life, and the Crimson Crusaders were the last line of defense. But Theseus knew the truth. This was not a battle they could win. There would be no reinforcements, no salvation from orbit. They were alone, abandoned by the Imperium, cut off from any hope of survival. Captain the men are ready, Chaplain Alareth's voice cut through the grim silence. His black armor, adorned with skulls and purity seals, was marred with deep gouges from Tyrannid claws. The chaplain's Crozius Arcanum hummed faintly, the sacred relic symbolizing both death and the Emperor's judgment. Cassius turned to his old friend, his eyes hard. "Ready to die, you mean?" Ularith nodded solemnly, his skull-faced helm making the gesture all the more macabre. "We have served the Emperor with honor, Captain. If today is the day we fall, then we will fall as warriors. So our names will be remembered in the halls of the honored dead." Ashius looked back at the swarm. He could already see the vanguard of the Tyrannid forces moving forward, the creature's slick carapaces glinting in the dim light. The air was thick with the heavy stench of pheromones and the oppressive aura of the hive mind bearing down on them like a suffocating weight. For a moment he felt an overwhelming sense of futility. They were the last of their kind, and after today there would be nothing left. No one to remember the Crimson Crusaders, no one to carry their legacy forward. But that thought was swiftly banished. They were Space Marines, the Emperor's chosen, and they would not die quietly. "They will remember us, Chaplain," Theseus said, his voice hardening with resolve. "Even if there are no survivors, the Tyrannids will remember our fury." With a final nod to Alareth, Cassius turned to the Vox, activating the internal communications to address his men. Brothers of the Crimson Crusaders, he began, his voice echoing across the fortress. Today we stand at the end. This is our final battle. We have fought for centuries in the Emperor's name, and today we give our lives in his service. There will be no retreat, no surrender. We fight until the last bolt is fired, until the last blade is broken. Let the Tyranids come. Let them crash against us like waves against the cliffs. We will break them with our wrath. As his words echoed through the vox, the Marines below stood taller, their bolters gripped tightly, their eyes burning with a fierce determination. They had all known this day would come. The chapter had been dwindling for years, their numbers slowly eroded by endless campaigns and a gene seed that had grown increasingly unstable. The Tyranid invasion had been the final blow, but they would not fall without taking as many of the Xenos filth with them as possible. The first wave of Tyranids hit the walls with the force of a tidal wave. Gaunts swarmed forward in a mindless frenzy, their claws scrabbling at the stone as they tried to breach the defences. The Crimson Crusaders opened fire, their bolters roaring to life, the explosive rounds tearing through the first ranks of the Xenos. Flamers belched streams of fire, incinerating swarms of gaunts and gargoyles as they tried to scale the walls. Brother Sergeant Vorn, standing atop the western tower, fired his heavy bolter into the mass of Tyranids, the weapon's deafening roar punctuated by the explosions of each bolt round. But for every Xenos they killed, more took their place. Tyranid warriors advanced behind the gaunts, their bone-bladed limbs hacking through the wreckage and corpses of their own kind to reach the walls. Carnifexes lumbered forward, their massive frames shrugging off cannon fire as they pounded toward the gate. The fortress shook with each impact, but the Crimson Crusaders held the line, their fury unmatched, as they cut down the enemy with relentless precision. Amidst the chaos, the Shees fought at the front, his power soared a blur of motion as he carved through Tyranid after Tyranid. His bolter fired between swings, cutting down anything that dared approach him. The roar of the hive mind filled his head, an oppressive, alien presence that sought to drown out his thoughts, to overwhelm him with its sheer magnitude. But he pushed it aside, his faith in the Emperor his only shield against the psychic weight of the swarm. Chaplain Alarith fought beside him, his Crozius Arcanum crackling with power as it smashed through the chitinous hides of the Tyranids. Each swing was a righteous blow, a testament to the chapter's faith. Lareth's voice rose above the din of battle, chanting litanies of hate and vengeance, his words spurring the battle brothers to fight with renewed vigor. The battle raged on, but the Tyranids were unending. Slowly, inevitably, the Crimson Crusader pushed back. Brother after brother fell, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Xenos horde. Vorn was torn apart by a Carnifex, his body smashed against the walls like a ragdoll. Brother Alec, his arms severed by a Tyranid warrior, continued to fight with his chainsword until he was consumed by a swarm of gaunts. One by one, the last of the chapter fell, their blood soaking into the earth of Varen. I. Ashius, his body battered and broken, stood alone at the gates as the last of his brothers were cut down. His power sword flickered weakly in his hand, but his resolve had not wavered. The Tyranids surged forward, their mindless hunger driving them toward him. With a final roar, he charged into the mass of Xenos, his sword cutting through the creatures until he could fight no more. In the end, the Crimson Crusaders were gone, their last stand swallowed by the swarm, but their honor remained intact. They had fought to the last, defiant in the face of extinction, and though there were no survivors, they had left their mark on the enemy. For the Tyranids would not soon forget the fury of the Crimson Crusaders. Story 17. Echoes of the Horus Heresy. The winds howled across the barren surface of Athlon IV, a dead world devoid of life for millennia. Jagged rocks and cracked plains stretched as far as the eye could see, bathed in the dim light of a distant, dying sun. It was a place forgotten by time, erased from imperial records after the Horus Heresy had torn the galaxy apart. Yet now, the Silver Blades chapter of the Adeptus Astartes stood at the entrance of a vault, buried deep beneath the planet's surface. The vault had been discovered during a routine survey by an Adeptus Mechanicus expedition. Its existence hinted at in ancient archives that spoke of forgotten legions and hidden histories. And now, the Silver Blades had come to claim it. Captain Adrastus led his company into the vault, his power armor gleaming silver under the harsh lights of their helmets. His face, scarred from decades of warfare, was set in a grim expression as he marched down the ancient stone steps that led into the darkness. Around him, his battle brothers moved in silence, their bolters at the ready. Though there were no signs of life anywhere on the planet, still the weight of the past hung heavily in the air, and Adrastus could not shake the feeling that they were descending into a place that had been meant to stay hidden. The vault itself was vast, its walls lined with shelves of forgotten data slates, dusty tomes, and crumbling parchments. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and machine oil, a strange mix that spoke of the Mechanicum's presence in this place during the Great Crusade. But more than that, there was a sense of unease, a quiet dread that filled the chamber as the Silver Blades fanned out to search the room. Sergeant Cale, report, Adrastus ordered, his voice low but steady through the vox. Sergeant Cale, a veteran of countless campaigns, approached with his auspex in hand. No life signs, Captain. The vault is sealed, and the data stacks are mostly intact. But there's something wrong about this place. The records here, some of them date back to the heresy. Adrastus felt his gut tighten. The Horus Heresy had nearly destroyed the Imperium, a cataclysmic civil war that had torn brother from brother, leaving deep scars that lingered to this day. His own chapter's history during that time was murky at best. Like many of the younger chapters, the Silver Blades had been formed after the heresy, their origins tied to the mysterious and often hidden legacies of the Loyalist legions. But even they knew that their past was not without shadows. The vault they now stood in might contain answers that should perhaps remain forgotten. Continue the search, Adrastus ordered. If there is anything here connected to our chapter, we will find it. The Silver Blades moved methodically, their armored boots echoing across the stone floor as they examined the records. Techmarine Darren knelt beside one of the older data slates, his servo arm extending to interface with the ancient device. A soft hum filled the room as the machine flickered to life, the screen glowing with long-forgotten information. Darren's expression darkened as he scanned the text. Captain, Darren said, his voice carrying a hint of concern, you should see this. Adrastus crossed the room, his heavy steps punctuated by the hum of his armor's power core. He glanced at the screen, his eyes narrowing as the text scrolled before him. It was a record of the heresy, a log of battles fought during the final days of the Siege of Terra. But what caught his attention was a name that should not have been there. The silver blades, Adrastus muttered, reading the entry aloud. Deployed in the segmentum solar, in the service of Horus. His voice echoed in the vault, and the battle brothers around him froze. The implications were chilling. If the records were accurate, it meant that the relate, the chapter believed to be formed from loyalist gene seed, had once fought for the traitor Warmaster. Adrastus's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the enormity of what he was seeing. Could it be true? Could the silver blades be descended from traitors, their origins twisted by lies and deceit? Darren continued to analyze the data slate, his fingers tapping rapidly on the controls. The records here are fragmented, but this vault contains more. Logs, mission reports, even personal accounts. All of them point to a company of warriors, a force that fought alongside the sons of Horus during the heresy. Sergeant Kale stepped forward, his face tight with anger. This has to be a mistake, Captain. We are loyal to the Emperor. We always have been. Adrastus nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. I don't want to believe it either, Kale, but we can't ignore what we've found. As they delved deeper into the vault's records, the picture became clearer and more horrifying. Silver blades had once been part of the Lunar Wolves, later the sons of Horus, fighting in the Warmaster's rebellion against the Emperor. But at the end of the heresy, during the final, desperate battles on Terra, this splinter group had turned against their traitor kin, switching sides and aiding the Loyalists. They had been purged from official records, their existence erased to protect the honor of the Imperium, but their gene seed had survived, repurposed to form a new chapter after the heresy. So the silver blades were born from treachery, their heritage tainted by betrayal. The implications were staggering. Adrastus stood in silence, staring at the records before him. His chapter, his brothers, they had fought and died for the Emperor, believing in their purity and loyalty. But now, the truth of their origins had been laid bare. They were the descendants of traitors, of warriors who had once turned their backs on the Emperor. The weight of that revelation threatened to crush him. We must destroy this place, Sergeant Kale said, his voice filled with barely contained rage. If this gets out, it will damn the chapter. The Inquisition would see us all purged. Adrastus remained silent for a long moment, his mind wrestling with the decision. Carl was right. If the truth of their origins were revealed, the silver blades would be branded as traitors, hunted by the Inquisition and their fellow Space Marine chapters. But part of him balked at the thought of destroying their history, even if it was dark and twisted. This was their legacy, their truth, and erasing it felt like another betrayal. Finally he spoke. No, we will not destroy the records. Carl's eyes widened in shock. Captain, if the Inquisition finds out. I know the risk, Adrastus interrupted, his voice firm, but this is our history, Kale. We cannot run from it. We will not deny it. We will take this knowledge with us and make it our burden to bear. We will fight harder. We will be stronger, and we will prove again and again that we are loyal. Darren stepped forward. Captain, what do we tell the chapter? Adrastus looked at his men, his brothers, their faces tense with the weight of what they had learned. We tell them the truth. They deserve to know. The room fell into silence once more, the echoes of their dark past reverberating in the vault around them. Silver blades had uncovered their origins, and though it was a legacy born in treachery, they would carry it forward. They were no longer just the Emperor's chosen, they were his redeemers, bound by the sins of their ancestors but determined to prove the loyalty with every battle they fought. As they left the vault, Adrastus glanced one last time at the records they had unearthed. The echoes of the Horus heresy still lingered, but now they would use that past to fuel their future. Story 18. The Emperor's Judgment. Chapter Master Rock stood in the grand halls of the Imperial Palace, the weight of history pressing down upon him as though it might crush him where he stood. The towering statues of the Primarchs loomed overhead, their cold eyes staring down at him, silent witnesses to the judgment that awaited. The air was thick with incense, and the distant murmur of chanting filled the massive chamber. He had fought across countless worlds, commanded his brothers through battle after battle, but nothing had prepared him for this, the summons to terror, to stand before the High Lords of Terror and answer accusations of heresy. The charge was simple: deviation from the Codex Astartes, the holy tome written by Robokilaman himself, the guiding doctrine of all Space Marines since the days of the Horus heresy. But behind the accusation was something far more sinister, an implication that Rourke had led the Iron Wardens astray, that his command had drifted dangerously close to heresy. Rourke's black power armor gleamed under the light of the vast chamber, the silver sigils of his chapter contrasting against the deep ebony of his armor plates. He had left his weapons behind, for they were not permitted in the heart of terror, yet he felt their absence keenly. His hands, which had wielded a power sword in battle, now clenched at his sides, the weight of judgment heavy in the silence. The High Lords of Terror sat in their thrones, arrayed in a semicircle before him. Their faces were obscured by shadows, their forms draped in ceremonial robes that marked their power and authority over the Imperium. At the center, seated above the rest, was Lord Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, returned from the mists of history to guide the Imperium once more. His cold blue eyes pierced the distance between them, an ancient mind calculating the fate of a chapter that now stood accused of treachery. Chapter Master Rock of the Iron Wardens, Lord Guilliman's voice rang out, deep and commanding, filling the hall with its gravita. You stand here today to answer for your chapter's actions, for the deviation from the Codex Astartes. This is not a matter we take lightly. Rourke inclined his head in respect, his voice steady as he spoke. My lord, I am aware of the accusations, but I stand by my decisions. The Codex Astartes is a guide, a doctrine that has ensured the strength of the Adeptus Astartes for millennia. But in the field, in the heat of battle, adaptability is key to victory. My chapter has never wavered in its loyalty to the Emperor, nor has it strayed from his light. Guilliman's gaze remained fixed on Rourke, his expression unreadable. You claim adaptability, yet the reports we have received suggest something far more concerning. Tactical deviations, irregular formations, and a reliance on unconventional warfare. All of these are marks of a chapter operating outside the strictures of the Codex. Rourke met the Primarch's gaze, unflinching. I did what was necessary to protect the Imperium, my lord. The enemies we face are unlike those of old. Tyranids, Necrons, and the growing shadow of chaos threats cannot always be met with rigid adhered. I acted in the best interests of the Imperium to preserve humanity in the face of annihilation. A murmur rippled through the High Lords, their whispers barely audible, but Rourke could feel the weight of their judgment growing. He knew that the Codex was more than just a military manual. It was the foundation upon which the Adeptus Astartes had been rebuilt after the heresy. To challenge it was to challenge the very fabric of the Space Marines' existence. One of the High Lords leaned forward, his voice thin and reedy. Chapter Master, you have been observed leading your forces in methods that some might say resemble the tactics of traitor legions. There are reports of your scouts engaging in hit-and-run strikes, of your tactical marines being used in independent warbands rather than the prescribed companies. These deviations may seem minor to you, but they erode the cohesion of the Emperor's chosen warriors. Rock bristled at the implication. We have always fought with honor, my lord. Our enemies are adaptive, ever-changing. The tactics we employed were born out of necessity, not disobedience. The Tyranids devour entire systems, the Necrons rise with unrelenting strength, and chaos corrupts from within. We cannot afford to fight by rote. Each battle requires different strategies. Guilliman raised a hand, silencing the murmurs that followed Rook's words. Necessity does not excuse deviation. The Codex Astarte was written to ensure that no one chapter would ever grow too independent, too powerful. The Horus heresy began with Astarte, who believed they knew better, who thought they could bend the Emperor's will to their own. Do you believe you stand above the Codex, Chapter Master? Rook's heart pounded in his chest. This was the moment of truth. He could feel the cold stare of Guilliman piercing through him, the weight of 10,000 years of history hanging over his words. He knew that to defy the Codex openly, to declare himself and his chapter above its tenets, would be to invite destruction, and yet he could not deny the truth of his experience, the reality of the battles he had fought and the choices he had made. I do not stand above the Codex, my Lord, Rock said, his voice firm, but I do stand by my decisions. The Codex is a guide, a blueprint for the Imperium's defense, but it is not infallible. We face threats today that were never imagined during the Great Crusade, foes that defy the tactics of the past. My chapter has fought and bled for the Imperium, and every decision I made was to safeguard the Emperor's realm. If that required deviation from doctrine, then I accept that burden, but we have never once turned from our duty. There was a long, heavy silence in the hall. The High Lords whispered amongst themselves, their voices blending into an indistinct murmur of judgment. Guilliman's expression remained impassive, his thoughts concealed behind an impenetrable wall of experience and wisdom. Finally, the Primarch spoke again, his voice quieter but no less powerful. Loyalty to the Emperor is not questioned here, Chapter Master, but loyalty to the Codex is paramount. You say you have acted in the best interests of the Imperium, and I will take you at your word. But understand this, the Codex was written not just to guide, but to protect. It is the anchor that holds the Adeptus Astartes together, that prevents us from slipping into the chaos that nearly destroyed the Imperium. Rock nodded slowly, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. Guilliman stood, his presence towering over the chamber. Your chapter will be placed under scrutiny. Your actions will be monitored closely, and if any further deviation from the Codex is observed, the consequences will be severe. I understand the nature of warfare has changed, but the core of the Adeptus Astartes must remain strong, united under one doctrine. Drok bowed his head in acknowledgement. I understand, my lord. You are dismissed, Chapter Master. May the Emperor's light guide you back to your brothers. As Rourke turned and strode from the chamber, the cold weight of judgment still pressing against him, he knew that the Iron Wardens had narrowly escaped annihilation, but the path forward was clear. They would continue to fight, to defend the Imperium with every fibre of their being. And though the Codex Astartes would once again bind their tactics, Rourke knew that the battlefields of the future would require more than blind adherence to doctrine. It would require warriors willing to adapt, to evolve, and to face the ever-changing horrors of the galaxy head-on. As he stepped into the light of terror's surface once more, the towering spires of the imperial palace behind him, Rourke felt a renewed sense of purpose. The Iron Wardens would endure, they would fight, and they would prove, beyond any doubt, their loyalty to the Emperor. Story 19. Rogue Psyker in the Ranks. The dimly lit chamber of the Crimson Vengeance was silent, save for the low hum of the ship's engine far below. Captain Darius of the Blood Falcons stood alone in the center of the room, staring at the servitor-operated data console before him. His face, usually set in the hard, resolute lines of a battle-worn warrior, was twisted in thought, tension etched across his features. To the words on the screen before him weighed heavily in his mind, words that threatened the integrity of his entire company. The situation had gone from a minor concern to a full-blown crisis, and now Darius was faced with a decision that could fracture his chapter, or worse, draw the unwanted gaze of the Inquisition. One of his brothers, a warrior named Ulrich, had begun to exhibit signs of psychic power. It had started subtly at first, strange occurrences during combat, odd feelings of dread before ambushes, unexplained moments of foresight. Darius had dismissed these as battle instincts after all. Every Space Marine was honed to a razor's edge by countless years of combat. But then, the incidents had grown more blatant. During the last engagement with Orc Raiders, Auric had sent a bolt of psychic force crashing into the Xenos, reducing several of them to smouldering husks. There was no mistaking what had happened. Auric was manifesting psychic abilities, a development that could change everything for the Blood Falcons. Darius's first instinct had been to turn Auric over to the chapter's librarius, to have him assessed and trained, but the Blood Falcons had never had a librarius. It was a point of pride for their chapter. Their genetic lineage was pure, free from the mutations that often brought forth psychers among their ranks. The chapter's doctrines were clear. Any sign of psychic mutation was to be reported immediately to the higher authorities, often leading to the subject being turned over to the Inquisition for further investigation. The thought of seeing Ulrich, one of his finest warriors, taken away to be subjected to the brutal scrutiny of the Ordo Hereticus, filled Darius with dread. The Inquisition's involvement would bring chaos to the Blood Falcons. Psychers, especially untrained rogue psychers, were viewed with suspicion by the Inquisition, and the presence of one within the chapter could invite unwanted attention. The Inquisition's presence could tear the chapter apart, questioning not just Auric's loyalty, but the entire company's integrity. Worse, it could lead to purges or even dissolution, depending on what they uncovered. Darius clenched his fists, his mind racing through the options before him. He could alert the chapter master, who would likely do the same as he would in Darius's position, turn Auric over to the Inquisition and let fate decide his future. Or he could hide Auric's powers and keep the secret within his company. But keeping such a secret was a dangerous game. The consequences of being discovered would be far worse than simply reporting the incident. Yet Auric had been loyal, unflinching in his service to the chapter, a warrior whose skills had saved countless lives. Could Darius truly turn him over, knowing what would likely happen to him? The door to the chamber slid open with a quiet hiss, and Surgeon Kalos entered. His presence broke the oppressive silence of Darius's thoughts, and the captain turned to face him. "Captain, you requested me," Kalos said, his tone formal but concerned. "Is this about Auric?" Darius nodded slowly, motioning for Kalos to step forward. The sergeant had been with Darius for decades, his trusted second in command, and one of the few people Darius could confide in. "You know as well as I do what this means," Darius said quietly. "Oryx's developing psychic powers. If the Inquisition gets wind of this..." Cullis frowned, the lines on his face deepening. "The Inquisition will tear the chapter apart, looking for corruption. We both know they'll see one rogue psyker as a sign of something worse, whether it's true or not." "That's what I fear," Darius replied, his voice tense. "Oryx has been nothing but loyal, but untrained psykers are a threat. His powers could spiral out of control, but if we hand him over, it won't just be his life at stake. The Inquisition will question everything about us." Caius crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "We could hide it," he said slowly. "Train him ourselves, keep it within the company. But that's a dangerous path, Captain. If anyone finds out..." Darius knew the risks. Hiding a psyker within their ranks was treasonous in the eyes of the Imperium, a direct violation of the rigid doctrines they swore to uphold. But loyalty to his men weighed just as heavily. Ulrich had fought beside them for decades, earning his place in the chapter through countless battles. Could Darius condemn him to a fate worse than death? "Ulrich's a good man," Kalos continued, his voice softer now. "But we have to think of the chapter. If we keep this secret, it could destroy us. The Inquisition's purges are not something we can survive." Darius let out a slow breath, his mind still torn between duty and loyalty. He had led his men through fire and blood, seen them rise to greatness, and watched too many of them fall in battle. The thought of sacrificing Ulrich to the cold, heartless machinery of the Inquisition turned his stomach, but he knew that hiding such a secret would jeopardize everything they had built. "I will speak to Ulrich," Darius said finally, his voice low. "He deserves to know what's at stake. We cannot make this decision without him." Cullis nodded, his face grim but understanding. "I'll leave it to you, Captain. Just know that whatever you decide, the men will follow you." Darius nodded in return, though his heart remained heavy with doubt. After Kalos left, Darius summoned Ulrich to his chambers. When the battled brother entered, there was no hint of fear in his expression, no tremor in his step. He was a space marine after all, unafraid of death or judgment. Yet, as he stood before his captain, he must have sensed the gravity of the situation. "Captain," Ulrich said, bowing his head in respect, "you wished to see me." Darius studied him for a long moment, then spoke, his voice carefully measured. "You've been manifesting psychic abilities, Ulrich. You know what that means." Ulrich's face remained neutral, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, fear, perhaps, or uncertainty. "I suspected, Captain," he said quietly. "I didn't mean for it to happen, but I felt it growing. The power inside me." "We are loyal to the Emperor," Ulrich, Darius said, his voice hardening. "But rogue psykers are a threat to the chapter. You understand what the Inquisition would do if they learned of this?" Ulrich swallowed, his gaze steady, but filled with the weight of his situation. "I will not endanger my brothers, Captain. If I must be turned over to the Inquisition, I will accept my fate." Darius shook his head, stepping closer. "I don't want to turn you over. You're one of us, Ulrich. You've fought for this chapter with honor, but we cannot hide this forever. If you lose control of your power, if anyone else finds out..." For a moment silence filled the chamber, the gravity of the decision hanging between them like a sword. Ulrich finally spoke, his voice low. "Then perhaps I should leave, exile myself. I cannot allow the chapter to fall because of me." Darius looked at him, seeing the loyalty, the sacrifice in his brother's eyes. It was a choice he couldn't bear, but the alternative was too dangerous. "No," he said softly. "We'll find another way." And so the captain and his battle brother stood together in the chamber, their fates intertwined by the dangerous secret that now bound them. The choice had been made, but the consequences, whether damnation or salvation, remained to be seen. Story 20. The Return of the Primarch. The Iron Oath chapter's fortress monastery, built into the rugged mountains of the planet Darvanis, had always been a place of grim silence, where duty and honor ruled above all. But now it was filled with a tension unlike anything the chapter had experienced in centuries. Word had spread throughout the Imperium, rumors that defied reason. The Iron Oath claimed to have found a living Primarch, the son of the Emperor, lost to history, now returned to lead his sons once more. Chapter Master Varys stood at the heart of the assembly hall, flanked by his senior officers, their blackened iron armor gleaming in the dim light of the torches that lined the walls. The hall was filled with the most trusted members of the chapter, but there was unease in their eyes, whispers of doubt rippling through the ranks. Outside the hall, the fortress was abuzz with activity, messengers from other chapters arriving, the ever-watchful agents of the Inquisition lurking in the shadows, and vox transmissions from Imperial commanders demanding answers. The Primarch had returned, they said, but the galaxy had changed in ways that made such claims almost impossible to believe. Russ stared at the figure who stood at the center of the hall. He was tall, taller than any of the Space Marines present, clad in ancient, battle-worn armor that was unmistakably of the Great Crusade era. His face was noble, chiseled from both time and war, and his eyes, those piercing eyes, radiated the same commanding presence that the legends of the Primarchs described. His armor bore the insignia of the Iron Oath, yet it was far older than anything the chapter possessed, and his voice was that of a leader from another age, full of authority and certainty. "I am Callus," the figure said, his voice resonating through the hall. "I led this chapter when it was born in the fires of the Great Crusade, and I have returned from the darkness of time to reclaim my place and lead my sons once more." To the words echoed with the assembly, but they only deepened the tension in the room. To the Iron Oath, this figure was their salvation, a living link to their founding. But to the rest of the Imperium, and especially the Inquisition, such a claim was heresy waiting to be proven. Varys stepped forward, his voice calm but tinged with an undercurrent of concern. "My lord, if you truly are Callus, if you truly are our Primarch, then you must understand the gravity of this moment. The Imperium has not seen a new Primarch rise since the return of Gulliman. You will be challenged, questioned, and some will not believe." Callus smiled, though it was a cold, calculating smile. "Doubt is the weapon of the weak, Chapter Master. I have returned to lead, not to plead for acceptance. The Emperor's sons are few, but we are eternal. I survived the heresy, and now I have come back to bring strength to the Iron Oath and the Imperium." There was something in his tone that made Varys uneasy. It was not just confidence, it was a certainty that brooked no challenge. And yet, Varys had no choice but to trust. For if Callus was truly their Primarch, then this was a gift from the Emperor himself. But there were others who would not be so easily convinced. As if summoned by Varys's thoughts, the doors to the assembly hall groaned open, and a group of figures entered, 3 Space Marine captains from other chapters, accompanied by a robed and masked figure wearing the unmistakable sigils of the Inquisition. Captain Severian of the Silver Blades, his blue armor adorned with intricate detailing, stepped forward. His eyes locked onto Callus with a mixture of skepticism and wariness. "Chapter Master Varys," Severian said, his voice clipped and formal, "we have heard the rumors. A Primax lost to time, now returned. But we must be certain. We must know the truth of this claim before we bow to anyone, even one who claims the blood of the Emperor." The Inquisitor, standing just behind Severian, spoke next, his voice hollow through the vox-modulated mask. "So the Imperium has seen many false prophets, many claims of divine return that have led to disaster. We must be absolutely certain. The Primarchs were created by the Emperor himself, and their return cannot be taken lightly." Varys turned to face the newcomers, his expression unreadable. "This is Callus, the Primarch of the Iron Oath. He has returned from the darkness to lead us. We will not turn our backs on him." The Inquisitor stepped forward, his dark robes billowing as he moved. "Perhaps, but we will conduct our own investigation. So there are protocols, tests, and inquiries that must be undertaken. The Inquisition does not permit such claims to go unchallenged. We will examine this individual thoroughly." Callus, who had remained silent through the exchange, now stepped forward, his presence filling the room. He looked directly at the Inquisitor, his eyes narrowing. "You doubt my lineage, Inquisitor? You who are not even Astarte. Who are you to question the son of the Emperor?" The Inquisitor met his gaze without flinching. "I am the voice of the Emperor's will in matters such as these. No one is above suspicion, not even a Primarch, especially one who emerges from the shadows of history with no warning. We have seen too many heretics rise under the guise of divine providence." The tension in the room grew thicker, and Varys felt the weight of his duty bearing down on him. He knew that allowing the Inquisition to investigate could bring ruin to his chapter. If they found anything amiss, anything that cast doubt on Callus's identity, the entire Iron Oath could be branded heretics. Yet to refuse the Inquisition's involvement would only make matters worse. Varys spoke carefully. "We will cooperate with the Inquisition's investigation. Our chapter has nothing to hide." Callus's expression hardened, but he said nothing, his eyes flickering with an intensity that unsettled even his loyal sons. For the first time, Varys began to wonder if this truly was their Primarch. Could such a being, so filled with arrogance and disdain, be the noble figure they had revered in their chapter's legends? Days passed, and the Inquisition's investigation deepened. Genetic tests were conducted, records from the heresy era scoured, and psychic interrogations were performed. The Iron Oath fortress monastery buzzed with suspicion and dread. The warriors of the chapter torn between loyalty to their supposed Primarch and the uneasy feeling that something was deeply wrong. The final judgment came in a private audience between Varys, Callus, and the Inquisitor. The results were damning. The genetic markers were close, nearly identical to those of a Primarch, but there were anomalies, strange deviations that pointed to something else, something darker. The Inquisitor had also uncovered ancient records suggesting that Callus had not died in the heresy, but had vanished under suspicious circumstances. "The truth is clear," the Inquisitor said coldly. "This is not a Primarch. It is a being of dark origin, likely a clone or a creation of foul warp sorcery. This is no son of the Emperor. This is a lie." Varys's heart sank, his worst fears confirmed. The Iron Oath had been deceived, led astray by a pretender. Callus, for his part, said nothing, his face set in an expression of cold fury. "You have betrayed your brothers," the Inquisitor said, his voice thick with disgust. Your fate will be decided by the Emperor's true servants." So as Varys prepared to speak, Callus suddenly moved faster than any mortal could follow. He struck the Inquisitor with terrifying force, breaking his neck with a single blow. The room erupted in chaos as Varys and the others leapt into action, but it was too late. Callus had revealed his true nature, a dark, twisted reflection of what a Primarch should be. The Iron Oath had been deceived, and now they faced not just the judgment of the Inquisition, but the wrath of the Imperium itself. In the end, it wasn't just the pretender who fell, but the chapter that had believed in him. Story 21. Against the Dark Eldar. The skies above Caron IX were split by jagged arcs of lightning as the Iron Talon's strike cruiser, Hammer of Retribution, descended into the atmosphere. The planet, once a thriving mining world under Imperial rule, had been reduced to a desolate wasteland by relentless Dark Eldar raids. The Xenos had carved the surface into a grotesque playground for their twisted pleasures, abducting thousands of Imperial citizens for their insidious purposes. Now, Captain Leonis of the Iron Talons led a desperate mission to retrieve what few survivors remained before they could be spirited away into the depths of the webway. The strike force, small but lethal, had been hastily assembled following a distress call from the planet's governor, whose last message had been filled with fear and despair. The Dark Eldar had descended like a plague, their sleek vessels slicing through the sky as they took prisoners in droves. Imperial Guard forces had been decimated, their lines shattered by the speed and brutality of the Dark Eldar raiders. Leonis knew time was running out. Every moment they delayed meant more souls lost to the vile torturers of Comoret. As the Hammer of Retribution landed in a shallow ravine outside the ruins of Caron's capital, Leonis stood at the ramp, his power armor gleaming in the storm's flickering light. His helmet locked in place with a hiss of pressure, and his HUD flickered to life, displaying the tactical readouts from the surface. Brother Sergeant Varen approached, his plasma pistol humming with lethal energy. "The Xenos are still in the city," Varen reported, his voice steady over the vox. "Scouts have confirmed they've set up a staging area near the central processing facility. We've detected multiple transport craft in the vicinity, likely filled with prisoners. The enemy's guard is down, but they won't stay that way for long." Leonis nodded, his mind already focused on the mission. The Dark Eldar were notorious for their speed and cunning. They struck fast, took what they wanted, and vanished before reinforcements could respond. This raid had been no different, but the Iron Talons were not the prey the Dark Eldar usually hunted. They were the Emperor's wrath made manifest, and today they would show the Xenos the price of their arrogance. "Deploy the strike teams," Leonis ordered, his voice a calm rumble over the vox. "We go in fast and hard. Our priority is the prisoners. No matter what, we get them out." The ramp of the Hammer of Retribution lowered with a hiss, and the strike force moved out, the clank of ceramite boots echoing in the storm. Leonis led the way, his bolter held at the ready, the familiar weight of it a comfort. Behind him, two squads of battle brothers advanced in disciplined formation, their weapons primed for battle. Thunder crackled overhead as they made their way toward the capital's ruins, the once grand spires now broken and crumbling under the relentless assault of the Dark Eldar. The city was a graveyard. Bodies of Imperial citizens and guardsmen alike littered the streets, their corpses twisted in unnatural poses, some still suspended by the barbed hooks and chains that the Dark Eldar used to drag their captives away. A stench of death and burning flesh filled the air, It was a scene of pure horror, but Leonis and his battle brothers pressed on, their resolve unshaken. As they neared the central processing facility, the sounds of the Dark Eldar grew louder, high-pitched laughter, the hiss of alien technology, and the clatter of bones. Leonis signaled for his men to halt. He scanned the area, his enhanced senses picking up movement ahead. In the distance he could see the Xenos. Tall, slender figures moved with unnatural grace, their armor glistening in the rain as they prowled around their captives. The prisoners, huddled in cages and bound by chains, looked broken, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. Leonis knew they had only moments before the Dark Eldar sensed their presence. The element of surprise was their only advantage. "On my mark," Leonis whispered into the Vox. "We hit them with everything we've got. No mercy." His battle brothers responded with a low growl of affirmation. Leonis raised his fist, his bolter trained on the nearest group of Dark Eldar. He could see the cruel sneers on their faces, hear the whispered taunts they spat at their captives. These Xenos monsters had no soul, no honor. They were predators that fed on pain and despair. Now, Leonis barked. The iron talons struck with the fury of a thunderstorm. Bolters roared, spitting explosive rounds into the Xenos' ranks. The first few Dark Eldar fell in a spray of blood and shattered armor, their bodies crumpling to the ground before they could react. Plasma fire cut through the rain, incinerating the twisted forms of the alien raiders. Brother Sergeant Baron charged forward, his plasma pistol discharging with a bright flash as he vaporized a Dark Eldar warrior in a single shot. The Dark Eldar, for all their cruelty and speed, were taken by surprise. They screeched in fury as they tried to regroup, their lithe forms darting through the rubble with unnatural speed. Leonis had fought these Xenos before he knew their tactics. They relied on mobility and misdirection, striking from the shadows and vanishing before the enemy could respond. But here, in the ruined streets of Karenai X, there was nowhere for them to run. A Dark Eldar archer, tall and menacing in his Baroque armor, emerged from the shadows, flanked by a squad of iron cubi. So their glowing blades hummed with lethal energy, and their movements were fluid, almost too fast to track. The Archon's eyes locked onto Leonis, and he smiled a predator's smile. "You come to die, Mon Kai," the Archon hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "Your souls will scream for eternity." Leonis charged without hesitation, his power sword igniting with a crackle of energy. The Archon parried the strike with unnatural speed, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. Around them, the battle raged. Bolters thundered as the iron talons fought to secure the prisoners, cutting down the Dark Eldar as they attempted to regroup. The Archon moved with grace, each strike precise, but Leonis was relentless. His sword struck again and again, driving the Xenos leader back with the sheer force of his blows. The Archon's smug smile faded as he realized the fury of the Space Marine before him. With a roar, Leonis slashed through the Archon's guard, his power sword biting deep into the Xenos' chest. The Archon's scream of rage was cut short as Leonis twisted the blade and drove it through the alien's heart. The Dark Eldar forces, leaderless and in disarray, fell apart under the onslaught. The remaining raiders scattered, retreating into the shadows as the iron talons pressed forward, freeing the prisoners from their cages. The survivors, broken but alive, were hurried toward the extraction point. Leonis stood amidst the ruins, his sword dripping with the blood of the young Zot. his breathing heavy but controlled. Around him his battle brothers gathered, their armor scorched and bloodied, but victorious. The Dark Eldar were gone, for now, but Leonis knew this was only a temporary reprieve. The Xenos would return to their dark city, seeking vengeance, but today the Emperor's justice had been delivered. Mission complete, Leonis voxed to his command. We have the prisoners. Let the Xenos run. We will be waiting when they come again. Storm still raged overhead as the Iron Talons and their rescued chargers withdrew, leaving behind a battlefield soaked in rain and Xenos blood. So the hammer of retribution lifted off into the darkened sky, carrying with it a small victory against the endless horrors of the galaxy. Within hours, a small detachment of battle brothers was deployed to investigate the southern perimeter. They moved swiftly across the ruined landscape, their bolters ready as they followed the last known coordinates of Ulrich's squad. What they found was a scene of carnage. Ulrich's squad had been ambushed, their bodies strewn across the rocky terrain, torn apart by energy weapons and barbed hooks. Drukhari Varka spat, surveying the scene. They've been here. Dragon knelt beside Ulrich's body, his armor scorched by splinter fire. He could feel the rage building within him, the burning need for vengeance. The Dark Eldar had taken more than his brothers, they had taken the hope of rebuilding. Each loss now was magnified, a wound that threatened to cripple the entire chapter. We can't allow this to go unanswered, Varka said, his voice thick with anger. The Drukhari will strike again, picking at us until we break. Dragon rose to his feet, his hands clenched into fists. They will bleed for this. For the next week, the Iron Shields prepared for retribution. Every available brother was armed and ready, their diminished numbers supplemented by whatever reserves they could muster. Though they were few, they would fight with the fury of a full chapter. Dragon led from the front, his heart filled with the cold, calculated anger that had made him a deadly commander. The Drukhari struck again, as expected, their sleek skimmers darting across the sky, their sadistic warriors eager for fresh prey. But this time the Iron Shields were ready. Dragon's battle plan was precise and devastating. Heavy weapons tore through the Drukhari's fragile craft, while bolters barked in deadly unison, cutting down the Xenos with righteous fury. The Dark Eldar had expected a weakened foe, easy prey for their raiding parties. So what they encountered instead was the fury of warriors with nothing left to lose. So by the end of the battle, the Drukhari had been driven from the planet, their raiding parties shattered, but the cost had been high. More of Dragon's brothers had fallen, their bodies added to the growing list of martyrs in the chapter's Hall of Remembrance. As the dust settled, Dragon stood among the dead, his mind filled with both pride and sorrow. They had won, but their numbers were fewer than ever. The road to rebuilding the Iron Shields would be long and fraught with peril, but they had taken the first step. Varka's dragon said quietly, "Begin the trials. Bring me the strongest aspirants we can find. We will forge new warriors. The Iron Shields will rise again." Varka's bowed, and Dragon turned to the sky, where the storm clouds gathered once more. He knew the threats were far from over, but he also knew that, even in their darkest hour, the spirit of the Iron Shields remained unbroken. They would rebuild, they would endure, and they would fight as they always had. Story 24. The Tyrant's Revenge. The planet of Valar Prime had once been a jewel of the Imperium, a world known for its rich resources and strategic value. Its spires rose high into the heavens. surrounded by vast industrial complexes that churned out weapons and supplies for the Emperor's wars. But now Valar Prime had fallen into darkness. Its governor, once a loyal servant of the Imperium, had turned against his masters, declaring independence and severing all ties with the Throne of Terror. The governor, Alaric Theon, had proclaimed himself ruler of Valar Prime, styling himself a tyrant in open rebellion. Worse, reports had surfaced of alliances with renegade factions and whispers of heresy. The Imperium could not allow such defiance to go unpunished. The Black Talons chapter had been chosen to deliver the Emperor's wrath. Captain Lucien stood at the helm of the Storm's Claw, the strike cruiser that had carried his squad through the warp to Valar Prime's orbit. His battle brothers stood behind him, silent and stoic in their midnight black armor, their eyes gleaming with the cold determination of warriors who knew only duty and war. Lucien had fought on countless worlds, bringing ruin to traitors and Xenos alike, but this mission carried a particular weight. The betrayal of a governor was no small matter. Such acts often rippled through the nearby systems, threatening to unravel Imperial control. The Valar Prime had to be reclaimed and Alaric Theon's treachery stamped out with ruthless efficiency. "Captain," Brother Sergeant Janus said, stepping up beside him, "our Thunderhawks are prepped. The scouts have completed their reconnaissance. Theon's forces are concentrated around the planetary capital, Valar Spire. He's fortified the city's defenses with PDF troops and a cadre of mercenaries. Initial reports suggest that he's expecting us, but our element of surprise remains intact." Lucien's jaw tightened beneath his helm. "Theon will be expecting us, yes, but he does not understand what it means to defy the Emperor. He thinks he can hold his throne with bought guns and treachery. He is wrong." Janus nodded. "We deploy in 10 minutes, Captain." Lucien turned to face his squad. The Black Talons were renowned for their brutal efficiency and surgical precision. Every one of his warriors had been handpicked for this mission, a mission that would not only destroy a traitor but send a message to all who would consider following in Theon's footsteps. "Brothers," Lucien began, his voice carrying the weight of authority and purpose, "we are the Emperor's vengeance made flesh. Governor Theon has turned his back on the throne, and by doing so he has sentenced himself and his world to death. We will strike swiftly and without mercy. We will tear down his walls, topple his throne, and cast his name into oblivion. This rebellion dies today." The Marines responded with grim determination, their armor gleaming in the low light of the ship's hangar. Their bolters were primed, their power weapons charged, and their minds were focused. They were ready. Minutes later, the Thunderhawks descended through the planet's atmosphere, the roar of their engines barely audible over the thunderous wind. The capital city of Valar Spire loomed ahead, its towering spires piercing the storm-laden sky. From above, the city was a fortress with battlements and heavy weapon emplacements strategically placed to repel an invasion. But this was no ordinary invasion, this was the Black Talons. As the Thunderhawks approached the outskirts of the city, anti-aircraft fire erupted from the ground. Theon's forces were prepared, their defensive systems targeting the incoming ships. Lucien's Thunderhawk veered sharply, dodging a volley of missiles that streaked past the hull. He could feel the strain of the ship's engines as they powered through the barrage, but his focus remained unbroken. "Hold steady," Lucien barked over the vox. "We will not be deterred." The Thunderhawk dove lower, skimming the rooftops of the outer districts before deploying its grav chutes. Lucien and his squad leapt from the vessel, plummeting toward the ground with practiced precision. Their landing was swift, their black armor blending into the shadows of the ruined buildings that lined the edge of the city. As the rest of the squad deployed, Lucian scanned the horizon, his enhanced vision picking out enemy positions. Theon's forces were moving their PDF troops, scrambling to fortify the inner defenses, while the mercenaries, hired guns of questionable loyalty, manned the outer perimeter. Janus, Lucian voxed to his second in command, split the squad. You'll take your team through the northern district and eliminate any resistance. I'll lead the main assault through the central avenue. We need to divide their forces before we hit the palace. Janus nodded, his voice filled with cold resolve. Understood, Captain. Squad split into 2 fire teams, moving swiftly and silently through the streets. The city was a maze of crumbling buildings and industrial spires, its populace long since cowed by the tyrant's rule. Lucian's team advanced through the central avenue, their bolters raised and ready as they closed in on the palace district. It didn't take long for them to encounter resistance. PDF troopers, clad in mismatched armor, emerged from behind barricades, their lasguns crackling with fire. Engage, Lucian ordered, his voice steady as he raised his bolter. The first shots rang out, a volley of disciplined fire that tore through the ranks of the defenders. The PDF soldiers were no match for the Black Talons. Their lasgun fire was inaccurate, their formation sloppy. Lucian's bolter roared, cutting down troopers with every pull of the trigger. His squad moved like shadows, striking with ruthless efficiency. The PDF lines broke within minutes, their bodies scattered in the bloodied streets. Ahead, the towering walls of Theon's palace loomed. Heavy bolters and autocannons were mounted along the ramparts, their barrels swiveling toward the approaching space marines. Lucian's team pressed forward, their advance relentless. The ground trembled as explosions ripped through the barricades, clearing a path toward the palace gates. Inside Alaric, Theon watched from his throne, his fingers drumming nervously on the armrests. He had once been a man of power and prestige, a governor respected by his peers. But now, as the Black Talons closed in, he could feel the weight of his decisions crashing down upon him. He had thought he could defy the Imperium, that his alliances with renegade forces would keep him safe, but he had not counted on the wrath of the Emperor's finest. Lucian breached the palace gates with a single devastating charge, his power sword slicing through the thick metal as though it were paper. The Black Talons stormed into the throne room, their bolters raised, their presence a terrifying contrast to the opulent decadence of the governor's palace. Theon's personal guard, a cadre of mercenaries and sycophants, raised their weapons in a desperate attempt to defend their master, but it was futile. The Black Talons cut them down without mercy. Theon stood from his throne, his face pale with fear. "Wait, I can." Lucian's power sword sliced through the air, cutting Theon's words short. The traitor governor fell to the floor, his blood pooling at the feet of his would-be throne. With their leader dead, the remnants of Theon's forces surrendered or fled into the wilderness. Valar Prime was once again under the control of the Imperium. As Lucian stood over the fallen body of the tyrant, his gaze steely, he knew the work was far from over. The Imperium would rebuild the world, but the price of treason had been paid in full. Valar Prime had been reclaimed, but the lesson was clear. To defy the Emperor was to invite ruin, swift and absolute. The Black Talons had delivered that message with every strike of their blades, with every shot of their bolters. Story 25. The Lost Battle Brother. The storm-racked world of Korath had been abandoned by the Imperium for over a decade, its population left to fend for themselves as the endless wars of the galaxy drew the Emperor's attention elsewhere. But for the Iron Mantles, Korath had once been a place of valor. It was here that they had fought a brutal campaign against the Orc warlord Gashkrog, a campaign that had claimed the lives of many battle brothers, including one who had been presumed lost brother Cordian. Story 22. The Ghost Fleet of the Imperium. The fleet appeared without warning, drifting silently through the void, as if the Immaterium had spat it out like an afterthought. Ships that had once been sleek and majestic, symbols of imperial might, now drifted listlessly, their hulls scarred by the ravages of time and the corrosive to the warp. The Iron Resolve, an ancient battle barge, led the formation. Its once proud banners hung tattered, its gun batteries cold and silent. Around it floated strike cruisers, frigates and escorts, all bearing the same signs of decay. The ships had returned, but they carried with them the weight of something far darker than time's passage. From the bridge of the Aquila's light, Captain Dacian of the Iron Fist chapter watched the incoming fleet with a sense of deep foreboding. His battle brothers, standing vigilant at their stations, shared his unease. The warp had swallowed the Crimson Swords fleet centuries ago during what was meant to be a routine crusade into the Hollow Stars. They had been declared lost, another grim tally in the Imperium's endless struggle against the unknown horrors of the galaxy. And yet, here they were back, after disappearing without a trace for nearly 500 years. Captain Brother Sergeant Valerian spoke from his position near the auger arrays. We're receiving no vox signals, no hails, nothing. It's as if the entire fleet is dead. Dacian's jaw tightened beneath his helmet. Keep trying. If this is truly the Crimson Swords, then we must establish contact. But be cautious. The Aquila's light slowly approached the ghost fleet, its engines thrumming softly as it maneuvered through the darkness. The closer they drew, the more apparent it became that something was horribly wrong. The hulls of the ships were covered in strange, arcane markings that flickered in and out of sight, as though reality itself struggled to contain them. Lights blinked on and off at random, and shadows played across the ship's surfaces in ways that defied logic. Something about the fleet seemed unnatural, as if the ships themselves were alive, pulsing with a dark and malevolent presence. "Captain, I don't like this," Valerian murmured, his eyes narrowing as he studied the fleet. "It's not right. There's something foul at work here." Dacian couldn't disagree. Every instinct honed from decades of warfare screamed at him to keep his distance. The warp was a treacherous realm, filled with horrors that could twist even the mightiest space marines into abominations. For the Crimson Swords to return after so long without any explanation could only mean one thing: they had been changed. "Prepare a boarding party," Dacian ordered, his voice cold and resolute. "If the Crimson Swords are aboard those ships, we will find them and determine what has befallen them. But be ready for anything. The warp leaves no one untouched." Within minutes, a squad of Iron Fists was assembled, their black and gold power armor gleaming in the dim light of the deployment bay. Dacian led them, his bolter clutched tightly in his hands, his mind focused on the task ahead. The Thunderhawk transport hummed to life, its engines roaring as it launched from the Aquila's light and made its way toward the battle barge Iron Resolve. As they approached, the ship's vast hull loomed before them like a dead titan, its massive bulk drifting aimlessly in the void. The Thunderhawk docked with a groaning hiss, and the boarding ramp lowered into the darkness of the iron resolve. The stench of rot and decay hit them immediately, a putrid scent that should not have existed in the sterile environment of a starship. Darcian's helmet filters kicked in, but even through the machinery he could sense the foulness that permeated the air. "Stay alert," Darcian ordered, stepping down the ramp and into the dimly lit corridor beyond, weapons at the ready. The squad advanced in tight formation, their bolters sweeping the hallways as they moved deeper into the ship. The lights flickered erratically, casting long shadows that twisted and danced in ways that made the skin crawl. The walls were streaked with strange, pulsating growths that resembled tumors of warp energy, their sickly glow casting an eerie pallor over everything. "Brother Sergeant," Valerian stepped forward, his voice tight over the vox. "Captain, there's something wrong here. I've seen warp corruption before, but this is different. It's like the ship itself is alive." Darcian nodded grimly. He had noticed it too. The ship seemed to breathe, the walls expanding and contracting, as if they were organic, pulsating with a faint, sickly rhythm that mirrored a heartbeat. The deeper they went, the worse it became, and still there was no sign of life. No vox signals, no movement, just the endless, oppressive silence. They reached the command deck, the massive blast doors groaning as they forced them open. Inside the bridge was a scene of horror. The remains of the Crimson Sword's crew were scattered across the room, their bodies twisted and mangled in ways that defied explanation. Some appeared to have been fused with their consoles, their flesh merging with metal in grotesque patterns. Others had been reduced to skeletal husks, their armor torn open by unseen forces. And at the center of the bridge, standing still as statues, were the Crimson Swords themselves. Darcian's heart sank as he recognized the figures. The crimson and silver armor was unmistakable. These were the survivors of the lost fleet. But something was terribly wrong. Their once proud armor was cracked and corroded, their helms bent at unnatural angles. Their bodies stood rigid, as if frozen in time, but their eyes, those cold, dead eyes, glowed with a sickly green light. "By the Emperor," one of Darcian's battle brothers whispered. The Crimson Swords were no longer alive, but they were not dead either. They were something in between, something twisted by the warp's malevolent touch. And then, without warning, their heads turned in unison, their glowing eyes locking onto the intruders. "They see us," Valerian shouted, his bolter snapping up to target the nearest figure. Before Darcian could give the order, the Crimson Swords moved, their bodies creaking and groaning as if dragged by unseen hands. They moved like marionettes on invisible strings, their once noble forms now grotesque and unnatural. They charged with inhuman speed, their weapons still functional despite the decay raised in silent, deadly fury. "Fire!" Darcian bellowed, his bolter roaring to life. The bridge erupted into chaos as the iron fists opened fire, explosive rounds slamming into the twisted forms of the Crimson Swords. But the traitor Marines didn't fall. Their bodies absorbed the punishment, dark energy swirling around them as they closed the distance with terrifying speed. Darcian fought with every ounce of his strength, his power sword cutting through corrupted ceramite, but the sheer weight of the enemy pressed in from all sides. "These aren't space marines anymore," Valerian shouted, his voice strained as he battled a hulking figure that bore the marks of a former chapter master. "There's something else, something born of the warp." Darcy knew he was right. Whatever these creatures had once been, they were no longer brothers. So they were abominations, the corrupted remnants of the Crimson Swords, twisted by the dark powers of the warp into monstrous forms. Their armor and weapons were still intact, but their souls had long since been claimed by the Immaterium. "Fall back," Dacian ordered, slashing through a lunging figure that once might have been a sergeant. "We can't win this fight. We need to regroup." The Iron Fists fought their way back toward the exit, their bolters firing in controlled bursts as they retreated from the cursed bridge. The Crimson Swords followed relentlessly, their silent forms moving with eerie precision, as if controlled by some unseen force. They reached the Thunderhawk, the ramp hissing open as the squad scrambled aboard. As the transport lifted off from the Iron Resolve, the Ghost Fleet loomed ominously behind them, its dead ships hanging like tombstones in the void. The Crimson Swords had returned, but they were no longer sons of the Emperor. They were revenants cursed by the warp, their souls lost to the dark. As the Aquila's light broke free of the Ghost Fleet's grasp, Dacian knew that this was not the end. The Imperium had to be warned. The Ghost Fleet of the Crimson Swords was out there, waiting in the shadows of the void, a dark reminder of what happens when the warp claims its own. And it would not rest until the Imperium paid for its failure. Story 23. The Reforging of the Chapter. The Iron Shields had once been a proud chapter, their banner a symbol of honor and unyielding strength. Their fortress monastery, towering above the barren plains of Volcris IV, had stood as a bastion of imperial might for millennia, but now it was a shadow of its former self. After their near-catastrophic defeat in the Hadran campaign, only a handful of battle brothers remained, and their numbers were dwindling with each passing day. The enemy had not been kind to them, and even now, as they licked their wounds, predatory factions circled like vultures, eager to finish what had been started. Chapter Master Dragon sat alone in the chapter's war room, the flickering light from the holographic display casting long shadows across his weathered face. His armor, once resplendent in black and gold, was battered and scarred, the mark of a warrior who had seen too many battles but refused to break. His mind was heavy with the burden of rebuilding. The chapter had been decimated, barely a company's worth of space Marines remained, and even those were scattered across the planet, defending against relentless raids from opportunistic foes. The Hadran campaign had not just broken their bodies, it had shattered the very core of their brotherhood. The doors to the war room slid open with a soft hiss, and Brother Captain Varkas entered. He too wore the scars of their defeat, his left arm replaced by a gleaming bionic after it had been torn off during their retreat from Hadran. Varkas was a veteran, one of Dragon's most trusted officers, and his grim expression reflected the state of their chapter. "Chapter Master," Varkas began, his voice low and filled with the same wariness that plagued them all. "The supply convoys from the outer reaches have been intercepted again. The raiders strike faster than we can respond. We lost 2 Thunderhawks and several crates of munitions." Dragon closed his eyes for a moment, steadying himself. Each loss was a blow they could barely afford. Who is behind it this time? Orcs, Dark Elder, renegades? "Orcs," Varkas replied. "Greenskin warbands have grown bolder since they sensed our weakness. They raid the outlying settlements and target our supply lines. We don't have enough men to protect the convoys and keep our enemies from breaching the fortress perimeter." Dragon leaned back in his seat, his gauntleted fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. He had known this day would come. The Iron Shields had always been warriors, not diplomats, and they had little support from outside their sector. Now with their chapter crippled, they were vulnerable to every scavenger and predator in the region. So the orcs were the most pressing threat, but they were not the only one. Word had reached him that the Drukhari had been seen in the system, their swift and sadistic raids picking at the edges of the Iron Shield's territories. Even rumors of chaos warbands prowling in the shadows had begun to surface. The men are stretched too thin, Varka's dragon said quietly. We cannot fight on all fronts. The orcs, the Dark Eldar, even those renegades lurking in the dark, they will pick us apart, unless we can bring the chapter back to strength. Varkas nodded, but his brow furrowed in concern. Reinforcements from the wider Imperium are unlikely, Chapter Master. The Administratum has made it clear we are low on the priority list. We are alone. Dragon sighed deeply, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. Then we will rebuild ourselves. Varkas tilted his head slightly, a flicker of hope in his otherwise grim demeanor. You mean to rebuild the chapter from within? Dragon stood, his tall frame casting a long shadow over the war table. Yes, we still have our genie seed vaults, though damaged. We will begin the process of rebuilding, starting with the few aspirants we can gather. It will take time we don't have, but if we do nothing, the Iron Shields will die. The fortress monastery is barely functional, and the chapter's resources are dwindling. Even if we had the aspirants, it will take decades to rebuild the numbers we need, Varkas said, his voice cautious. Dragon met his gaze, his eyes hard with determination. I know, but we do not need a full chapter to hold this world. We need warriors, even if they are few. We will take only the best recruit from the hardiest of Volcris's population, the strongest of the gladiator pits, the toughest of the hive gangs. The process will be brutal, but we will forge them into space marines. Those who survive will be the foundation of the new Iron Shields. Varkas bowed his head. It will be done, Chapter Master. But there's one more matter, Captain Ulrich's squad, stationed near the southern perimeter. They've gone dark. Dragon's eyes narrowed. Captain Ulrich was one of his few remaining officers, a hardened veteran of the chapter's fiercest battles. If his squad had fallen silent, it meant something dangerous was moving on their territory. Send a recon team, Dragon ordered. I want to know what happened. Cordian had been a legend among the chapter, a veteran of countless battles. His skill with a bolter matched only by his unyielding loyalty to the Emperor. He had been declared missing in action during the final push against Gashkrug's fortress, and though the chapter had mourned his loss, they had honored him as a hero who died in service to the Imperium. That was over 10 years ago. Now, standing in the dimly lit chamber of the Iron Mantle strike cruiser, Captain Aurelius stared at the figure before him. Brother Cordian had returned, but something was wrong. The figure that stood before Aurelius wore the same armor, though it was weathered and scarred from years of exposure. The helm bore the insignia of the Iron Mantles, the battle-worn sigils of the chapter still faintly visible beneath layers of grime and ash. But the man inside the armor was different. His eyes, once bright with the fiery zeal of the Emperor's cause, were now cold and distant, as if they were staring through Aurelius rather than at him. Cordian, Aurelius said, his voice steady but filled with suspicion. How did you survive? We thought you lost during the siege. No one believed there could have been survivors. Cordian's head turned slowly toward Aurelius, his movements slow and deliberate, as if weighed down by some unseen burden. His voice, when it came, was low and hollow, as though it had been stripped of all warmth. I survived. Out there, he said, gesturing vaguely toward the viewport. where the swirling chaos of the warp reflected off the ship's hull. The orcs thought me dead, left me among the ruins, but I was not alone, I found. Allies. Aurelius frowned, his mind racing. Allies? Korath was an abandoned world. The orcs were the only enemy. Cordian's lips twisted into a strange smile. Not all allies need to be seen to be known, Captain. There are forces in this galaxy older than the Imperium, older than even the orcs. They saw something in me, a purpose that went beyond the wars of men. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop as Cordian spoke, and Aurelius's unease deepened. This was not the brother he remembered. The Cordian he had known was a loyal son of the Emperor, unwavering in his faith and commitment. The man standing before him now spoke in riddles, his words laced with an ambiguity that made Aurelius's blood run cold. "Brother," Aurelius said, stepping forward, his gauntleted hand resting on the hilt of his power sword. "You speak in ways that are unfamiliar to me. What happened to you on Korath? Who are these allies you speak of?" Cordian's eyes flickered with a strange light, something dark and unsettling. "I was shown the truth, Aurelius. The galaxy is not as we were taught. The Emperor, he is not the god we were led to believe. There are other powers, ancient powers that have existed since before the Imperium's rise. They offered me a way out of the darkness, a path to true understanding." Aurelius felt his chest tighten with dread. These were the words of heresy. He had seen this before battle brothers who had strayed from the light of the Emperor, tempted by the whispers of dark gods. But to hear such words from Cordian, a brother he had fought beside for decades, was a betrayal beyond anything he had imagined. "Cordian," Aurelius said, his voice low and dangerous, "what have you done? Have you turned your back on the Emperor?" Cordian's smile faded, and for a moment, the cold distance in his eyes gave way to something darker, more malevolent. "The Emperor," Cordian spat, his voice filled with contempt. "The Emperor abandoned us. He left me to die on that forsaken world, just as he has abandoned countless others across the stars. I have seen the truth now, Aurelius. The Imperium is a lie. The Emperor is a corpse on a throne, and we are nothing more than pawns in his decaying empire." Aurelius's hand tightened on his power sword, the blade humming faintly as it powered up. "You speak heresy, Cordian. I cannot allow this to stand." Cordian's eyes narrowed, and the smile that returned to his face was one of cold amusement. "You think you can stop me, Aurelius? You think I am the same man who fought beside you on Korath? I have seen the warp. I have walked among gods. You are nothing to me now." Without warning, Cordian moved with a speed that defied all expectation. In an instant he had drawn his own blade, a twisted, jagged sword that pulsed with unnatural energy. He lunged at Aurelius, the blade slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Aurelius barely managed to parry the strike, his power sword crackling as it met Cordian's corrupted weapon. "Cordian?" Aurelius shouted as they clashed, their blades sparking with each impact. "You were a brother. You swore an oath to the Emperor." Cordian's laughter echoed through the chamber, a cruel, mocking sound that sent a chill down Aurelius's spine. "Oaths are meaningless in the face of true power, Aurelius. I have transcended the limits of mortal understanding. You, like all the others, are chained to a false god. I have been freed." The duel was brutal, their blows heavy with the weight of betrayal and fury. Aurelius fought with the precision and discipline of a seasoned warrior, but Cordian's newfound strength was unnatural, his movements unpredictable, as though guided by some unseen force. Every strike from Cordian's sword left a trail of sickly energy, as if the very air was being corrupted by his presence. Despite his skill, Aurelius could feel himself being pushed back, the sheer power of Cordian's attacks overwhelming him. He knew then that this was no longer a fight between brothers, it was a battle between loyalty and heresy, between the light of the Emperor and the dark whispers of the warp. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Aurelius brought his power sword down in a sweeping arc, aiming for Cordian's corrupted blade. The two weapons collided with a deafening crack, and for a moment the chamber was filled with blinding light, as the warp energy clashed with the righteous fury of the Emperor's weapon. Cordian staggered back, his smile twisted into a snarl of fury. "You will die here, Aurelius. You and your loyalty to a dead god." But Aurelius did not falter. His eyes burned with the fire of his conviction, the unshakable belief in the Emperor's light. "I will die before I let you defile the name of the Iron Mantles any further." With one final strike, Aurelius drove his sword through Cordian's chest, the blade piercing through corrupted armor and flesh. Cordian's eyes widened in shock, the malevolent light within them flickering as the power of the warp began to fade. He staggered, falling to his knees as Aurelius pulled his blade free. Cordian looked up at Aurelius, his voice a whisper. "You still cling to your lies." Aurelius stepped back, his breathing heavy as he watched the life drain from his former brother's eyes. "I cling to the Emperor's truth." With a final gasp, Cordian fell to the floor, his body limp and lifeless. The chamber fell silent, save for the hum of Aurelius's power sword as he deactivated it. Cordian, once a brother, was gone, but the cost of his return was greater than Aurelius could have ever imagined. The war for the soul of the Imperium, it seemed, was never truly over. Story 26. Angels of Death on the Frontier. The world of Vardan's Reach was a distant speck on the Imperium's frontier, a colony on the edge of known space. For centuries it had been a quiet world, far from the endless wars of the galaxy, content to mine its rich mineral deposits and provide for the Emperor's war machine. But the silence had been broken when a distress call had reached the chapter's fortress monastery. A call for aid, frantic and desperate, had come from the governor of Vardan's Reach. The message had been garbled, distorted by warp interference, but one thing had been clear: something was terribly wrong. The Angels of Retribution chapter had answered the call. Led by Captain Damaris of the Third Company, the strike force descended upon the planet like avenging angels, their thunderhawks slicing through the cold atmosphere, bristling with weapons. The chapter had dealt with countless threats in their long history: orcs, tyrannids, heretical cults, and they had expected to find the same here. But what awaited them on the surface of Vardan's Reach was something else entirely. Damaris stood on the bridge of the Eternal Wrath, watching the planet grow larger in the viewport as his fleet approached. His dark, battle-scarred armor bore the sigils of 100 victories, but his mind was focused on the mystery of this mission. The distress call had been strange. No mention of Xenos or traitors, only vague words of fear and confusion. Still, whatever the threat was, the Angels of Retribution would meet it head-on. "Brother Sergeant Varro," Damaris said, turning to his second-in-command. "Any word from the surface since the initial call?" Varro shook his head, his stern face lit by the faint glow of the ship's instruments. "None, Captain. We've been unable to establish communication with the governor or any local forces. Either the interference is worse than we thought, or there's no one left to answer." Damaris frowned, the thought settling uneasily in his mind. A world as isolated as Varden's reach had few defences, relying on the far-flung arm of the Astra Militarum or the Adeptus Astartes to defend it in times of crisis. If no one was responding, the colony might already be lost. "Prepare the men," Damaris ordered. "We land in 10 minutes. Whatever has happened down there, we will restore the Emperor's light to this world." Varro gave a sharp nod, turning to relay the orders. The Angels of Retribution were seasoned veterans, and they needed little preparation. Every warrior knew his place, every bolt shell was already loaded, every power sword sharpened and ready for battle. Soon the chapter would descend upon the planet's surface, bringing judgment to whatever dark force had taken hold of Varden's reach. The Thunderhawks screamed through the atmosphere, breaking through the clouds to reveal a sprawling, desolate landscape below. The colony's main city, a cluster of low-lying hab blocks and industrial complexes, stretched out across a barren plain. But something was wrong. As the Thunderhawks neared the landing zone, Damaris could see no signs of life. No movement, no vehicles, nothing. The city looked deserted, abandoned, its streets eerily quiet. The Thunderhawks touched down, and within moments the Angels of Retribution had deployed, their black and silver armor gleaming in the dim light. Damaris stepped out onto the cracked pavement, his boots echoing against the silence of the empty streets. His helmet's auspex scanned the area, but there were no life signs within range. The city was a ghost town. "Where are they?" Varro muttered, his bolter raised as he scanned the nearby buildings. The governor's message made it sound like the city was under siege. "Spread out," Damaris ordered, his voice calm but edged with tension. "Sweep the area. If there's anyone left alive, we will find them." The squads fanned out, moving through the empty streets with the precision and discipline that came from years of combat experience. The city was in disrepair, buildings showing signs of neglect and decay. Some of the hab blocks had been partially collapsed, and there were scorch marks along several walls, evidence of small-scale combat. But there were no bodies, no signs of a battle. It was as though the entire population had simply vanished. Damaris felt a growing unease. His instincts, honed over decades of warfare, were telling him that something was terribly wrong. The auspex registered no life forms, but the air was thick with the scent of fear and death, as though the city itself had absorbed the terror of its people. "Captain," Varro called over the vox, "we've found something." Damaris made his way to Varro's position, where the sergeant stood outside a massive building that had once served as the governor's palace. The large double doors were ajar, and from inside came the faint sound of breathing, a low, rhythmic sound that filled the air with a sense of dread. "What is it?" Damaris asked, his bolter ready as he moved toward the entrance. "We don't know yet," Varro replied, his voice tight. "It started as soon as we got close. The sound seems to be coming from deep within the palace." Damaris nodded, his mind sharpening into focus. "We'll investigate. Stay alert." They moved inside, their footsteps echoing in the grand but decaying halls of the palace. The breathing sound grew louder as they descended deeper into the building. A slow, steady inhale and exhale that seemed to vibrate through the very walls. The air grew colder, and a strange, acrid scent filled the space, clinging to their armor. Finally they reached the source of the sound. The doors to the central chamber swung open, revealing a massive, pulsating entity suspended in the air. It was a bloated, grotesque mass of flesh, tendrils extending from its body and weaving into the walls of the palace. Its form was unnatural, shifting and warping as if it were trying to stabilize itself. At its core, a single, massive eye stared down at them, unblinking. "What in the name of the Emperor is that?" Varro whispered, his voice filled with shock. Damaris felt his stomach churn. The entity was alive, and more than that, it radiated an aura of malevolence that pressed down on them like a physical weight. This was no Xenos creature, no heretical construct. This was something older, something from the warp. "A daemon," Damaris growled, gripping his power sword tightly. "This is what has taken this world." As they approached, the breathing sound deepened, and the eye fixed its gaze on them. Damaris felt the presence of the warp pressing against his mind, but he pushed it aside with the force of his will. He raised his sword. "We purge this abomination," he said, his voice filled with righteous fury, "for the Emperor." Without hesitation, the angels of retribution opened fire, bolters roaring as they unleashed a storm of destruction upon the entity. The palace walls shook as the mass writhed and screamed, its tendrils lashing out in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Damaris surged forward, his power sword crackling with energy as he brought it down upon the daemon, cleaving through its foul flesh. The entity let out a final, ear-piercing wail before collapsing in on itself, dissolving into a mass of black ichor that stained the floor. As the last echoes of the daemon's death faded, Damaris stood in the ruined chamber, his armor covered in gore, his heart still racing. The threat had been far worse than any Xenos invasion or heretical uprising. The people of Varden's Reach had been consumed by the warp itself, their souls twisted and devoured by the creature that had taken root in the heart of their world. "The colony is lost," Damaris said quietly, turning to his men. "We will cleanse this world in the Emperor's name. Let no trace of this corruption remain." The angels of retribution would leave nothing behind. Story 27. The Gene Seed Crisis. Apothecary Orland stood alone in the Gene Seed vault, the sterile chamber cold and silent, the hum of life-sustaining machinery a distant echo in the background. Before him, the ancient reliquaries of the Iron Fist chapter glowed softly, each one containing the precious genetic material that had sustained the chapter for millennia. It was a sight that had always filled Orland with pride, the unbroken chain of their lineage, stretching back to their primarch, Rogel Dawn. But today that pride was gone, replaced by gnawing dread. For weeks, Orland had been investigating a growing anomaly within the chapter. It had started with minor irregularities, battle brothers suffering unexplained physical ailments, slower recovery rates after receiving their gene seed implants, and, most troubling of all, strange mutations developing in newly recruited initiates. At first these anomalies had seemed isolated, mere outliers in the genetic process. But the more Orland delved into the records, the more he realized that these were not random occurrences. There was a pattern, and now, as he stared at the diagnostic displays in front of him, the full scale of the problem had become terrifyingly clear. The gene seed of the Iron Fists was flawed. Orland's hands trembled slightly as he rechecked the data, running the tests again, hoping against hope that he had made a mistake. But the results were the same. A degenerative flaw had emerged within the gene seed, one that, if left unchecked, would lead to the complete genetic collapse of the chapter. In the very building blocks of their existence, the Emperor's gift, the essence of Rogel Dawn, were failing them, and it was spreading. He could already see the implications. If the flaw continued to develop, the Iron Fist would be unable to create new space marines. Worse still, those who already bore the gene seed would begin to suffer from unpredictable mutations, their bodies and minds slowly degrading into madness or death. The chapter would be wiped out within a generation. Orlan's mind raced, his thoughts a chaotic tangle of fear, duty, and responsibility. As the chapter's chief apothecary, it was his duty to safeguard the gene's seed, to ensure that their legacy continued. But how could he safeguard something that was already failing? How could he save the chapter when the very essence of their being was corrupting from within? A sharp hiss broke the silence of the chamber as the vault doors slid open and Captain Terran strode in, his black and gold armor gleaming under the cold lights. His face, scarred from decades of battle, was set in a grim expression as he approached Orlan. "Apothecary," Terran said, his voice a low rumble. "You've been down here for days. What have you found?" Orlan hesitated for a moment, the weight of the truth pressing down on him like a vice. But there was no point in hiding it. Terran needed to know just as the entire chapter would need to know soon enough. "There's a flaw," Orlan said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper, "in the gene seed." Terran frowned, his brow furrowing. "A flaw? What kind of flaw?" "A generative mutation," Orlan explained, his words quickening as the reality of the situation took hold. "It's spreading through the gene seed. It started with minor abnormalities, but now it's much worse than I thought. If we don't act, the entire chapter will succumb to genetic instability. We'll be unable to recruit, unable to sustain ourselves. Within a few decades, the Iron Fists will be no more." Terran's eyes widened, the full weight of Orlan's revelation sinking in. By the Emperor! How could this have happened? Our gene seed has been stable for millennia. Orlan shook his head, frustration and despair warring within him. "I don't know. It could be a result of the warp exposure during our campaigns in the Eye of Terror. It could be a flaw that has lain dormant for centuries, only now beginning to manifest. All I know is that it's spreading, and we're running out of time." Terran remained silent for a long moment, his face set in a mask of grim determination. "What can be done? Is there a way to repair the gene seed?" Orlan hesitated. The truth was, there was no simple solution. Gene seed was sacred, the foundation of a Space Marine's transformation from mortal to demigod. To tamper with it was to risk not only the body but the soul, and yet to do nothing was to consign the Iron Fists to extinction. "There may be a way," Orlan said slowly, his mind already racing through the possibilities. "I could attempt to isolate the corrupted gene seed strains, remove the flawed material and preserve what remains. It would be risky, there's no guarantee that it will work, and it could leave the surviving gene seed unstable, even more prone to mutation." "And if it doesn't work?" Terran asked, his voice edged with steel. Orlan met his gaze. "Then the chapter is finished." Terran's eyes hardened. "We will not let that happen. Do what you must, Apothecary. The chapter will support you." Orlan nodded, feeling the heavy burden of responsibility settle over him once more. "There's one more thing, Captain. If we are to prevent the spread of the mutation, we may need to halt recruitment for a time. Every new implantation carries the risk of further contaminating the remaining gene seed." Terran's face darkened. To halt recruitment was unthinkable for any chapter, especially one already operating under the strain of constant warfare. Without fresh initiates, their numbers would dwindle, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The enemies of the Imperium would sense their weakness and strike. But Terran knew there was no other choice. "We'll do what's necessary," he said firmly, "but we cannot let the chapter fall without a fight." Orlan nodded, though the task ahead filled him with a sense of dread. The process of repairing the gene seed would take time, and time was something they did not have. The flaw was already spreading, and soon it would begin to affect even the most senior battle brothers. Already whispers had begun to circulate among the ranks, brothers complaining of strange pains, of unexplainable changes in their physiology. The gene seed was failing them. Over the next few days, Orland threw himself into his work, isolating the corrupted gene seed strains, attempting to purge the mutations from the genetic material. The process was painstaking, every step fraught with danger. The gene seed was delicate, and one wrong move could destroy the precious material forever. Meanwhile, the chapter was on high alert. They had received word of a Chaos Warband moving through the sector, drawn to the center weakness like predators to blood. The chapter could not afford a confrontation, not now, not while their future hung in the balance. The final blow came when one of the senior captains, Brother Captain Marine, collapsed during a training exercise. Orland rushed to his side, only to find that the mutation had taken hold. Marine's body had begun to deteriorate from the inside, his enhanced organs failing one by one. Despite Orland's efforts, the captain died within hours, his once proud form reduced to a husk of twisted flesh. The death of Marine sent shockwaves through the chapter. For the first time, they were forced to confront the reality of their situation. The flaw in the gene seed was no longer a hidden threat, it was here, claiming their brothers one by one. In the end, Orland managed to stabilize a portion of the gene seed, preserving enough to sustain the chapter for a time. But it was a temporary solution. The Iron Fists were living on borrowed time, and they knew it. Their numbers would dwindle, their strength would fade, but as long as one of them still drew breath, they would fight. The chapter had faced death before, on 1,000 battlefields across the galaxy, but now they faced a battle within themselves, and they would fight this war with the same unyielding determination that had carried them through the darkest hours of the Imperium. For the Iron Fists, the battle was never over. Story 28. The Siege of the Iron Fortress. The Iron Fortress stood as a bastion of defiance against the chaos of the galaxy, a towering structure of ceramite and adamantium that had withstood the ravages of war for centuries. Situated on the fortress world of Nemetus, the stronghold was the heart of the Iron Hawks chapter, a proud space marine chapter known for their resilience and unyielding resolve. But now, the Iron Fortress faced its greatest challenge, yet a siege that threatened to bring even these stalwart defenders to their knees. Outside the walls, a sea of traitor forces stretched to the horizon, their banners tattered and smeared with the blasphemous symbols of the Chaos Gods. The Black Serpents, a renegade force born from the Word-Bearers, had come for blood. Led by the monstrous Chaos Lord Kravar the Defiler, they had descended upon Nemetus with the fury of the warp at their backs. The traitors' war machines, twisted parodies of Imperial technology, crawled across the planet's scorched surface like predatory beasts, their weapons trained on the fortress that towered above them. Inside the Iron Fortress, Captain Darien of the Iron Hawks stood before a hololith display, the red light casting deep shadows across his scarred face. His power armor, black and silver with the proud hawk emblem of his chapter, was battered but operational. His mind was fixed on the battle ahead. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and surrounded, but Darien and his brothers would hold. They had no other choice. "Captain," said Brother Sergeant Callus, stepping forward from the group of gathered officers, "the traitors are positioning their artillery on the eastern ridge. We've confirmed the presence of corrupted basilisks and defilers. Their bombardment will begin within the hour." Darien nodded grimly, his gaze never leaving the hololith. "They're softening us up, trying to break our walls before they send in their infantry. We'll weather the storm, just as we always have." Callus hesitated, his voice lowering. "Captain, we've lost contact with the scouts in the southern sector. The enemy may be trying to tunnel beneath the walls." Targaryen clenched his fist, his gauntlet scraping against the edge of the table. He knew that the Black Serpents were cunning masters of siege warfare and corruption. They wouldn't rely solely on brute force, they would exploit every weakness, every opportunity to infiltrate and break the defenders from within. "Double the watch on the southern perimeter," Targaryen ordered. "If the traitors try to tunnel through, we'll meet them with meat. But we must focus on holding the walls. If the artillery breaks us, it won't matter what they do below." The officers nodded and dispersed to relay the orders, leaving Targaryen alone with the weight of command pressing down on him. He glanced up at the towering statues of past chapter masters that lined the war room, giants of the past, who had faced impossible odds and triumph. Their stony gazes seemed to judge him, to challenge him to uphold the legacy of the Iron Hawks. Targaryen would not fail them, even if it cost him his life. The first explosions rocked the fortress an hour later. The sky above Nemesis was blotted out by a rolling curtain of black smoke as the traitors' artillery began its barrage. Shells the size of drop pods slammed into the fortress walls, shaking the very foundations of the iron fortress. The defense shields flared with each impact, crackling with energy as they absorbed the brunt of the assault. But Targaryen knew the shields wouldn't hold forever. From his position on the battlements, Targaryen watched as the traitors unleashed their fury. The Black Serpents were a dark reflection of everything the Imperium stood against. Their armor was a twisted mockery of the Adeptus Astartes, decorated with unholy runes and symbols of the dark gods. Mutated war engines trundled forward, belching fire and smoke, while hordes of corrupted cultists swarmed behind them like vermin, screaming their devotion to the ruinous powers. Behind him, the Iron Hawks manned the walls, their bolters at the ready, their expressions grim but resolute. Each brother knew the stakes. The traitors had come to annihilate their chapter, to tear down the fortress and desecrate everything they had fought for. But the Iron Hawks would not break. They had survived countless wars, countless battles, and they would not fall now, even as the forces of chaos closed in around them. "Captain, the artillery is focusing on the western gate," Callus voxed, his voice tight with strain. "They're preparing for a full assault." "Let them come," Targaryen replied. "We'll meet them at the walls." Moments later, the traitor artillery shifted, focusing its fire on a single section of the fortress wall. The bombardment intensified, the ground beneath the fortress trembling with each impact. Then, with a thunderous crack, a section of the outer wall collapsed, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. "They're through," shouted one of the battle brothers, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of the bombardment. Targaryen activated his vox, his voice calm despite the chaos. "All units to the breach. Prepare to repel the enemy." The Iron Hawks moved with swift precision, forming defensive lines around the breach. Heavy bolters were set up, their barrels already glowing with heat, as they prepared to unleash a torrent of fire on the traitors. Tactical squads took cover behind the rubble, their bolters aimed at the gap in the wall, while devastators trained their less cannons on the enemy war machines that lumbered toward the fortress. Then the first wave of Black Serpents surged through the breach. They came like a tide of nightmares, twisted figures in blood-red armor, their weapons crackling with warp energy. At their head, Kravar the Defiler charged forward, a hulking mass of corrupted ceramite and flesh, his daemon sword alight with the power of the warp. The traitor lord's voice boomed across the battlefield, a guttural roar filled with hatred. For the dark gods, burn the fortress, kill them all. The iron hawks opened fire, bolters roaring as they unleashed a storm of explosive rounds into the advancing traitors. The first ranks of black serpents were torn apart, their bodies shattered by disciplined volleys of fire. Heavy bolter rounds punched through the warped ceramite of the traitor marines, while las cannons blasted the twisted war engines to pieces. But still the traitors came on, relentless in their assault, their numbers seemingly endless. Targaryen waded into the melee, his power sword flashing as he cut down a corrupted champion that lunged at him with a chain axe. The enemy's blood sprayed across his armor, but Targaryen fought on, his strikes swift and brutal. Around him, the Iron Hawks fought with a ferocity born of desperation, their blades and bolters cutting down traitor after traitor. But for every one they killed, another two seemed to take its place. The traitors had breached the wall, and now they sought to overrun the fortress. Cravar, the monstrous Car's lord, strode through the carnage, his eyes fixed on Targaryen. With a roar, he swung his daemon sword in a wide arc, sending a shockwave of dark energy toward the Iron Hawks. Targaryen barely managed to deflect the strike with his power sword, the force of the blow nearly knocking him off his feet. "You will die here, loyalist," Cravar snarled, his voice a guttural rasp. "Your emperor cannot save you now." Targaryen met the Chaos Lord's gaze, his eyes burning with defiance. "We do not need saving, traitor. We are the emperor's wrath." With a roar of his own, Targaryen charged forward, his power sword aimed at Cravar's heart. The battle for the Iron Fortress was far from over, and though the odds were stacked against them, the Iron Hawks would fight to the last. They had sworn an oath to defend this world, to protect the Imperium from the darkness that sought to consume it, and even in the face of overwhelming odds they would not break. The siege had begun, but so too had the last stand of the Iron Hawks. Story 29. The Price of Immortality. Chapter Master Harkon stood at the edge of the balcony, the cold winds of the desolate moon of Tranus cutting through the silence. The stars above flickered like distant flames, indifferent to the struggles of mortals beneath them. His armor, a masterwork of ceramite and adamantium, was as worn and battle-scarred as his body within. After centuries of warfare, even a space marine's body felt the toll, and though his will was as strong as ever, Harkon knew that his time was running short. The whispers of age crept into his bones, a dull ache that even the Emperor's gene seed could not fully hold at bay. Behind him, Magos Sixlolo of the rogue Mechanicus faction, known as the Omniseer's Tear, stood in shadow. Magos was a towering figure, his once human form now almost completely replaced by gleaming bionics. His red robes fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing intricate machinery that whirred and clicked with an unsettling precision. Silo had been a trusted ally of the Crimson Blades for years, providing them with forbidden technologies and arcane knowledge that had given an edge in countless battles. But now he had come with an offer that even Harkon had not anticipated. Chapter Master, Silo's voice, filtered through the mechanical vox grill in his throat, was a harsh rasp. "You stand on the precipice of something few ever get to consider, immortality, to transcend the limitations of flesh and become something greater." Harkon didn't turn to face him, his gaze still fixed on the distant stars. He had fought on worlds beyond counting, slain enemies that would fill legends, but the idea of immortality was something he had never desired. Space Marines were immortal in a way through their deeds, through the legacy they left behind. But physical immortality, to live forever in a world of endless war, it was an idea that did not sit easily with him. "You speak of immortality as though it is a gift," Harkon said, his voice low, rumbling with the weight of centuries of command. "But I have seen immortality before, Magos. I have seen what it does to those who seek it. The fallen Primarchs, the warped, twisted monstrosities, beings who have clung to life long after they should have died, consumed by madness or corruption." Magos Exlo took a step closer, his mechanical limbs barely making a sound as they moved across the stone floor. "This is different, Chapter Master. What I offer you is not the curse of the warp, not the hollow existence of the traitors you speak of. This is true immortality, your consciousness transferred into an immortal form, free of the frailties of flesh, that you would retain your mind, your will, your soul untouched by the taint of chaos." Finally Harkon turned, his dark eyes narrowing as he regarded the tech priest. "And at what cost, Magos? What would I become?" Slilo's mechanical eyes whirred and adjusted, focusing on Harkon with an intensity that made even the hardened Chapter Master uneasy. "You would become eternal. Your physical body would be replaced by a construct of the finest Mechanicus design. Your mind would remain intact, your will unchanged, but your flesh, your humanity would be left behind. You would be immortal, but no longer human." Harkon's lips curled into a grim smile. "No longer human. You ask me to give up what little remains of my humanity in exchange for endless life. What makes you think I would want such a thing?" Silo's tone shifted, becoming softer, more persuasive. "Think of what you could accomplish, Chapter Master. The Crimson Blades are strong, but their strength is tied to your leadership. You have led them for centuries, guided them through countless victories. But what happens when you are gone? Who will lead them then? A successor? Someone untested, unproven? With immortality you could lead them forever. You could secure their legacy for all time. You would never have to leave them." Harkon's fists clenched at his sides. The Magos's words struck a nerve. He had indeed wondered what would happen to his chapter after his death. His successor, Captain Rolus, was a fine warrior, but Harkon knew that leading a chapter required more than just strength in battle. It required wisdom, strategy, and the ability to unite hundreds of warriors with one iron will. Could Rolus truly carry that mantle, and if not, would the chapter falter? Would the enemies of the Imperium seize on that weakness, striking while the Crimson Blades will lead us? The idea of watching over his chapter forever, of leading them through the endless wars that plagued the galaxy, was tempting. He could ensure their survival, guide them to victory after victory, and never face the uncertainty of death. But at what cost? So what you offer is not leadership, Harkon said after a long pause. It is control. You offer me the power to command forever, but in doing so you take away the very thing that makes us Space Marines. You are not machines, Magos. We are warriors, and warriors die. We leave behind a legacy of blood, sacrifice, and honor. That is the price we pay for our service to the Emperor. Zelo tilted his head slightly, the faintest flicker of confusion or perhaps disappointment crossing his mechanical face. Your legacy could be eternal, Chapter Master. You could write the future of the Crimson Blades with your own hands for all time. Harkon shook his head, his voice firm. A leader must know when to step aside, Magos. Immortality would make me a tyrant, not a guardian. My humanity, as you call it, is the source of my strength. Without it I am nothing more than a machine, a tool, not a warrior. My chapter deserves better than a leader who clings to power out of fear of death. Silence stretched between them. the cold wind whistling through the cracks in the stone around them. Swallow's mechanical limbs twitched slightly, as though he was calculating, processing the response. For a moment, Harkon thought he saw something human in the Magos's eyes, perhaps a flicker of understanding, or maybe regret. "You are a warrior of great wisdom, Chapter Master," Silo said finally, his voice quieter now. "It is a rare thing to see a man turn down the promise of immortality, but I respect your choice, even if I do not fully understand it." Harkon stepped forward, his massive frame towering over the Magos. "The Imperium is built on sacrifice, Muggles. The Emperor does not ask us to live forever. He asks us to fight, to die for his vision of a united humanity. That is our duty, and it is an honor. When my time comes, I will meet it without fear. I will die as a warrior, not as a machine." Zilo bowed his head slightly. "Then our business is concluded. I wish you well, Chapter Master." Without another word, the Magos turned and disappeared into the shadows, his mechanical form blending with the darkness. Harkon stood alone once more, the wind biting at his face. He looked out at the stars, feeling the weight of his decision settle over him like a mantle of iron. The offer had been tempting in ways that made him question his own resolve. But in the end, Harkon knew what was right. He was a space marine, the servant of the Emperor, and his fate, like all of his brothers, was to die in battle. Immortality had its price, and it was a price Harkon would never pay. With a deep breath, Harkon turned from the balcony and walked back into the fortress. His place was not among the stars, but among his warriors. The Crimson Blades would live on, and when his time came they would remember him not as a machine, but as a man who fought and died for them. Story 30. The Shadow of the Warp. The Iron Revenants had always been a chapter forged in isolation. Their homeworld of Darneth, located deep in the eastern fringe, was far from the heart of the Imperium, separated by vast stretches of empty space and alien threats. Yet even they were unprepared for the suffocating silence that now engulfed them. The darkness came suddenly, with no warning, a thick, oppressive void that swallowed all communications, cutting them off from the rest of the galaxy. No Vox transmissions, no astropathic messages, not even the distant light of the Astronomicon. The chapter, once in steady contact with the Imperium, was now truly alone. Captain Rasser stood on the bridge of the strike cruiser Iron Vengeance, staring out into the endless black void beyond the viewport. The stars seemed dimmer, as though the light of the cosmos itself had been choked by the invisible force around them. His helm was removed, revealing a face carved by decades of war. His grey eyes were hard, but there was an edge of uncertainty that hadn't been there before. He had known the risks of operating this far from Terra, but the complete isolation now settling upon his chapter was worse than anything he had ever anticipated. "Captain, still no contact," reported Brother Librarian Vaughn. His brow was furrowed, his psychic hood crackling faintly with restrained power. "The warp, it's completely dead. No astropathic messages are getting through. We're cut off." Rasser nodded, though his jaw clenched at the grim confirmation. He had felt it in his bones ever since the initial silence fell over the fleet. They were in the shadow of the warp, an unnatural phenomenon that occurred when the Tyrannid Hive fleets advanced, blotting out all psychic communication and leaving entire systems blind and alone. The Tyranids were close, too close. "How long until we have confirmation of their presence?" Rasser asked, his voice low and calm, but with an underlying tension. Vaughn hesitated for a moment, his eyes distant, as he reached out into reach to him, feeling the killing the currents of the warp, though they were sluggish and twisted. Days at most, their presence is strong, but still far enough that we have some time to prepare. But once the vanguard arrives, it will be swift. Razor turned away from the viewport, facing the other officers assembled on the bridge. The strike force had been deep in operations, hunting a growing orc warband that had been raiding the sector. Now, the orcs seemed like a distant threat compared to what they were facing. Tyranids did not simply attack, they consumed. If a Hiv fleet was bearing down on Darnath, it meant the entire world and everyone on it was at risk of being devoured. "We will not panic," Rasso said, his voice firm as he addressed his officers. "The Iron Remnants have stood against every horror this galaxy can throw at us, and we will stand against this. The Tyranids think they can cut us off, isolate us, and make us vulnerable. But we are never vulnerable. We are the Emperor's chosen, and we will fight as we always have until the last breath." Brother Sergeant Icaros stepped forward, his power armor gleaming in the low light of the bridge. "The men are ready, Captain. They've heard stories of the Tyranids, but they are not afraid. We'll be prepared when the swarm arrives." Rossa nodded. "Good, we need to fortify the planet. Prepare the defensive lines, reinforce the outposts, and make sure every strong point is manned. The planetary defense forces will need to be rallied as well. They're not Astartes, but they'll fight. They have to." Vaughn's voice cut through the momentary silence, a touch of concern in his tone. "Captain, there is another matter. The shadow in the warp. It affects more than just communications. It also dampens the powers of the Librarius. We can still fight, but our connection to the warp is weakened. I will not be able to use my abilities to their full extent." Rassa grimaced. He had relied on Vaughn's psychic abilities many times in the past, particularly when facing enemies that required more than just bolter fire and chain swords. Without that edge, they would be facing the Tyranids with one hand tied behind their backs. But there was no time for doubts or complaints. The situation was what it was, and they would adapt. "Do what you can, Vaughn," Rassor said, his voice filled with the weight of command. "Even a fraction of your power may make the difference, but for now we focus on what Wifalbi can control. The Tyranids are coming, and we will be ready." The preparations began in earnest. The chapter's battle brothers worked tirelessly to transform the fortress monastery on Darnath into an impenetrable bulwark. Gun emplacements were reinforced, bastines were fortified, and every Astartes weapon was checked and rechecked. Scouts were sent out to monitor the distant skies, watching for the first signs of the swarm. Meanwhile, the remaining citizens of Darnath were conscripted into defensive units, their faces pale with fear, but hardened by the knowledge that their very survival depended on the success of the defense. Days passed in tense silence, the shadow of the warp pressing down on everyone, from the seasoned veterans of the chapter to the raw recruits. Every brother could feel it, the suffocating presence of the Tyranids drawing closer. The once familiar sounds of the Imperial war machine preparing for battle were now muted, swallowed by the silence that permeated the very air. Then, one fateful night, the vanguard of the swarm arrived. The first signs came in the form of bioships on the horizon, their grotesque, organic shapes blotting out the stars. The scouts reported sightings of strange, alien creatures on the outskirts of the planet's wilderness, moving with eerie speed and precision. The Tyranids were here. Rassa stood atop the battlements of the fortress monastery, his helm now locked in place, the targeting reticles in his visor glowing faintly as he watched the horizon. Beyond the walls, the plains stretched out in a barren expanse, but they were no longer empty. Shadows moved in the distance, thousands upon thousands of tyrannid organisms, their chitinous bodies glistening under the pale light of the moon. The swarm moved as one, an unstoppable tide of claws, teeth, and bioweapons. The vox crackled in his ear. "Captain, the first wave is closing." "Estimated contact in 2 minutes," came Icarus's voice, calm, despite the enormity of the enemy force. "Hold steady, brothers," Rasaur replied. "Let them come to us." The Tyranids surged forward, a mass of flesh and hunger, their screeches filling the air as they charged toward the fortress. The Iron Revenants stood ready, their bolters raised, their heavy weapons aimed. As the swarm closed the distance, Rasaur gave the order. "Open fire." The night erupted into light and sound as the fortress's defenses came alive. Heavy bolters roared, the cannons burned through the darkness, and missile launchers sent volleys of death into the oncoming swarm. The first ranks of the Tyranids were torn apart, their bodies disintegrating under the onslaught of firepower. But more came, wave after wave of them, relentless in their hunger. The sky itself seemed to darken as winged Tyranid organisms swooped down from above, diving toward the walls. Rasa's voice boomed over the vox. "Hold the line. We do not break. We do not fall." The swarm crashed against the walls of the fortress, and the battle for Darnath began in earnest. The Iron Revenants fought with the fury of the Emperor's chosen, their bolters barking as they cut down wave after wave of Tyranids. The ground shook with the impact of monstrous creatures smashing into the defenses, their claws rending through metal and stone. Rasa's power sword flashed as he struck down a Hormigaunt that had breached the wall, its shrieking cut short as he cleaved it in two. Around him his brothers fought in brutal hand-to-hand combat, their armor spattered with the blood of the Xenos. The Tyranids were everywhere, and still they kept coming. In the midst of the chaos, Rasa could feel the shadow of the walk pressing down on him, a weight that sapped his strength and dulled his senses. But he fought on, his will unbroken. They were the Iron Revenants, and they would not fall. The battle raged on through the night, and though the swarm was endless, the chapter held. They would hold until the end, cut off from the Imperium, fighting alone against the darkness. In the shadow of the warp, there was no surrender, only survival or death. Story 31. In the Eye of Terror. The Eye of Terror loomed before them, a swirling maelstrom of warp energy that defied description, a wound in reality itself. Captain Alaric of the Storm Wardens stood on the bridge of the strike cruiser, righteous fury, his gaze fixed on the terrible vortex that consumed the stars ahead. Stars around the eye seemed to bend and distort as if repelled by its very presence, the universe itself recoiling from the abomination of its existence. Inside that warp storm, countless horrors beyond imagining lurked, where the laws of physics no longer held sway, and time itself could twist and break. And yet, that was where they had to go. Alaric's armor gleamed under the dim light of the bridge, the blue and silver of the Storm Wardens a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding them. He had faced death 1,000 times over in service to the Emperor, but never had he ventured so close to the heart of the warp, the very domain of chaos. The Eye was a place where even the bravest feared to tread, where whole worlds had been swallowed, never to be seen again. But the mission was clear, and failure was not an option. They had come to recover a relic of immense power, one that had been lost to the traitor legions during the Horus Heresy, now said to be in the hands of a warband of the Black Legion. "Captain," came the voice of Chaplain Mordrin, who stood beside Alaric, his skull-faced helm locked in place, his crozius gripped tightly in his hand. "The men are ready. We have prepared ourselves as best we can for what awaits us beyond the rift, but we all know what the Eye of Terror holds." Alaric nodded. "Aye, Chaplain. The warp is treacherous, and what awaits us within is beyond mortal comprehension. But we are the Emperor's chosen. We were forged for such battles. The relic must be recovered, no matter the cost. We cannot allow it to remain in the hands of the traitor legions." The relic, known as the Sigil of Valorous, was no mere artifact. It was a weapon of incalculable power, said to contain a fragment of the Emperor's own will, forged during the Great Crusade. In the wrong hands, it could be a tool of unimaginable destruction. The traitors who had taken it, led by the warlord Karghal the Corruptor, sought to use it to channel the raw energies of the warp and unleash a cataclysm upon Imperial space. The Storm Wardens could not allow that to happen. Alaric turned to the helm officer. "Initiate warp translation. We go into the Eye." The crew moved with precision, their hands steady as they activated the ship's warp engines. The great cogitators groaned and hummed as the righteous ferry's warp drives began to churn, the ship vibrating with power as it prepared to breach the veil of reality. Outside, the stars seemed to vanish, replaced by the churning storm of the Eye of Terror. There was a brief moment of stillness, and then the ship was pulled into the warp, the bridge bathed in a sickly, unnatural light. The transition was jarring. The ship groaned and shuddered as the immaterium swallowed them whole. Alaric's vision blurred for a moment as reality twisted and bent. Time itself seemed to stretch and warp as they descended deeper into the Eye. The familiar sensation of the warp, dangerous as it was, felt different here, more malignant, more personal. It felt as if unseen eyes were watching them from the depths, waiting for a moment of weakness. Chaplain Mordrin began a low, resonant chant, his voice a steadying presence in the madness of the warp. "We walk in the shadow of the Emperor. His light guides us through the darkness. His will is our shield." Storm Wardens stood vigilant, their faith and discipline the only anchor in the shifting tides of the immaterium. Hours passed, though time had little meaning here. The ship navigated through the chaotic currents of the warp, drawn toward their destination, the world of Kalgor, a planet lost to the warp long ago, now under the control of Karghal the Corruptor. It was here that the Sigil of Valorous was being held, and it was here that the Storm Wardens would strike. When they emerged from the warp, the sight before them was worse than any nightmare. Kalgor hung in space, like a rotting corpse, its surface twisted and cracked, the land itself scarred by centuries of exposure to the warp. Great mountains of bone and twisted metal jutted from the surface like the teeth of some immense beast. The planet was surrounded by the wreckage of ancient ships, their hulls twisted and broken, evidence of those who had tried and failed to take the planet before. "All hands prepare for landing," Alaric ordered, his voice steady. "We make planetfall in 30 minutes. Our mission is clear. We retrieve the relic and eliminate any traitors we encounter. The warp may twist this world, but it will not twist us." The Thunderhawks descended through the thick, poisonous atmosphere of Kalgor, the skies filled with sickly clouds that crackled with warp lightning. The air itself felt oppressive, like a living thing pressing down on them as they approached the surface. As the gunships neared the landing zone, they could see the vast fortress of Karghal the Corruptor rising from the center of a massive wasteland. The fortress was a nightmarish structure of black iron and screaming faces, its spires reaching up into the storm-choked sky. Alaric's Thunderhawk landed first, the ramp lowering with a hiss of pressurized air. The Storm Wardens disembarked with practiced efficiency, their bolters raised, their eyes scanning the twisted landscape for signs of movement. Already the presence of chaos was palpable. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a malignant life, and whispers filled the air, promises of power and glory to those who would abandon the Emperor. "Stay focused," Chaplain Mordrin intoned, his voice cutting through the whispers. "Chaos will seek to break your minds. Remember your oaths and trust in the Emperor's light." As the Storm Wardens advanced toward the fortress, they encountered the first of the traitor forces. The corrupted warriors of the Black Legion emerged from the ruins like specters, their armor blackened and twisted, their eyes burning with malevolent hunger. Bolt of fire erupted, the crack of gunfire and the roar of chainswords filling the air as the two forces clashed. Alaric fought at the front, his power sword blazing with energy as he cut down traitor after traitor. Around him his brothers fought with the skill and discipline of veterans, every shot precise, every strike lethal. But the forces of chaos were many, and the warp twisted the battlefield into a nightmarish haze. Time seemed to warp, the landscape shifting as if reality itself was unraveling. One moment the Storm Wardens were advancing toward the fortress, the next they were surrounded, traitors seemingly appearing out of thin air. The ground beneath them writhed as if alive, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Push forward," Alaric shouted, driving his blade into the chest of a hulking traitor Marine. "We must reach the fortress." With a surge of determination, the Storm Wardens pressed on, their bolters blazing as they fought through the ranks of the Black Legion. At last they reached the gates of the fortress where Karghal himself awaited them. The Chaos Warlord was a monstrous figure, his armor a twisted parody of the Astartes warplate, adorned with the sigils of the Dark Gods. His daemon blade crackled with dark energy as he stepped forward to meet Alaric. "You are too late, fool," Karghal sneered, his voice a guttural rasp. "The relic belongs to Chaos now. You will die here, and your souls will be claimed by the warp." Alaric raised his sword, his eyes burning with righteous fury. "The Emperor's light shines even in the heart of the warp. Traitor, we will take back what is ours, and you will pay for your heresy." The battle between Alaric and Karghal was brutal, each strike sending shockwaves through the air as their blades clashed. Around them, the Storm Wardens and the traitors fought with unmatched ferocity. The fate of the relic, and perhaps the fate of the Imperium itself, hanging in the balance. In the end it was Alaric who stood victorious. With a final, decisive strike he severed Karghal's head from his body, the warlord's corrupted form crumpling to the ground. The remaining traitors, leaderless, began to falter, and the Storm Wardens pressed the advantage, cutting them down until none remained. With the fortress secured, Alaric entered the inner sanctum, where the sigil of Valoris was held. The relic pulsed with a radiant light, its power undiminished by the centuries it had spent in the hands of the traitors. Carefully Alaric took the relic, feeling its weight in his hands. The mission had been a success, but the cost had been great. As the Storm Wardens prepared to leave Kalgor, Alaric looked out over the twisted landscape one last time. The Eye of Terror had thrown everything it had at them. Story 32. The Traitor's Oath. The air inside the fortress monastery of the Iron Wardens was thick with tension, a palpable weight pressing down on every battle brother who moved through its halls. Shadows clung to the stone walls, and the usual hum of ceramite boots against the floor was subdued, as if the very structure of the fortress itself was unwilling to disturb the silence that had fallen over it. The accusation of treason was not something spoken lightly among the Adeptus Astartes, and when it was directed at one of their own, the consequences were always dire. Captain Aethor stood in the central chamber, his face grim as he stared at the figure kneeling before him. Battle Brother Corvinus, once a hero of the chapter, had been brought in under suspicion of heresy and betrayal. His armor, normally immaculate, was now stripped of insignia, the sigils of the Iron Wardens removed as if to erase his place among them. His head was bowed, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his helmet. Athos' second in command, Brother Sergeant Cadros, stood at his side, his hand resting on the hilt of his chainsword. Cadros had served with Corvinus for decades, had fought beside him in countless battles. The thought that his brother, his comrade, could be guilty of treason was a weight that sat heavily on his soul. "You understand the gravity of the charges against you, Corvinus Aethors," his voice hard and unwavering. "Heresy, betrayal of your oaths to the chapter, collusion with the traitor legions. These are accusations that no Astarte should ever face, and yet here you are." Corvinus remained silent, his head still bowed. Aethors narrowed, his anger barely contained. He had known Corvinus for years, had seen him fight with valor and honor in the most desperate of situations. But the evidence brought against him was undeniable. Documents recovered from a recently purged traitor warband pointed directly to Corvinus, implicating him in secret communications with the forces of Chaos. If true, it would mean that Corvinus had been a traitor for years, a sleeper agent within their ranks. Cadros stepped forward, his voice quiet but filled with the weight of emotion. "Brother, say something. Defend yourself. We have fought side by side for decades. You cannot be guilty of this." For a moment there was no response. Then slowly Corvinus lifted his head, revealing a face etched with sorrow and defiance. His eyes, however, were steady, and when he spoke, his voice was calm and measured. "I did not betray the chapter," Corvinus said, his gaze locked with Aethor's. "I have never wavered in my loyalty to the Emperor or to the Iron Wardens. The accusations are lies designed to divide us, to turn us against one another. You must believe me, brothers." Aethor's expression remained unreadable, though his mind churned with conflicting thoughts. The documents had been recovered from the heart of a chaos-infested fortress, and their contents were damning communications bearing Corvinus's name, detailed descriptions of secret meetings, and plans for sabotage. And yet, standing before him, Corvinus did not seem like a man capable of such betrayal. His demeanor, his words, all spoke of truth and conviction. But Aethor had learned long ago that truth could be twisted. The forces of chaos were insidious, capable of corrupting even the most loyal Astarte. And if Corvinus had fallen, if he had succumbed to the whispers of the warp, then he could be the greatest threat the chapter had ever faced. Cadros, his heart heavy with doubt, spoke again. "The evidence is strong, Corvinus. If you are innocent, then we need to know how this happened. Who framed you? How did they know so much about our operations? You must help us find the truth." Corvinus looked at Cadros, his gaze softening. "Brother, I swear to you, I do not know. I have been loyal always. The traitors must have found a way to use my name, to forge the documents. You know me, Cadros. We have fought side by side since we were neophytes. Do you truly believe I would turn my back on the chapter?" Cadros hesitated, torn between his loyalty to the chapter and his personal bond with Corvinus. He had seen Corvinus fight with courage, had watched him save the lives of his brothers on more than one occasion. To think that he could be a traitor, that he could have been a spy all these years, seemed unthinkable. and yet the evidence. Aether stepped forward, his voice cutting through the moment of silence. Whether you are guilty or not, Corvinus, we must investigate. The chapter's survival depends on it. If there is any truth to these accusations, we cannot allow the taint of chaos to spread within our ranks. And if you are innocent, then we will prove it, but we cannot simply take your word. Corvinus met Aether's gaze without flinching. I understand, Captain. Do what you must. I will submit to any test, any trial, to prove my innocence. Ethor turned to Kadros, his expression softening for a moment. Take a team. Investigate the documents. Search for any inconsistencies, anything that might point to forgery or manipulation. Corvinus will remain under guard until we have a clear answer. Kadros nodded, though his heart was still heavy. The task ahead was one that he dreaded. If the documents were authentic, if there was no sign of forgery, then it would mean that Corvinus truly was a traitor. And if that was the case, then Kadros himself would be the one to deliver the Emperor's justice. Days passed and the investigation continued. Kadros and his team scoured the traitor documents, comparing them to every record they had of Corvinus's movements, every mission he had undertaken. They interviewed other battle brothers, searching for any signs of suspicion, any whisper of betrayal. But no one had ever doubted Corvinus. His record was impeccable, his loyalty unquestioned. Yet the documents remained. There was no sign of forgery, no indication that they had been tampered with. Every detail matched Corvinus's known activities, down to the exact times and locations of his deployments. It was as if the traitors had been watching him for years, tracking his every move. But why? And how had they gathered such precise information? As the days wore on, Kadros found himself torn apart by the weight of his duty. He wanted to believe Corvinus, wanted to believe that his brother was innocent. But the evidence was undeniable. The documents pointed to only one conclusion. Corvinus had been working with the enemy. Finally, the day came when Aethor summoned Kadros back to the chamber, where Corvinus remained under guard. The captain's face was hard, his decision made. "Brother Sergeant," Aethor said, his voice grim, "what is your conclusion?" Kadros stood tall, though his heart felt like a lead weight in his chest. "The documents are authentic. We found no sign of forgery. All evidence points to Corvinus's involvement with the traitors." Aethor turned to Corvinus, who stood in chains, his expression unreadable. "Corvinus, do you have anything to say?" For a moment there was silence. Then, slowly, Corvinus looked up, his eyes filled with a cold, burning anger. "I was loyal," he said, his voice slow and dangerous. "I was loyal, but you have already made up your minds. You will never see the truth." Aethor's hand tightened around the hilt of his power sword. "Your fate is sealed, Corvinus. You have betrayed the chapter, and by the Emperor's will, you will be judged." Corvinus's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Then do what you must, Captain. But know this, you have damned yourselves." With a single stroke of his blade, Aethor delivered the Emperor's justice, ending the life of a brother who had once been their greatest champion. As Corvinus's body fell to the floor, the chapter was left to grapple with the painful truth of his betrayal. But as Kadros stared at his fallen comrade, a deep, unsettling doubt began to grow in his mind. Had they truly uncovered the traitor, or had they just silenced an innocent man? Story 33. The Curse of the Black Rage. The sons of Sanguinius had always carried the burden of their lineage, a blessing and a curse handed down from their primarch. As a successor chapter of the Blood Angels, they bore the physical perfection and martial prowess that made them one of the most formidable forces in the Emperor's service. But they also carried the darker legacy, one that every battle brother feared, the Black Rage. It was an affliction that turned the most disciplined warrior into a bloodthirsty berserker, consumed by the memories of their Primarch's fine moments. To suffer the Black Rage was to relive Sanguinius's death at the hands of the arch-traitor Horus, to see the world through a haze of madness and fury. The sons of Sanguinius had fought for centuries with this curse, and though they had always kept it contained, there were signs that something was changing. More and more brothers were succumbing to the rage, and the chaplains who watched over them feared that the day might come when the entire chapter would be lost to madness. Chaplain Mordak stood in the Hall of Remembrance, his black armor adorned with the skull-faced helm that marked him as one of the chapter's spiritual leaders. Before him knelt a row of battle brothers, their heads bowed in prayer, each one marked by the telltale signs of the rage. Their faces were twisted with pain and fury, their hands shaking as they struggled to control the storm within them. The Death Company, as they were known, was the last refuge for those who had fallen to the curse. They would be sent into battle as living weapons, their lives spent in the Emperor's name before the rage consumed them completely. Mordak's voice echoed through the hall, deep and resonant, as he recited the litanies of battle. You are the sons of Sanguinius. You carry his blood, his strength, and his will. Though the rage seeks to claim you, you will fight in his name. You will fight for the Emperor, and you will know no fear. The battle brothers responded with a growl, their voices thick with the weight of their affliction. They were on the edge of losing themselves, but Mordak's words kept them grounded for now. The chaplain moved down the line, placing a hand on each of their heads in turn, whispering prayers of absolution and preparing them for the inevitable. For most of them, this would be their last battle. Brother Captain Tyrell entered the hall, his steps heavy with the burden of leadership. His dark eyes scanned the room, taking in the sight of the Death Company. Every time he saw them, it was a reminder of the chapter's fragility. The Black Rage was becoming more common, spreading through the ranks like a shadow. More and more brothers were falling to it, and Tyrell feared that they were nearing a breaking point. Mordak, Tyrell said quietly as the chaplain approached him. How many this time? Mordak's face was grim beneath his skull helm. 17, Captain. More than double what we expected. Tyrell's expression tightened. It's getting worse. The chaplain nodded. The curse is spreading faster than we can control. More brothers are falling every cycle. Even those who have shown no signs before are beginning to feel the strain. The rage is overtaking them in ways we've never seen. Tyrell's fist clenched at his side. The thought of losing more brothers to the rage filled him with a cold dread. The sons of Sanguinius had always been able to control the curse, to keep it contained to a small number of warriors at any given time. But now it was as if the rage was growing stronger, pushing harder against the restraints they had built over the centuries. What do the sanguinary priests say? Tyrell asked. Mordak's expression darkened. They're as baffled as we are. The genetic flaw that leads to the rage has always been present, but something has changed. It's as if the blood of Sanguinius itself is stirring, reacting to some unseen force. The priests are doing what they can to slow its spread, but they are not optimistic. If this continues, Tyrell finished grimly, we may lose the entire chapter. Mordak's silence was telling. The Black Rage was an ancient curse, one that had claimed countless blood angels and their successors over the millennia, but never had it manifested in such numbers so quickly. If they couldn't stop it, the son of Sanguinius would fall to madness, one by one. until there was none of their chapter, but a horde of berserkers. There must be a way to contain it, Tyrell said, his voice low and determined. We cannot allow the rage to claim more of our brothers. Mordak's gaze was steady. We fight it as we always have, with discipline, with faith, and with the Emperor's light to guide us. But we must also be prepared for the possibility that we cannot stop this. Tyrell met Mordak's gaze, his mind racing through the implications. The sons of Sanguinius had always been known for their resolve, their ability to channel their curse into righteous fury in battle. But if the rage spread uncontrollably, that resolve would mean nothing. They would become no better than the traitor legions, lost to madness and slaughtering everything in their path. The vox in Tyrell's ear crackled to life, pulling him from his thoughts. Captain, we have reports of a Yasino's incursion on the outskirts of Varden's Reach. We need immediate reinforcement. Tyrell's jaw tightened. We'll be there. Prepare the Thunderhawks. As he turned to leave, Mordak placed a hand on his shoulder. Captain, the chaplain said quietly, you must remember that the brothers of the Death Company are already lost. They are not the warriors you once knew. When the time comes, you must give them the Emperor's mercy. Tyrell met the chaplain's gaze, his face hard as stone. I know my duty, Mordak. The chaplain nodded, but Tyrell could see the doubt in his eyes. The Death Company were more than just warriors, they were brothers. And even though they were consumed by the rage, there was still a flicker of who they had once been. Tyrell had fought alongside many of them for decades, shared victories and defeats with them. To see them now, reduced to little more than madmen, was a bitter pill to swallow. The Thunderhawks roared through the atmosphere, descending toward the battlefield below. Tyrell stood at the front of the lead ship, his mind focused on the coming battle. The Xenos incursion would be a welcome distraction from the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. But even as the Thunderhawks landed and the ramps lowered, Tyrell could not shake the feeling that the true battle was not against the Xenos, it was within the chapter itself. The Death Company charged out of the Thunderhawks, their roars filling the air as they hurled themselves into the enemy lines. Tyrell watched them for a moment, his heart heavy. They fought with the fury of the Black Rage, unstoppable in their berserk fury. But it was only a matter of time before that same fury turned inward, consuming them completely. As the battle raged, Tyrell could only pray that the sons of Sanguinius would find a way to survive the curse that threatened to claim them all. The Black Rage was a storm on the horizon, and the chapter's strength was being tested like never before. In the end, the sons of Sanguinius would either master their curse or be destroyed by it. Story 34. The Siege of Baal. Brother Aratus stood atop the walls of the Blood Angels' fortress monastery, his gaze fixed on the churning storm of dust and death that lay before him. The once bright sands of Baal Secundus, the home of his chapter for millennia, were now a desolate wasteland, consumed by the encroaching tide of Hiv-Fleet Leviathan. The sky was thick with the acrid stench of tyrannid spores, darkening the heavens as the endless swarm prepared for their final assault. Beneath that blackened sky, the ground itself seemed to move, a seething mass of Xenos organisms writhing and clawing toward the fortress. It was the culmination of a war that had ravaged the Baal system for years, and now, here on the surface of their homeworld, the Blood Angels would make their last stand. The fortress monastery, once a symbol of the chapter's unyielding strength, had become a bastion of survival. Aratus could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, the legacy of Sanguinius echoing through the stones beneath his feet. His blood, like that of his brothers, was a direct link to the great Primarch who had fallen at the Siege of Terra, and now they would face a siege of their own. Around him, the other battle brothers stood ready, their armor gleaming a deep crimson beneath the dull, dying light. Each one bore the marks of countless battle scars on their armor, the purity seals fluttering in the foul wind. But beneath the stoic exteriors, Aratus could sense the tension. They all knew what was coming. They had fought the Tyranids before, but never on this scale. This time the entire chapter was at risk, their home in the balance. A voice broke through the vox in Aratus' elm. Prepare for incoming. It was Sergeant Pollux, a veteran of 1,000 wars, his voice steady despite the impending storm. Aratus tightened his grip on his bolter, his gauntleted hands steady as they rested on the trigger. His heart, enhanced by the gene seed of Sanguinius, beat with a slow, controlled rhythm. The fire of battle was already rising within him. The Blood Angels were known for their fury, a trait inherited from their Primarch. A red thirst stirred within each of them, an ever-present hunger for bloodshed that grew stronger with every moment of battle. Aratus could feel it now, a whisper at the back of his mind, urging him to unleash his full power against the swarm. Then, the ground beneath the fortress trembled. Aratus looked out over the battlements, his enhanced vision picking out the first shapes of the Tyranid horde as they emerged from the dust storm. They were a nightmarish sight, thousands of chitinous creatures swarming forward in an unrelenting tide, their scything claws and fanged maws gleaming in the dim light. Larger creatures, the hulking carnifexes and monstrous tyrannifexes, lumbered behind the smaller organisms, while the air buzzed with the sound of winged horrors. The swarm was endless, a living sea of death. Open fire. Pollux's voice thundered over the vox. The walls erupted with the roar of bolt of fire, las cannons, and heavy weapons. Aratus squeezed the trigger, his bolter spitting death into the oncoming horde. Explosive rounds tore through the ranks of Tyranid gaunts, shredding their fragile bodies in bursts of ichor. Yet for every Xenos that fell, 10 more took its place, scrambling over the bodies of the dead as they charged the fortress. Battle brothers of the Blood Angels fought with the precision and discipline of seasoned veterans, their fire coordinated and relentless. But the Tyranids were undeterred, their numbers overwhelming. Aratus fired round after round, the recoil of his bolter a familiar sensation, but even as he dropped creature after creature, he knew the swarm was drawing closer. A scream echoed over the vox, followed by static. Aratus glanced to his left and saw a breach in the wall, where a group of Hormagaunts had scaled the battlements. Brother Marcus, who had been manning the heavy bolter, lay on the ground, his chest torn open by the creature's claws. Without hesitation, Aratus turned and unleashed a burst of bolter fire, cutting down the Xenos before they could advance further. But the breach was widening. Tyranids were scaling the walls faster than the defenders could shoot them down. The swarm was everywhere, gaunts, warriors and lictors leaping onto the battlements, their claws flashing in the dim light as they tore into the Blood Angels' lines. Aratus felt the red thirst rising within him, the familiar heat building in his veins. His vision narrowed, the sounds of battle fading as his focus locked onto the nearest group of Xenos. With a roar he charged forward, dropping his bolter and drawing his chainsword. The weapon roared to life as he swung it in a wide arc, cutting through the Tyranids with brutal efficiency. Blood and ichor sprayed across his armor as he fought, his movements precise but fueled by the growing rage inside him. Around him his brothers were locked in the same deadly combat. Sergeant Pollux fought at his side, his power sword cleaving through the horde with righteous fury. The Blood Angels were holding the walls, but barely. The Tyranids were too many, their numbers an endless tide that seemed impossible to stem. A shadow passed overhead, and Aratus looked up to see a towering tyrant descending from the sky, its massive wings blotting out the light. The hive tyrant landed with a thunderous crash, its monstrous form looming over the battlefield as it raised its bone sword and lash whip. It roared, a terrible sound that reverberated through the very air, a challenge to the Blood Angels. Aratus's heart pounded in his chest, the red thirst screaming for him to engage. He could feel the presence of Sanguinius within him, the memory of their Primarch's final battle echoing in his mind. It was as though he was standing beside Sanguinius on the bridge of the vengeful spirit, facing the arch-traitor himself. With a shout of defiance, Aratus charged the hive tyrant, his chainsword revving as he leapt onto the creature's back. The tyrant roared in fury, its massive limbs thrashing as it tried to shake him off. But Aratus held on, driving his chainsword into its flesh with all his strength. The beast bellowed in pain, and for a moment Aratus thought he might bring it down. But the tyrant's tail lashed out, striking him with bone-crushing force. Aratus was thrown from the creature, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. His vision swam, the pain in his ribs almost unbearable, but he forced himself to stand. The tyrant was still there, its eyes fixed on him, full of hatred and malice. The hive tyrant raised its sword for the killing blow. A flash of light cut through the air. A mighty figure descended from the sky, wings outstretched, golden armor gleaming in the dying light of Baal Secundus. Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, landed before the tyrant, his axe gleaming with power as he struck. The hive tyrant staggered, roaring in pain as Dante's blows rained down upon it. The battle between the two titanic figures was brief but decisive. Dante's final strike cleaved the tyrant's head from its body, and the massive beast collapsed to the ground in a heap. Aratus stared in awe as Dante stood victorious, his golden wings shimmering in the dim light. The sight of their chapter master inspired a surge of hope among the Blood Angels, and they fought with renewed vigor. But even as they held the walls, Aratus knew the battle was far from over. The swarm was endless, and the Blood Angels were fighting against time itself. The siege of Baal would be their greatest test, and whether they would survive it remained uncertain. As Aratus took his place beside his brothers once more, he could only hope that Sanguinius's legacy would see them through. Story 35. The Lost Honor of the Chapter. Captain Lysandro stood before the shattered remnants of his battle company, the weight of failure pressing down on him, like the weight of a world. The halls of the Iron Town's fortress monastery were silent, save for the echoing footfalls of the Astartes, who moved with somber purpose. Every clank of ceramite against the stone floor seemed to carry the shame of their defeat. Lysandros's gaze moved over the assembled warriors, each one battered and scarred from the disastrous campaign on Hakon IV. But it wasn't the wounds of battle that weighed on them now, it was the loss of honor. The Iron Talons had been sent to Hakon IV to quell a rebellion, one that had grown out of control and threatened to spread to nearby systems. What should have been a swift victory turned into a debacle. The rebels had been reinforced by unknown allies, pirates, mercenaries, even whispers of traitor marines. But what stunned most was not the strength of the enemy, it was the failure to achieve victory. In the eyes of the Imperium, a chapter's honor was defined by success in battle. Failure, especially one so public, was a stain that would not easily be forgotten. Lysandros felt the cold, unflinching gaze of Chapter Master Zekiel on him, standing at the dais above. The Chapter Master was a towering figure, his armor gleaming with the golden trim that marked his rank. Zekiel had led the Iron Talons through countless victories, his leadership unblemished by failure. But now, a shadow had fallen over the chapter, and Lysandros knew that he was at the center of it. "You failed," Zekiel's voice boomed through the chamber, his tone as hard as the steel he wore. The Imperium expected victory, and instead, we are forced to explain why a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes could not subdue a rebellion on a minor world. Lysandros stepped forward, his heart heavy with shame. "There were unforeseen circumstances, Chapter Master. The enemy was not what we expected. They had resources we could not have predicted." Zekiel cut him off with a sharp gesture. "Excuses, Captain. The galaxy does not care for unforeseen circumstances. Only for results. You are Astartes. You are meant to adapt, to overcome. And yet you return to nothing but failure." The words were a blade to Lysandros' soul. He had known the risks when they landed on Harkon IV. So rebellion had been larger than expected. Yes, and the enemy more cunning, but it was his responsibility to achieve victory, no matter the odds. That was what it meant to be a captain of the Iron Talons. To fail was to bring dishonor to his brothers, to stain the legacy of their chapter. "The chapter's honor has been called into question," Zekiel continued, his gaze narrowing. "Our allies, our brothers in arms, now wonder if we are still the warriors we claim to be. The trust we have built over centuries is at risk. And so, Captain Lysandros, the burden of redemption falls on you." Lysandros' breath caught in his throat. He had expected as much. The only way to restore the honor of the chapter was through action, through victory. But whatever Zekiel had in mind, it would not be an ordinary campaign. This would be a mission of redemption, and redemption never came easily. "There is a mission," Zekiel said, his voice lowering, but still carrying the weight of command. "One that will test you and your men to the limit. The Adeptus Mechanicus has requested aid on the world of Verdos. A relic of immense value has been uncovered deep within the planet's core, but it is guarded by Xenos horrors that even the Mechanicus cannot breach. They have requested the aid of a strike force to recover the relic, and it is this task that will redeem the Iron Talons." Lysandros nodded, his mind already shifting into the discipline of command. A dangerous mission deep in hostile territory to recover a relic of the Omnicia. The Mechanicus did not make requests lightly. If they had asked for aid, it meant that the relic was of unimaginable value, and the threat was equally dire. But it was more than that. This mission would be his chance to restore the honor of the chapter. There would be no failure this time. "I accept the task, Chapter Master," Lysandros said, his voice steady. "The honor of the Iron Talons will be restored." Zekiel's gaze lingered in on him for a moment, as if weighing his conviction. "Good. You will take a strike force of your best men. The Mechanicus expects results, as do I. Do not fail again." Lysandros bowed his head, the weight of the mission settling onto his shoulders. He knew what was at stake, not just the relic, but the future of the Iron Talons. He turned and made his way toward the armory, his thoughts already moving to the logistics of the mission. The journey to Verdos would be long, and they would need to prepare for the worst. Hours later, as the strike force assembled in the great halls of the fortress monastery, Lysandros stood before them, his battle plate gleaming under the cold light of the chamber. His chosen warriors, veterans all, stood in disciplined lines, their faces set with grim determination. These were the finest of the Iron Talons, brothers who had fought alongside him for decades. They too felt the sting of their recent failure, and now they looked to him to lead them toward redemption. "We go to Verdos," Lysandros said, his voice echoing through the hall. "There we will face horrors beyond imagination, creatures that even the Mechanicus fear to engage. But we will not falter. We will not fail. Our chapter's honor is at stake, and we will reclaim it with blood and steel. For Sanguinius, for the Emperor, and for the Iron Talons." The assembled warriors slammed their fists against their chests in unison, a thunderous sound that reverberated through the hall. They were ready. They were Astartes, and they would not fail again. The journey to Verdos was marked by a tense silence. Lysandros spent much of the voyage preparing, reviewing the scant intelligence the Mechanicus had provided. Verdos was a mining world, its surface barren and scarred by centuries of exploitation. Deep beneath the planet's crust lay the ruins of an ancient Cenos civilization, long dead but still dangerous. The Mechanicus had uncovered a vault of technology, but their efforts to access it had been thwarted by the Xenos creatures that guarded it, mechanical monstrosities, ancient war machines programmed to protect the relic at all costs. When they arrived in orbit above Verdos, the bleakness of the planet struck Lysandros immediately. It was a world devoid of life, its surface cracked and broken, but the prize lay below, deep within the planet's core. The Iron Talons would descend into the depths, into the heart of the Xenos ruins, and they would not return without victory. As the strike force made planetfall, Lysandros led his men into the darkness, the weight of the mission pressing down on him with every step. The tunnels were vast and ancient, the air thick with the sense of something long forgotten, and as they moved deeper, the first of the Xenos horrors emerged, machines of war, cold and unfeeling, their weapons ancient but still deadly. The battle was brutal and relentless, but the Iron Talons fought with the fury of the Emperor's chosen. Each strike was delivered with precision, each blow a testament to their discipline and resolve. Lysandros fought at the front, his power sword cleaving through the Xenos constructs with righteous fury. As the final machine fell, the strike force reached the heart of the ruins, a massive vault, its doors sealed with alien technology. Lysandros stepped forward, his breath steady as he placed his hand on the control panel. The doors slid open with a hiss, revealing the relic within a device of unknown origin, pulsing with an eerie light. The mission was complete. As Lysandros stood before the relic, the weight of failure lifted from his shoulders. The honor of the Iron Talons had been restored not through words or excuses, but through action. The chapter would remember this day, and so would the Imperium. For the Iron Talons, redemption had been earned. Story 36. The Hunt for the Fallen. Chapter Master Zadkiel of the Dark Angels stood at the helm of the strike cruiser Eternal Wrath, his eyes fixed on the endless void of space beyond the bridge's viewports. His armored hands were clasped behind his back, the dark green of his Terminator plate reflecting the cold light of the stars. His mind, however, was not on the vastness of the galaxy, but on the secretive mission that had brought them to the fringes of the Imperium, far from prying eyes and inquisitive minds. They were hunting one of the fallen. It had been a long time since Zadkiel had personally led such a mission. As chapter master, his duties often kept him at the heart of the chapter's operations, overseeing grand campaigns and protecting the chapter's reputation within the Imperium. But the hunt for the fallen was not a task he could delegate, not a duty that could be passed down. It was a matter of honor, of duty, and of secrets older than the chapter itself. The fallen, those traitorous members of the original Dark Angels Legion who had turned their backs on the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, were an eternal stain on the chapter's legacy, while the rest of the Imperium believed the Dark Angels to be among the most steadfast and loyal of the Astartes. Zadkiel knew the truth. The betrayal of their fallen brothers still haunted them, even 10,000 years later, and it was their sacred duty, passed down from Grandmaster Azrael himself, to find the fallen, to capture them, and to extract their confession. Redemption was a cruel road, but it was one the Dark Angels could not avoid. Behind him, the low hum of the ship's systems blended with the heavy footfalls of Brother Ascalon, one of the inner circle. Zadkiel turned slightly as the veteran warrior approached, his black robes billowing around his dark green armor. Ascalon's face, weathered and scarred from centuries of war, was as impassive as ever, but there was a tension in his eyes. "Chapter Master," Ascalon said, his voice low, filled with the gravity of their mission. "We have arrived in the Patagon Expanse. The astropaths confirm the last sighting of the fallen was here, on a dead world known as Vigrid. It is a desolate place, abandoned for millennia, but the fallen has made it his refuge." Zadkiel nodded, his expression unreadable. "Good. The traitor will be brought to justice. We will descend upon him with the full force of the Dark Angels, as we have done before." Ascalon hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. "There is concern among the men, my lord. Many of the younger brothers do not fully understand the nature of this mission. They know we are pursuing a traitor, but they do not know the full truth." Zadkiel's gaze hardened. The truth about the fallen was a closely guarded secret within the chapter. Only those who had proven their loyalty to the inner circle, the most trusted members of the chapter, were allowed to know the dark truth of their past. So the rest of the chapter fought in ignorance, believing they hunted ordinary traitors, renegades who had turned their backs on the Edropis. They could not know the truth of the fallen, nor the shadow it cast over their brotherhood. "They do not need to know," Zadkiel said, his voice firm. "The chapter's honor and the Emperor's will demand we keep this secret. What we do here is for the good of the Imperium. The fallen must be hunted, but their existence must never be revealed." Ascalon nodded, though the tension in his posture remained. "I understand, Chapter Master, but there are whispers. Some of the younger brothers have begun to ask questions about the secrecy, about the nature of these hunts. They are loyal, of course, but the more we hunt, the more they see." Zadkiel frowned. The question of loyalty within the chapter was always delicate, but it was especially so when it came to the hunt for the fallen. Secrecy was their greatest weapon, but also their greatest curse. The more they hunted, the more the questions grew. "They will remain loyal," Zadkiel said, his voice final. "The Sons of the Lion have never faltered in their duty." Ascalon bowed his head slightly and stepped back. "Yes, my lord, I will ensure the men are ready for the assault. We deploy in 1 hour." As Ascalon left, Zadkiel turned his attention back to the void, his mind now focused on the hunt. Vigrid was a dead world, devoid of life, a fitting place for a traitor to hide. The fallen they sought, identified by the Inquisitors as one who had once gone by the name of Brother Razzle, had been a powerful figure during the piracy, a former champion of the Dark Angels who had fought with distinction before turning to chaos. Now he was a hunted man, and he knew it. The traps Raziel had left in his wake, the ambushes he had orchestrated, all spoke of a man who was ready for them. Zadkiel moved toward the deployment bay, where the Battle Brothers were gathering. The strike force was small, no more than 2 squads of Deathwing Terminators, supported by Ravenwing attack bikes and a dreadnought. This was not a grand assault, it was a surgical strike, a mission of precision. The Dark Angels did not need numbers to bring down a single traitor. They needed skill, and they had that in abundance. In the bay, Brother Sergeant Malachai stood with his men, their hulking forms clad in the bone-white armor of the Deathwing. Each of them bore the marks of veteran warriors, their loyalty unquestioned, their experience etched in the scars on their armor. "We descend upon Vigrid shortly," Zadkiel said as he approached. "The Fallen is on this world, and we will bring him to justice. You know your orders capture him alive if possible, but he must not escape. We cannot fail." Malachai nodded, his expression grim. "We will bring him down, Chapter Master. For the Lion." "For the Lion," Zadkiel echoed, his voice filled with the weight of centuries of duty. He could see the fire in Malachai's eyes, the same fire that burned within all the Deathwing. They had sworn an oath long ago, and they would see it fulfilled, no matter the cost. The Thunderhawks launched from the eternal wrath, streaking toward the barren surface of Vigrid. The dead world stretched out below them, a wasteland of craggy mountains and crumbling ruins. The air was thick with dust, the sky dark with storm clouds. As the Thunderhawks descended, the scanners picked up faint signs of life, deep within an ancient ruin. It was there that the Fallen had made his last stand. The Thunderhawks touched down, and the Deathwing disembarked, their movements precise and silent. They moved through the ruins like shadows, their senses scanning for any sign of the traitor. Every step brought them closer to their quarry, but the tension grew with each passing moment. Raziel would not go down without a fight. It wasn't long before the first ambush hit. The ruins exploded in a flurry of bolter fire, as corrupted Astartes, clad in the twisted remnants of their old armor, emerged from the shadows. They were remnants of the Fallen, brothers who had turned with Raziel during the heresy. Their weapons roared, but the Deathwing were prepared, their storm bolters returning fire with deadly precision. Zadkiel led the charge, his power sword humming with energy as he cut down a traitor who charged him with a chinax. Around him the Deathwing fought with brutal efficiency, their Terminator armor shrugging off enemy fire as they advanced. But for every traitor they killed, more emerged, and the ruins became a maze of fire and death. Amid the chaos, Raziel appeared. So the fallen champion was clad in black armor, marked with the sigils of the past, his face twisted with rage and defiance. His blade, a corrupted power sword, crackled with dark energy as he moved towards Zadkiel, his eyes filled with hatred. "You've come to claim me, haven't you, brother?" Raziel sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "To make me confess? You've been hunting me for millennia, and still you do not understand. It is you who are the traitors. It is you who are blind." Zadkiel's grip tightened on his sword, his voice cold. "You turned your back on the Lion, on the Emperor. You chose your fate." Raziel's laugh was bitter. "I chose freedom, you chose chains." With a roar, Raziel charged, and the battle between the brothers began. The clash was brutal, the two warriors locked in a deadly dance of power and fury. Raziel fought with the skill of a veteran, his strikes fueled by the hatred he had carried for millennia. But Zadkiel was relentless, his every move calculated, his sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Around them, the battle raged on, the Deathwing cutting down the traitors who had once been their brothers. Finally, with a swift strike, Zadkiel disarmed Raziel, sending the traitor's sword clattering to the ground. Raziel staggered, his breathing labored. Story 37. The Blade of the Primarch. The cavern was immense, its walls carved from the dark stone of a forgotten world, and at its center, suspended on a pedestal of cracked marble, lay the weapon that had been the subject of so much bloodshed and secrecy, the Blade of the Primarch. The air inside the cavern was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint hum of ancient machinery that had long been dormant. In the dim light, the blade glowed faintly, casting flickering shadows across the chamber. Brother Captain Varnock of the Storm Herald's chapter stood at the entrance to the cavern, his gaze fixed on the weapon. His dark armor, adorned with the lightning bolts of his chapter, was scratched and dented from the battles fought to reach this place. He had led his warriors through hostile Exynos and treacherous terrain, guided by fragments of old imperial records and the whispers of legends. The blade before him was no ordinary relic. It was a weapon once wielded by Rogel Dorn himself, the Primarch of the Imperial Fists and architect of Terra's defense during the Horus Heresy. Its recovery would be a triumph beyond measure, the symbol of honor and prestige for the Storm Heralds. Varnock took a step forward, his boots echoing in the cavern's stillness. The legends surrounding the blade had been vague, but they all agreed on one thing: whoever claimed the Blade of the Primarch would be seen as the true inheritor of Dorn's legacy. It was a weapon of unmatched power, capable of turning the tide of wars. But as he moved closer, a shadow stirred in the far corner of the chamber. Varnock's hand instinctively went to his bolter, raising the weapon as the figure stepped into the light. Clad in the golden armor of the Sons of Dawn, Captain Mirius stood tall, his face hidden behind a helmet etched with the symbols of his chapter. The tension in the air became palpable as the two warriors locked eyes, their mutual recognition setting the stage for what was to come. Mirius, Varnock said, his voice low and edged with a challenge. I should have known the Sons of Dawn would be here. Mirius took a slow step forward, his own weapon lowered but ready. You forget, Varnock, this blade belongs to our Primarch, our Gene Father. It was Dawn who led us, Dawn who entrusted us with his legacy. You have no right to claim it. Varnock's grip on his bolter tightened, but he kept his voice steady. We are both Sons of Dawn, Mirius. The Storm Heralds have as much claim to this relic as you do. We have bled for it, fought through enemies and dangers beyond count. The blade will return with us to our chapter, where it belongs. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant rumble of the planet's tectonic shifts. The ancient fortress world they stood upon had been abandoned for millennia, its location known only to a handful of Imperial scholars. The fact that both chapters had found it at the same time was no coincidence. It was a testament to how deeply the two forces had scoured the galaxy for a trace of this legendary weapon. Mirius stepped closer, his hand hovering near the hilt of his power sword. Do not mistake your chapter's glory for entitlement, Varnock. Sons of Dawn were there when Terra stood besieged, when the walls of the Imperial Palace trembled under the weight of the traitor legions. It is our duty to protect the memory of our Primarch. This weapon is ours by right. Varnock took a breath, his temper barely restrained. Do not lecture me about Terra's defense. My chapter has upheld the ideals of Dawn for just as long. We were forged in the same crucible, sworn to the same oaths. The blade is not the exclusive right of the Sons of Dawn. We all bear the mark of his sacrifice. The tension in the cavern reached a breaking point as both captains squared off, their respective warriors now emerging from the shadows, bolters raised but not yet fired. Behind Mirius, the battle brothers of the Sons of Dawn stood tall, their golden armor gleaming in the dim light, while behind Varting's egg, the storm heralds were silent, their eyes fixed on the blade, ready to defend their captain's claim. "So there is no need for this," Mirius said after a moment, though his voice was laced with a threat. "Stand down, Varnock, and leave this place. We will take the blade, and you can return to your chapter with honor intact." Varnock's eyes flashed with defiance. "The only way we leave here without the blade is over our dead bodies, Mirius. Storm heralds will not abandon what is rightfully theirs." For a brief, agonizing moment the cavern held its breath. Then in an instant all restraint was shattered. Mirius drew his power sword, its blade crackling with energy as he lunged forward. Varnock parried with his own weapon, the force of their clash sending sparks flying into the darkness. The two captains, warriors honed by centuries of battle, moved with deadly precision, their strikes aimed not at wounding but at killing. Around them the cavern erupted into chaos. The Sons of Dawn and the Storm Heralds opened fire, bolter rounds filling the air with deafening cracks as battle brother fought against battle brother. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of ozone and burning ceramite, the ground shaking as the two forces clashed, each determined to claim the blade for their chapter. Varnock fought with the fury of a man driven by duty, his strikes powerful but controlled. He knew that this battle was not just about the blade, it was about honor, about proving that his chapter was worthy of the same respect and legacy as the Sons of Dawn. But Mirius was a formidable opponent, his movements swift and precise, his strikes driven by an equally fierce determination to protect what he believed was rightfully his. As they fought, the blade remained untouched on its pedestal, as if mocking the carnage unfolding around it. Both captains knew that whoever claimed the blade would claim victory, but neither could gain the upper hand. Their warriors fought just as fiercely, but the dead began to pile up, their armor shattered, their blood staining the ancient stone. Suddenly a tremor shook the cavern, the result of the planet's long-dormant tectonic activity reawakening. Cracks began to form in the walls and debris started to fall from the ceiling. Varnock, sensing the danger, disengaged from Mirius with a powerful blow that sent the Sons of Dawn captains staggering backward. "We cannot continue this," Varnock shouted over the din of the battle. "The cavern will collapse. We will all die here." Mirius, his chest heaving, paused for a moment, glancing around at the crumbling chamber. His eyes flickered to the blade, then back to Varnock. The rage in his gaze was tempered by cold logic. "The blade must be recovered," Mirius said, though his voice was strained with fury. "But you are right. We cannot fight in this place any longer." The two captains stood at an impasse, the weight of their mission and their rivalry hanging between them. Around them, the cavern continued to collapse, the danger growing more imminent with every passing second. It was only a matter of time before the entire structure would come crashing down. Varnock lowered his weapon, though his eyes never left Mirius. "We can settle this later. The blade will still be here, but we won't if we remain." Mirius hesitated, the tension still thick between them, but finally he nodded. "Very well. We leave for now." With that, the two chapters began their withdrawal, though the air was still heavy with unresolved conflict. The blade of Rogel Dawn remained in its place, untouched for now, but its presence would continue to haunt both captains. The battle for the blade was not over. It had only just begun. The blade of the Primarch would wait. Story 38. The Great Rift. The galaxy was tearing itself apart. Captain Tyberos of the Night Reapers chapter stood at the bridge of the strike cruiser enduring Ross, his gaze fixed on the massive tear in reality that stretched across the stars, dividing the galaxy in two. The Great Rift, a wound in the fabric of space-time, had erupted with the force of an unimaginable cataclysm, sending waves of warp energy crashing through systems, cutting off worlds, and plunging the Imperium into chaos. The stars beyond the rift were distorted, dimmed, or swallowed entirely by the swirling madness of the warp. So on the wrong side of this divide, the Night Reapers found themselves isolated, stranded in the galaxy's darkest reaches. Tyberos had seen many horrors in his centuries of service, but nothing could have prepared him for this. The warp storms that now raged across the galaxy were unnatural, far worse than the tides that normally ebbed and flowed in the Immaterium. Entire systems had disappeared into the rift, swallowed by the madness, and those who had been left behind, like his chapter, were cut off from the light of the Astronomicon. Without the Emperor's guiding beacon, the only constant in the galaxy was chaos. "Status report," Tyberos said, his voice a growl beneath his helmet. Brother Sergeant Verax stepped forward, his armor scuffed and blackened from the recent engagements. His helm was removed, revealing a battle-scarred face set in grim lines. "Warp translation is impossible, Captain. The storms have worsened. Every astropath we've contacted has gone silent, their minds shattered. We're blind out here." Tyberos clenched his gauntleted fist, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the star charts on the hololith. They were far from Imperial space, in a sector known as the Sagittarius Reach, an area of space that had long been the hunting ground for Xenos pirates and renegade forces. Now, with the rift cutting through the galaxy like a gaping wound, those dangers were multiplying. The warp had unleashed its full horror, and even navigating the stars in real space had become perilous. "We cannot remain here," Tyberos said after a moment, his voice low and hard. "The Great Rift may have cut us off from the Imperium, but that does not mean we will abandon our duty. And we will chart a course back to Imperial space, and we will face whatever horrors lie between us and the Emperor." Verax nodded, his expression unwavering. "Aye, Captain, but the path ahead is fraught with danger. Seneno's raiders have been sighted in the surrounding systems. And worse, there have been reports of traitor forces massing at the edge of the rift." Tyberos's gaze darkened. Traitors. The word hung in the air, a bitter taste on the tongue. In these dark times, the forces of chaos would thrive in the wake of the rift. Traitor legions, war bands, and heretic cults would see the division in the galaxy as an opportunity, a chance to tear down the Imperium while it was weakened and distracted. And the Night Reapers, trapped in the abyss of the galaxy, were a prime target for any who sought to claim vengeance against the loyal Astarte. "Have the men prepare for battle," Tyberos ordered, his voice cold as iron. "We are leaving this cursed system. Whether we face Xenos traitors or the warp itself, we will not fall." The preparations were swift. The Night Reapers were known for their precision and discipline, and even in the face of the Great Rift, their resolve did not waver. The strike cruiser hummed with energy as its systems were primed for battle, its weapons charged and ready. Within the armories, the Battle Brothers donned their blackened armor, their hands moving with practiced ease as they armed themselves with bolters, power swords, and melter weapons. The air was thick with tension, but there was no fear, only the grim determination that had carried the Night Reapers through countless wars. Tiberai stood at the head of his command squad, his armor gleaming in the low light of the armory. The captain had fought in the most brutal campaigns of the chapter's history, and the scars on his armor bore testament to battles that would have broken lesser men. Now, as he prepared to lead his warriors into the unknown, he felt the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The lives of every brother on board rested on his decisions, but he would not falter. The Night Reapers would endure as they always had. As the strike cruiser moved toward the edge of the system, the first signs of trouble emerged. The sensors flickered, detecting movement in the void ahead. At first it was faint, a distant shadow at the edge of the system, but soon it became clear, ships, dozens of them, emerging from the warp. Their hulls were jagged and twisted, marked with the profane symbols of chaos. "Traitor forces," Varric said, his voice laced with disgust as he read the readings. "A full warband, Captain. Looks like they've been waiting for us." Tiberos's expression remained unchanged. "So they know we're here. It changes nothing. Ready the weapons and prepare for boarding actions. We will tear them apart." The traitor fleet closed in fast, their ships darting through the void like predatory beasts. Bolts of energy and warped fire streaked toward the enduring wrath, but the cruiser's void shields flared to life, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Tiberus gave the order to return fire, and the strike cruiser unleashed a barrage of torpedoes and Lascanon fire, tearing into the enemy fleet with devastating force. But the traitors had come prepared. The two fleets engaged in a brutal exchange of fire, boarding torpedoes shot from the KS ships, slamming into the hull of the enduring wrath. The traitor Astartes warriors, twisted and corrupted by the warp, swarmed into the ship, seeking to cripple it from within. The ship's hulls became a battleground as Night Reapers clashed with their fallen kin, bolters roaring and chains words tearing through flesh and ceramite. Tiberos led his warriors into the fray, his power sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. The traitor Marines fought with the savage fury of those long since lost to the Emperor's light, their armor a blasphemous mockery of the once proud legions they had betrayed. But the Night Reapers were relentless, their discipline and training overcoming the frenzied assaults of the enemy. "Hold the line," Tiberos roared as he drove his blade through the chest of a traitor, his body slamming against the bulkhead. For the Emperor, for the chapter. Around him his warriors fought with the fury of the faithful, their bolters tearing through the enemy ranks. The halls of the strike cruiser were filled with the sound of battle, the screams of dying traitors and the relentless thrum of bolter fire. But even as they pushed back the invaders, Tiberos knew that this was only the beginning. The Great Rift had unleashed horrors beyond comprehension, and the path ahead was fraught with danger. Xeno's predators lurked in the shadows of the void, and traitor forces gathered like vultures waiting for your Imperium to crumble. The warp itself was an ever-present threat, its tendrils reaching out to twist reality and consume the unwary. But the Night Reapers would not fall. They would carve a path through the darkness, through the warp storms, and through the traitors who sought to destroy them. They would rejoin the Imperium, and they would bring with them the fury of the Emperor's vengeance. For they were the sons of the Emperor, and they would not be broken by the Great Rift. Story 39. The Wrath of the Dreadnought. The vaults of the Iron Templars' fortress monastery were vast and silent, a tomb of forgotten warriors and ancient relics. Deep within those cold halls, sealed behind walls of ceramite and adamantium, lay the dreadnought Serial. For centuries, Serial had slept, his once mighty form entombed in the life-sustaining sarcophagus of the dreadnought chassis. His body was broken long ago, torn apart in a war so distant that the younger battle brothers of the chapter spoke of it only in whispers. Yet despite the ravages of time and battle, Serial's mind remained sharp, his consciousness preserved in the machine that had become his body. Today, however, the silence of his long slumber was broken. Serial's optics flickered to life, his consciousness slowly returning as the machine spirits within the sarcophagus began their awakening protocols. The cold darkness around him gave way to a dim glow, and the heavy sound of his own mechanical breathing filled his auditory senses. The reactivation was not something Serial had expected. When he'd last been sealed away, it was with the understanding that he would only be awoken in the direst of circumstances, when the chapter faced a threat so great that it required even the long slumbering warriors of its past to rise again. Awaken, Serial, a voice crackled through the ancient vox link embedded in his sarcophagus. Your chapter calls for you. The voice was familiar, though it had been centuries since Serial had heard it. It was Brother Chaplain Damaris, one of the few still living who had fought alongside him in those ancient wars. Chaplain's voice was firm, but Serial could hear the strain beneath it, the weight of a crisis too great to bear alone. I hear you, Chaplain, Serial's voice echoed, distorted slightly by the ancient vox systems. His mind, though sharp, struggled to fully acclimate after so manaved it. What has happened? Why have I been awakened? The Iron Templars are in peril, Damaris replied, his voice tinged with grim resolve. The Xeno scum have breached our outer defenses. We face an invasion unlike any we've seen in our lifetimes. Copter is outnumbered, and we are losing ground. We need your strength. The words struck Serial like a hammer blow. The Iron Templars had always been a proud chapter. To hear that they were being overrun, that their fortress monastery itself was at risk, filled him with a cold fury. He could feel the rage building within him, an echo of the warrior spirit that had once driven him in battle. Even though his body had been reduced to this iron sarcophagus, his heart still beat with the same unyielding fury that had carried him through the darkest days of the Imperium. Release me, Serial growled, the machine around him whirring to life as he began to test his long-dormant systems. Servos in his massive arms and legs groaned under the strain of centuries of disuse, but they responded nonetheless, creaking and shifting as the ancient mechanisms reactivated. I will crush these invaders beneath my feet. The vault doors before him shuddered, then slowly opened with a grinding of gears. Beyond them, the dimly lit halls of the fortress monastery beckoned. As Sariel stepped forward, his massive form towering over the tech marines who had come to assist in his reawakening, the full weight of his dreadnought bolted on the ancient floors. Each step was accompanied by a heavy thud, the very ground trembling beneath his weight. Brother Chaplain Damaris awaited him at the entrance to the vaults, his skull-faced helm staring up at the towering form of the dreadnought. "It is good to see you awake, Sariel," he said, though there was no time for pleasantries. "The Xenos have already breached the inner sanctum. We have lost many brothers holding them back. If we cannot stop them here, the chapter will fall." Sariel's optics flared, his mind sharpening into a singular focus. He remembered his last battle when he had stood at the front of the line, facing down a wave of orcs so vast that the horizon itself had seemed to darken with their presence. He had fought for hours, even as his body was torn apart by their savage blows. He had refused to die then, and he would not let his chapter die now. "Lead me to them," Sariel said, his voice a deep rumble. "I will show them the wrath of the Emperor." Damaris nodded and turned, leading the way through the labyrinthine halls of the monastery. As they moved, the sounds of battle grew louder, the roar of bolters, the shriek of Xenos weapons, and the cries of dying warriors. The air was thick with the acrid stench of war, the scent of burning ceramite and blood. They emerged into the main courtyard, where the heart of the battle was being fought. Xenos creatures, twisted and grotesque, swarmed over the walls and through the gates, their bodies bristling with claws, blades and unnatural weapons. The Iron Templars fought with all the strength and discipline they could muster, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. For every Xenos they cut down, 3 more took its place. Sariel's optics narrowed as he took in the scene. His fury boiled over, and with a roar that echoed through the courtyard, he charged into the fray. His heavy bolter roared to life, spitting explosive rounds into the Xenos horde, tearing them apart in gory explosions of flesh and bone. His power fist swung in wide arcs, crushing enemies beneath its massive weight, their bodies reduced to pulp beneath his unstoppable advance. The sight of the ancient dreadnought charging into battle rallied the Iron Templars. Battle brothers who had been on the verge of being overwhelmed now fought with renewed vigor. Inspired by the presence of Sariel, they closed ranks, pushing back the Xenos with disciplined fire and the swing of chainswords. But the Xenos did not relent. More poured into the courtyard, their numbers seemingly endless. A massive Xenos war beast, towering over the battlefield, charged towards Sariel, its claws glinting in the dim light as it sought to tear him apart. Sariel met the beast head-on, his power fist clamping down on its neck with a mechanical roar. The creature screeched in pain as Sariel twisted, the sound of cracking bone and rupturing flesh filling the air. Till with a final savage twist, Sariel tore the beast's head from its body, its massive form collapsing in a heap at his feet. Still, the Xenos came. "Brothers," Sariel's voice boomed over the din of battle, his fury now a burning fire that consumed him. "Hold the line, for the Emperor, for the chapter." The Iron Templars fought with everything they had, their bolters roaring, their blades flashing in the blood-soaked light. But the battle was far from over, and Sariel knew that his time was limited. His ancient body, though powerful, was not what it once had been. The strain of battle was already taking its toll, his servers groaning under the pressure, his systems flashing warnings of damage and fatigue. But Sariel did not care. He had been awoken for one purpose, to defend his chapter. If this battle was to be his last, then he would make it a victory worthy of the Emperor's name. As the battle raged on, Sariel fought like a force of nature, his massive form unstoppable as he tore through the Xenos with relentless fury. His body groaned under the strain, his systems flickering, but still he fought. His will was unbreakable, his duty clear. And in the end, as the last of the Xenos fell before him, Sariel stood victorious, his body battered but unbroken. The courtyard was littered with the corpses of enemies, the ground soaked in their blood. The Iron Templars stood around him, bloodied but victorious, their eyes filled with respect and awe for the ancient warrior who had saved them. But Sariel's time was done. His systems, pushed beyond their limits, began to shut down, his optics dimming as he felt the cold embrace of stasis once more. As the darkness closed in, Sariel's last thought was of his brothers, of the chapter he had fought so long to protect. He'd served them one last time, and that was enough. Story 40. The Test of Faith. Chaplain Ulrica the Silver Blade stood at the edge of the drop ram, his eyes scanning the bleak landscape of Dekrios, a world that once had been a shining bastion of imperial faith. Now it was a ruin, its cities shrouded in darkness and corruption. The once proud temples dedicated to the Emperor's glory had been twisted, their towering spires adorned with blasphemous symbols. As the Thunderhawk descended through the smoke-filled sky, Urik's grip tightened around the haft of his Crozius Arcanum, the symbol of his duty and his faith. The vox inside his helmet crackled with static, but the message came through clearly. Chaplain, we are receiving scattered reports from the surface. The locals have not only abandoned the Imperial Creed, but they've actively embraced heresy. Expect resistance. Oric's jaw tightened beneath his black skull helm. His mission was clear: purge the corruption, restore the people's faith in the Emperor, and eradicate any who dared defile the sanctity of the Imperial Creed. He had fought countless wars, led battle brothers into the jaws of death, and faced Xenos horrors that would shatter the minds of lesser men. But this was different. Here the enemy was not some alien species or traitor legion. This was a world that had once been loyal, its people devout in their worship of the Emperor. To find such a place consumed by heresy was an affront to everything Auric stood for. As the Thunderhawk's ramp lowered with a hiss, Auric stepped onto the ashen soil of Dekrios. Around him, his honor guard followed, their power armor gleaming in the dull light that filtered through the thick clouds overhead. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and the silence was unnerving, broken only by the distant hum of corrupted machinery and the occasional crackle of distant gunfire. Spread out, all recorded, his voice a deep rumble over the vox. We need to find the center of this heresy. The enemy will reveal itself soon enough. Streets of the city were desolate, the buildings crumbling and lifeless. Statues of the Emperor, once revered by the populace, lay in ruins, their broken forms scattered like forgotten relics. Ulrich felt a burning anger in his chest as he moved through the wreckage, each step bringing him closer to the heart of the city. The signs of heresy were everywhere, walls covered in chaotic ruins, shrines erected to dark gods, and banners depicting twisted versions of the Aquila, mocking the imperial symbol. Suddenly the vox crackled again. Contact. Came the voice of Brother Sergeant Tybor, stationed on the left flank. Hostiles approaching, approximately 50 meters, civilians, armed and corrupted. Ulrich's grip on his Crozius tightened. Do not hesitate. They are no longer civilians. They are heretics. The chaplain led his men through the narrow streets, advancing toward the source of the disturbance. So as they rounded a corner, they saw them once loyal citizens of the Imperium, now reduced to raving madmen, their bodies marked with the stigmata of chaos. They wielded crude weapons, makeshift clubs and rusted blades, their eyes wide with the madness that had overtaken them. Behind them, a figure in dark robes stood, arms raised in the air, chanting blasphemous incantations that sent a chill down even Ulrich's spine. Purge them, Ulrich roared, raising his Crozius high. The battle was swift and brutal. Bolters barked, and the heretics fell in droves, their bodies torn apart by the righteous fury of the silver blades. Ulrich charged forward, his Crozius crackling with holy power as it smashed through the skull of a charging heretic, sending him crashing to the ground. The robed figure, the cult leader, attempted to flee, but Ulrich was faster. With a single powerful swing he brought the Crozius down, and the heretic's body crumpled under the force of the blow. But this was only the beginning. As the heretic leader fell, a wave of unnatural energy pulsed through the air, and the ground itself seemed to shudder. From the shadows of the city's ruins, more figures emerged, mutants and creatures twisted by the war. Their bodies were grotesque parodies of humanity, bloated and misshapen, their limbs elongated into claws and talons. The corruption of chaos had seeped deep into the fabric of the world, turning once loyal citizens into mindless abominations. By the Emperor, Tybor muttered as he leveled his bolter, firing into the advancing swarm. Ulrich stepped forward, his voice rising in a battle hymn. We are the Emperor's wrath. His light will cleanse this world of corruption. Hold the line, brothers, and show these heretics the price of their betrayal. The mutants rushed forward with unnatural speed, but they were no match for the discipline and firepower of the silver blades. Bolter rounds exploded in the air, cutting down the twisted creatures before they could reach the Astartes. Ulrich waded into the fray, his Crozius swinging in wide arcs, smashing through the mutated bodies with righteous fury. Each strike was a prayer to the Emperor, each kill a testament to his unshakable faith. But as the battle raged on, Ulrich knew that this was more than a fight against physical enemies. The true corruption lay deeper, in the minds and hearts of the people of Dicryos. To restore the Emperor's light to this world, he would need to do more than kill the heretics. He would need to break the grip of the false faith that had taken hold. Forward, Ulrich roared, leading his men deeper into the city. The heretics fell back before them, retreating toward a massive structure that had once been the city's primary cathedral. Now its towering spires were twisted, its once glorious stained glass replaced with dark, swirling symbols of chaos. The Emperor's likeness had been defiled, replaced with grotesque statues of the dark gods. Ulrich's heart burned with righteous fury as he gazed upon the desecration. That is where the corruption festers. That is where we will end this. Silver blades advanced toward the cathedral, cutting down the last of the heretic defenders with precision and discipline. The massive doors of the cathedral stood before them, cracked and blackened by the taint of the warp. A single powerful strike, Ulrich shattered the doors, and they entered the corrupted heart of the city. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay and madness. The walls were lined with blasphemous runes, and dark energy pulsed from the altar at the far end of the cathedral. There, standing in the shadows, was the true architect of the heresy, a figure cloaked in the robes of a former imperial priest, now twisted by the warp. His eyes glowed with malevolent power as he raised his hands, dark energy swirling around him. "Foolish chaplain," the priest sneered, his voice filled with malice. "You are too late. The people of Dekriaz belong to the dark gods now. You cannot save them." Ulrich's voice was steady as he raised his crozius. "The Emperor's light will never fade. You will burn in the fires of his judgment." For the bellowing roar, Ulrich charged the corrupted priest, his crozius blazing with holy power. The dark energy around the priest crackled and surged, but it could not stop the righteous fury of the chaplain. Ulrich swung his crozius, and the priest's dark shield shattered under the force of the blow. The heretic fell to his knees, his power fading, as Ulrich stood over him. "For the Emperor," Ulrich whispered, before bringing his crozius down one last time. The cathedral shook as the corrupted priest was destroyed, the dark energy that had gripped the world of Dekriaz dissipating into the ether. The heresy was broken, and the Emperor's light began to return to the world. Ulrich stood in the silent aftermath, his black armor stained with the blood of heretics, but his faith unbroken. Dekriaz had been saved, its people returned to the Emperor's light, but Ulrich knew that the test of faith was never over. There would always be more worlds, more souls to redeem, and as long as he drew breath, he would fight for every last one of them. For the Emperor's will was eternal, and so was his wrath. Story 41. The Emperor's Gen Legacy. The vaults of Aria Prime had been lost to the Imperium for millennia, buried beneath layers of rock and time, their existence nothing more than a whisper among the oldest records of the Adeptus Mechanicus. But now, after centuries of searching, the Iron Sentinel's chapter stood on the threshold of discovery that could reshape the fate of the Imperium itself. Deep within these forgotten vaults lay genetic material from the Emperor of mankind, his very essence, preserved from the earliest days of the Great Crusade. It was a relic beyond value, a fragment of the Emperor's own being, and now it had come to light. Captain Varus stood at the head of his strike team, his breath steady, despite the enormity of what they had uncovered. The entrance to the vault was massive, its gates carved with sigils and iconography from the dark age of technology, untouched by human hands for thousands of years. The air was cold, the weight of history pressing down on him like a leaden cloak. Behind him, his brothers in the Iron Sentinels were silent, their weapons held at the ready. They all knew what was at stake. "Brother Chaplain Tiberius," Varus said quietly, his gaze still locked on the gates ahead. "What do the Mechanicus readings say? Is this truly the place?" Tiberius, his skull-faced helm gleaming in the dim light, nodded solemnly. "The Mechanicus confirms it. These vaults contain the genetic legacy of the Emperor. We are standing before the most sacred relic in all of the Imperium." Varus clenched his fist, his gauntlet creaking with the strain. "Then we cannot fail. The relic must be secured and returned to Terra." But even as the words left his mouth, a distant rumble shook the ground beneath them. Varus's instincts flared, and he immediately activated his Vox Sergeant Corvin report. The Vox crackled with static, and then Corvin's voice came through tense and strained. "Captain, we have incoming. Multiple enemy contacts. It's worse than we thought. The traitors are here." Varus's eyes narrowed. "How many?" There was a pause, and when Corvin spoke again, his voice was grim. "A warband, sir. At least 200 strong. Traitor Marines, cultists, and something darker." Varus felt the cold grip of realization tighten around him. The traitor forces had discovered the vaults as well, and they were coming to claim the Emperor's gene legacy for themselves. If they succeeded, it could mean the end of the Imperium. The genetic material contained within the vaults could be used to create horrors beyond imagination, twisted parodies of the Emperor's own form. It would be a weapon of unimaginable power in the hands of chaos. "We must act now," Varus said, his voice hardening. "Seal the vaults and prepare for defense. We hold this position until the relic is secured." Tiberius turned to the tech marine who had accompanied them, his servo arm already working on the vault's intricate locking mechanisms. "Brother Cassius, can you access the vault?" Cassius nodded, his mechanical limbs whirring as they moved with precise efficiency. "The mechanism is ancient, but it will yield. I just need time." Time was something they did not have. Varus activated his Vox again. "All squads to the vault entrance. Prepare for an assault. We will not let the traitors through." The Iron Sentinels moved swiftly, their years of training and discipline coming to the forefront as they took up defensive positions around the entrance. Heavy bolters were deployed, their barrels trained on the distant horizon where the enemy would emerge. Varus stood at the forefront, his power sword drawn, the blade humming with energy. The traitor warband would be upon them soon, and they would have to hold the line. Moments later, the first signs of the enemy appeared. Dark shapes moved across the broken landscape of Area Prime, their outlines distorted by the warp-tainted air. At the head of the force, towering above the rest, was a Chaos Lord, his armor twisted and corrupted, adorned with the symbols of the Dark Gods. His voice boomed across the battlefield, a mockery of the oaths once sworn to the Emperor. "Loyalists," the Chaos Lord roared, his voice filled with venom. "You cannot stop what is already fated. The Emperor's legacy will be ours, and with it we will bring ruin to your dying Imperium." Varus's grip on his sword tightened. "Brothers, prepare yourselves. We face the enemies of the Emperor, but we will not falter. The relic must be protected at all costs." The enemy advanced, their numbers overwhelming. Chaos Space Marines clad in black and twisted armor led their charge, their bolters spitting death as they closed the distance. Behind them came hordes of cultists, their bodies twisted and mutated by the warp, screaming praises to their dark gods as they rushed toward the Iron Sentinels. And worse still, demons flickered in and out of reality, their unnatural forms writhing as they approached, drawn by the presence of the Emperor's gene legacy. The Iron Sentinels opened fire, their bolters barking as they unleashed a torrent of firepower into the enemy ranks. The first wave of cultists fell in droves, their bodies torn apart by the disciplined volleys of the Space Marines. But the traitor Astartes were not so easily stopped. They pressed forward, their bolter rounds slamming into the Iron Sentinels' positions, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm the defense. Varus was in the thick of it, his power sword cutting through the air as he cleaved through traitor after traitor. His movements were precise, each strike fueled by his unwavering faith in the Emperor. Around him his brothers fought with equal ferocity, holding the line against the tide of enemies. But the Chaos Lord was advancing, his massive form carving a path through the battlefield. He was a monster, wielding a daemon-possessed axe that seared, crackled with warp energy, each swing sending shockwaves through the air. Varus could see the dark energy radiating from him, a palpable aura of corruption that twisted reality itself. Varus, Tiberius's voice cut through the din of battle. The vault is opening. We need more time. Varus knew what that meant. They were running out of time. Hold the line, Varus shouted, his voice carrying over the roar of battle. Do not let the traitors breach the vault. With renewed fury, the Iron Sentinels fought back, their bolters blazing, as they poured fire into the advancing traitors. But the enemy was relentless. Chaos Marines surged forward, smashing into the Space Marine lines with brutal force. Varus found himself locked in combat with one of the traitor champions, their weapons clashing with a sound like thunder. The Chaos Marine sneered behind his helm, his voice dripping with contempt. You are too late, loyalist, the traitor hissed. The dark gods have already claimed this world, and soon they will claim the Emperor's legacy. Varus responded with a growl, his power sword slicing through the traitor's armor, cleaving him in two. But even as the body fell, Varus knew that the real threat was still coming. The Chaos Lord. The hulking figure strode toward the vault, his eyes locked on Varus. You think you can stop me? The Chaos Lord laughed, his voice like grinding metal. The Emperor's time is over. This relic will serve a new master. Varus stood his ground, his heart pounding with righteous fury. You will never claim the Emperor's legacy. The Chaos Lord roared and charged, his daemon axe raised high. Varus braced himself, his power sword at the ready. The clash between them was violent, each strike shaking the ground around them. Varus fought with all his strength, but the Chaos Lord was a beast, his corrupted power fueled by the warp itself. With a final, desperate strike, Varus drove his power sword into the Chaos Lord's chest, the blade piercing through his twisted armor. The Chaos Lord howled in pain, his body convulsing, as the warp energy within him exploded outward. Varus was thrown back, the force of the blast sending him crashing to the ground. When he looked up, the battlefield was silent. The Chaos Lord lay dead, his body crumbling to ash. Tiberius approached, his voice quiet. The vault is secure, Captain. The gene legacy of the Emperor is safe. Varys rose to his feet, his body aching from the battle. He looked toward the vault, where the ancient genetic material of the Emperor now lay under their protection. It had cost them dearly, but they had succeeded. For now, the Emperor's legacy was safe, but Varys knew that the war for it had only just begun. Story 42. The War of the Beasts. The sky above Agrathos Prime was thick with ash and smoke, the sun little more than a dim red glow behind the billowing clouds of destruction. The sounds of battle echoed across the shattered landscape, a cacophony of roaring orcs, the explosive bark of bolters, and the thunderous crash of artillery. Captain Dragon of the Storm Vultures stood atop a ridge, his black and silver armor coated in dust and blood. Below him, the largest orc Waaagh he had ever seen was tearing its way across the planet, a green tide that seemed endless, devouring everything in its path. The Storm Vultures chapter had been deployed to Agrathos Prime to stop the Warhug, before it consumed the entire sector. Led by Warboss Gorkrippa, a hulking beast of an orc with a reputation for unmatched brutality, the Warhug had already overrun 3 Imperial worlds, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. The Imperial Guard forces stationed here had been pushed to the brink, and the call had gone out for the Adeptus Astartes. The Storm Vultures had answered, but even they knew the scale of this war was unprecedented. Captain, Brother Sergeant Myron said, stepping up beside Dragon, his armor streaked with the grime of war. The orcs are massing for another assault. We've held the eastern flank for now, but their numbers are growing. Dragon nodded, his gaze never leaving the mass of green bodies below. They will come at us again and again. We must break their momentum. We cannot let them push us back. The orcs were relentless, driven by an insatiable thirst for violence. Gorkrippa's Waaagh was more than just an invasion, it was a storm of destruction, a force that threatened to tear the sector apart. The orcs moved in massive mobs, armed with crude but deadly weapons, their bellowing war cries echoing across the battlefield. In the center of it all, directing the chaos, was Warboss Gorkrippa himself, a monstrous figure clad in makeshift armor adorned with trophies taken from his fallen enemies. His size alone made him a terror on the battlefield, but it was his brutal cunning that had led the Waaagh to victory after victory. We need to cut the head from this beast, Dragon said, his voice low but firm. Gorkrippa must be eliminated. If we take him down, the Waaagh collapse into infighting. The orcs will tear themselves apart. Myron nodded grimly. But getting to him will be the challenge. His forces are entrenched around the ruins of the Manufactorum, and he's surrounded by his biggest and meanest. Dragon's jaw tightened beneath his helm. He knew the risks, but there was no other choice. The orcs would keep coming, wave after wave, until they had overrun the entire planet. Every hour they delayed meant more lives lost, more cities destroyed. The Imperium could not afford to let the Waaagh spread beyond Agrathos Prime. The Warboss had to be stopped. Prepare the men, Dragon ordered. We strike at Gorkrippa directly. We'll punch through their lines, and I will personally take the Warboss's head. Myron didn't hesitate. It will be done, Captain. The order was relayed, and the Storm Vultures began their preparations. Bolter rounds were checked, blades were sharpened, and prayers to the Emperor were whispered under breath. The chapter had faced orcs many times before, but never on this scale. The green tide was unlike anything they had encountered, and Ava Starts knew that this battle could very well be their last. But they were space marines, and they did not fear death. They feared failure, and they would not fail the Imperia. As Dragon prepared to lead his strike force, he took a moment to survey the battlefield one last time. The orcs were massing again, their crude vehicles rumbling forward, belching smoke and flames. Gorkrippa's banner, a massive glyph of a snarling orc face, flapped in the wind, marking the war boss's position at the heart of the horde. Dragon's eyes narrowed. That was his target. "Brothers," he said, addressing the assembled space marines, "today we face the beasts of the galaxy. Today we face the orcs in their purest form, chaos, destruction and death, but we are the Emperor's chosen. We are his wrath, his vengeance, and we will bring death to these Xenos. We will carve a path through their filth and take the head of their warboss. The Emperor's light shines through us, and no orc can extinguish it." A chorus of voices answered him, the roar of his warriors echoing through the ranks. "For the Emperor," they shouted. Dragon raised his power sword high, its blade crackling with energy. "For the Emperor." The assault began. Storm vultures surged forward, their black and silver armor gleaming as they moved with precision and speed. Bolters thundered, sending explosive rounds into the orc lines, ripping through flesh and crude armor alike. Assault squads launched themselves into the fray with a roar of jump packs, descending upon the orcs with chainswords and bolt pistols, cutting through the green tide with brutal efficiency. The orcs, for all their savagery, were uncoordinated, relying on sheer numbers and brute strength to overwhelm their enemies. But the storm vultures were disciplined, their strikes precise, each brother covering the next as they advanced toward the warboss's position. Dragon led the charge, his power sword slicing through the air, cleaving orc limbs and heads as he fought his way forward. Around him, the battlefield was a storm of violence, bolter fire, the clash of blades, and the deafening roars of the orcs as they died in droves. But for every orc that fell, more took its place. The war was endless, an ocean of green that threatened to swallow the Astartes whole. Dragon pushed forward, his focus solely on Gorkrippa. The warboss loomed in the distance, a mountain of muscle and iron, his massive chopper swinging through the air as he directed his mob. Dragon knew that killing him would be no easy task, but it was the only way to end the battle. As the storm vultures punched through the orc lines, they closed in on Gorkrippa's position. The warboss had surrounded himself with his biggest and strongest warriors' nobs, towering brutes clad in patchwork armor, their crude weapons ready to crush anything in their path. Dragon's squad met them head-on, their power swords and bolters cutting through the orcs with a ferocity born of desperation. The nobs fought back with savage glee, their massive weapons crashing into the Astartes, but the storm vultures held firm, refusing to yield. Finally, Dragon stood before Gorkrippa. The warboss was a monstrous figure, even larger than Dragon had imagined. His armor was a mishmash of metal plates, trophies from countless battles hanging from his shoulders. His face was twisted into a permanent snarl, and his eyes burned with a savage intelligence that was rare among orcs. In his massive hand he held a chopper the size of a man, its jagged edge dripping with blood. "You think you can stop me, Yumi?" Gorkrippa roared, his voice like a thunderclap. "I'm the biggest, the strongest, I'll crush ya." Dragon's grip tightened on his power sword. "You are nothing but a beast, and today you die." With a bellow, Gorkrippa charged, his chopper swinging in a brutal arc. Dragon met him head-on, his power sword crackling with energy as it collided with the Warbus's weapon. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the ground, but Dragon held his ground, his muscles straining as he pushed back against the orc's immense strength. The battle between them was fierce, each strike a test of endurance and will. Gorkrippa's blows were wild and savage, but Dragon was precise, his strikes aimed to weaken and disable the massive warboss. The orc howled in rage as Dragon's power sword sliced into his armor, sparks flying as the energy field tore through metal and flesh. In a final, desperate move, Dragon dodged a crushing blow from Gorkrippa's chopper and drove his power sword deep into the warboss's chest. Gorkrippa staggered, his eyes wide with shock as he looked down at the blade piercing his heart. With a roar of fury, he swung his chopper one last time, but his strength was fading. Dragon sidestepped the blow and with a single powerful strike severed the warboss's head from his shoulders. The battlefield fell silent. The Waha had lost its leader. As Gorkrippa's massive body fell to the ground, the orcs around him hesitated, their momentum faltering. Without their warboss, the cohesion of the Warg began to crumble. The orcs turned on each other, driven by their instinctive desire for dominance. What had been a massive, unified horde was now a chaotic mass of infighting and confusion. Dragon stood over the body of Gorkrippa, his power sword slick with orc blood. The battle was not yet over, but this tide had turned. The Warg was breaking and the sector would be spared from destruction. For the Emperor, Dragon whispered, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sun was beginning to break through the clouds of war. Story 43. The Forge World's Betrayal. The air around Zekros Prime was thick with the acrid stench of burning machinery and the cold, metallic tang of industrial waste. Captain Ardan of the Obsidian Claws stood aboard the strike cruiser Eternal Vigilance, watching as the Forge World loomed before him, the sprawling mechanical monstrosity that stretched across the planet's surface. Its massive manufacturing spires belched black smoke into the atmosphere, and the once gleaming banners of the Adeptus Mechanicus, now tattered and stained, fluttered weakly in the toxic winds. But it was not the sight of the Forge World's decay that filled Arden with unease, it was the knowledge that Zekros Prime had fallen to chaos. The orders had come directly from the Inquisition, their message wrapped in secrecy and warning. The tech priests of Zekros Prime, once loyal to the Omnissiah and the Emperor, had been corrupted. Whispers of dark rituals, heretical experiments, and the foul taint of chaos had reached imperial authorities. The Forge World, once a crucial supplier of weapons and machinery to nearby systems, had turned its back on the Imperium. Worse still, if the heresy was not stamped out quickly, the corruption could spread, threatening the stability of an entire sector. The obsidian claws had been sent to purge this blasphemy before it could metastasize. Arden's black and silver armor reflected the dim light of the ship's bridge as he turned to face his command team. Brother Sergeant Malice stood beside him, his scarred face set in a grim expression. Behind them, the Techshmiran caster was analyzing the data feeds from the planet below, his bionic eye whirring softly as it processed the information. "Do we have confirmation of the heresy?" Arden asked, his voice low but commanding. Caster nodded slowly, his mechanical arm tapping a data slate. "The evidence is undeniable. Long-range augers have detected increased warp signatures across the planets to play. The tech priests have been conducting rituals of a nature that cannot be explained by any doctrine of the Omnicia. They have aligned themselves with the Dark Mechanicum." Arden's fist clenched at his side. The Dark Mechanicum, traitors who had sworn allegiance to the Dark Gods during the Horus Heresy, were among the most dangerous enemies the Imperium could face. To their mastery of forbidden technology and warp-twisted machinery could wreak devastation on a scale that rivaled even the worst Xenos threats. For a Forge world to fall into their grasp was a catastrophe of the highest order. "We must act swiftly," Ardan said, his gaze hardening. "The longer we delay, the stronger their hold on Zekrom will become. The heresy must be purged, every trace of it destroyed." Brother Sergeant Malice stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "The Skitarii forces on the planet will not be easily swayed. They are loyal to their Forge masters, even in corruption. We will face resistance." Arden nodded grimly. "Then we will cut them down. We are the Emperor's judgment, and we will deliver his wrath to those who have forsaken him." The decision made, the Obsidian Claws began their preparations. The strike force was small, but each Space Marine was worth 100 men. The assault would be swift and surgical, designed to infiltrate the heart of the Forge world, eliminate the corrupted tech priests, and destroy the warp-tainted machinery that fueled their heretical experiments. Every moment counted, for the forces of chaos had already begun to warp the very fabric of the planet. The Thunderhawks launched from the strike cruiser's hangar, their engines roaring as they descended through the polluted atmosphere of Zekros Prime. Arden sat in the lead Thunderhawk, his hands resting on the hilt of his power sword as the cityscape of twisted metal and decaying infrastructure came into view below. The surface of the Forge world was a sprawling labyrinth of manufactorums, foundries, and towering refineries. It was a place designed for the production of war, but now it had become something far darker. As the Thunderhawks approached their target, the central manufactorum where the Archmagos of Zekros Prime had established his seat of power, alarms blared through the haze-filled air. The heretics had detected their arrival. "Prepare for combat," Arden barked, his voice echoing through the Thunderhawks' hold. The Thunderhawks landed with a thud, their ramps lowering to reveal the desolate landscape of the manufactorum. The ground was cracked and blackened, the remains of failed experiments and discarded machinery littering the area. But there was no time to take in the scene. The heretics were coming. The Skitarii defenders, once proud soldiers of the Mechanicus, now charged forward with unnatural speed, their bodies twisted and enhanced by forbidden technology. Their eyes glowed with a sickly green light, and their weapons crackled with warp energy as they opened fire on the advancing space marines. Arden led his brothers into the fray, their bolters roaring in response, cutting down the corrupted Skitarii in brutal volleys of explosive fire. To the Emperor, Arden shouted, his power sword humming with energy as he cleaved through the Skitarii ranks. The corrupted soldiers fell before him, their twisted bodies crumpling under the relentless assault of the obsidian claws. The battle was fierce, the heretics fighting with a ferocity that could only come from the madness of chaos. But the space marines were unyielding, their discipline and faith in the Emperor driving them forward. They cut through the ranks of Skitarii, advancing deeper into the manufactorum. As they pushed toward the heart of the facility, they encountered the true horror of the Forge World's fall. Dark machinery, powered by the essence of the warp, twisted the very fabric of reality. Daemon engines constructed from the bodies of fallen Skitarii and infused with warp energy, lumbered toward the space marines, their weapons glowing with the dark light of the immaterium. These abominations screeched and bellowed as they advanced, their mechanical limbs clattering and sparking with unnatural energy. "We cannot allow these monstrosities to leave this world," Arden growled. "Destroy them all." The obsidian claws engaged the daemon engines with unrelenting fury. Heavy bolters roared, their rounds tearing through metal and flesh alike. Missile launchers sent volleys of explosive warheads into the towering machines, ripping them apart in showers of sparks and gore. Arden himself engaged one of the largest abominations, a massive walker bristling with warp-enhanced weapons. His power sword clashed against its twisted limbs, severing them one by one until the creature collapsed in a heap of shattered machinery and oozing demonic ichor. But even as they fought, Arden knew that this battle would not end until they reached the Archmagos. The strike force advanced through the manufactorum, finally reaching the central chamber where the Archmagos of Zekros Prime had established his throne. The chamber was a nightmarish blend of ancient Mechanicus technology and warp-tainted machinery. The air was thick with the stench of ozone and blood, and the ground was littered with the remains of failed experiments, twisted bodies fused with machines, their mouths frozen in silent screams. At the far end of the chamber the Archmagos stood, his once proud robes now adorned with the symbols of the dark gods. His body had been grotesquely altered by forbidden technology, his mechanical limbs replaced with twisted appendages that pulsed with warp energy. He turned to face the space marines, his voice a mechanical rasp filled with malice. "You are too late, Astartes," the Archmagos hissed. "The Forge World belongs to the Dark Gods now. Your Imperium is doomed." Arden's eyes narrowed behind his helm. "Your heresy ends here, traitor." With a roar, the obsidian claws charged. The Archmagos unleashed a torrent of dark energy, his corrupted machinery sparking with unnatural power. But the Space Marines were relentless, their faith in the Emperor unshakable. Arden led the assault, his power sword cutting through the Archmagos' corrupted body in a single, devastating strike. As the traitor fell, the dark machinery around them began to collapse, the warp energy that had fueled it dissipating into the ether. The heresy had been purged, but the cost had been great. Arden stood in the aftermath, his armor battered and stained with the blood of heretics. Sekro's prime lay in ruins, its once great manufactories reduced to rubble, but the Forge World's betrayal had been stopped before it could spread to the wider sector. The Obsidian Claws had delivered the Emperor's judgment, and the Imperium would endure. But as Arden looked out across the desolate landscape, he knew that this was only one battle in an endless war. Chaos would always seek to corrupt, to twist and destroy, and the Space Marines would always stand as the last line of defense against the darkness. For the Emperor, for mankind, and for the Imperium. The war was far from over. Story 44. The death of the First Company. The news of the First Company's demise spread through the halls of the Obsidian Blades Fortress Monastery like a plague. The air was thick with the weight of the loss, as though even the stone walls that had stood for millennia mourned the death of their greatest warriors. Captain Talrose, commander of the Second Company, stood before the Chapter Master's council chamber, his heart heavy with grief and disbelief. He had fought beside the veterans of the First Company, had trained under their leadership, and had admired their peerless skill in battle. And now they were gone, wiped out in a single, disastrous campaign on the world of Valta's Reach. Alros had been on the other side of the sector when the news came. The First Company had been deployed to Valta's Reach to put down a sudden uprising of traitor forces, led by a rogue Chaos Warband. The mission had seemed straightforward: eliminate the enemy, secure the planet, and return victorious. But the reports that followed were a horror beyond comprehension. The entire First Company Terminators, veterans of countless battles, warriors who had stood against the worst the galaxy could offer, were dead. Every last one, insieme mosso. Talars entered the council chamber, where Chapter Master Leonid sat at the head of a long stone table. The chamber was dimly lit, the atmosphere somber. The chapter's senior officers had gathered, their faces shadowed by grief and anger. Brother Captain Athan of the Third Company stood beside Thalrus, his fists clenched at his sides, his expression a mix of rage and sorrow. The loss of the First Company was not just a military blow, it was a wound to the very soul of the chapter. Captain Taurus, Leonid's voice was low, filled with a weight that Taurus had rarely heard. We have received confirmation of the deaths of all 100 warriors of the First Company. Their Terminator's suits have been lost. Their bodies are unrecoverable. Volta's Reach is a graveyard. Thalrus's throat tightened. He had known the truth of it already, but hearing the words from his chapter master made it real. The First Company, the pride of the Obsidian Blades, the bastion of their honor and skill, was gone. The loss was not just one of warriors, but of the very heart of the chapter's strength. Each veteran of the First Company had served for centuries, carrying the wisdom and experience of countless battles. They were the standard by which all others were measured, and now they were nothing more than memories. How? Thalrose asked, his voice rough. How could they have been wiped out, the First Company? They were invincible. Leonid's gaze darkened. We do not yet know the full details. The last transmissions from Volta's Reach were fragmented. It appears that the enemy had far more support than we initially believed. The Chaos Warband was reinforced by Xenos mercenaries, possibly Necron constructs, based on the readings we received before the Vox went dark. It was a trap, Ethan slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing through the chamber. A trap. For the first company. How did we not see this coming? How could we allow this to happen? The question hung in the air, unspoken accusations filling the silence. The chapter's intelligence had failed them. The mission, which had been thought to be a routine purge of traitors, had turned into a massacre. But now was not the time for blame. Now was the time to figure out how the chapter would survive the loss. Leonid leaned forward, his hands steepled in front of him. The first company is gone, but the chapter endures. The question before us now is what we do next. We are weakened, yes, but we are not defeated. The obsidian blades will rebuild. We will restore the first company in time, though their loss can never truly be replaced. Talos swallowed hard. Rebuilding will take time, my lord. We have lost our most experienced warriors, our veterans. The first company was our shield against the greatest threats of the galaxy. Without them, we are vulnerable. The room fell silent again, the truth of Talaros's words heavily on every mind present. The first company had been the chapter's spearhead in every major conflict, its bulwark against the tides of chaos and Xenos alike. Without them, the chapter was exposed. The other companies, while strong and filled with capable warriors, lacked big experience and the firepower that the first had possessed. The second company will step up, Talaros said, his voice firm despite his grief. We will carry the burden of the chapter's honor. Until the first company can be rebuilt, we will be the sword and shield of the obsidian blades. Leonid nodded, his expression solemn. I expected no less, Captain Talaros. The second company will bear the weight of the chapter's legacy for now. But you must understand the process of rebuilding will not be swift. We will need to promote from within, to elevate those who are ready. We must find new champions to fill the void left by the fallen. Ethan shook his head. There are no warriors who can replace them. The first company was more than just veterans. They were legends. How can we elevate anyone to that status without decades of war at their backs? Leonid's gaze hardened. We have no choice. The galaxy will not wait for us to mourn. The chapter will continue to fight, to defend the Imperium, whether we are ready or not. Talaros felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. He had known that the loss of the first company would be a blow, but now he truly understood the magnitude of what had happened. The chapter was not just weakened, it was vulnerable. Every decision they made in the coming days would determine whether the obsidian blades survived or fell into obscurity like so many other chapters before them. We will need to look beyond the second company, Talaros said after a moment. The Thorther and even the scouts will need to be prepared for promotions. Every company must be ready to fill the gaps left by the first. Ethan's expression was grim. I will ensure the third is ready. We will not let the chapter fall. Leonid rose from his seat, his tall, armored form casting a long shadow across the chamber. The first company's death will not be in vain. We will rebuild, and we will honor their memory with every battle, every victory. But first we must avenge them. Talaros straightened, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword, Valter's reach. Leonid nodded. Valter's reach, The traitors responsible for this massacre are still there. We will send the full might of the chapter to destroy them, to reclaim what was lost, and they will pay for the death of the first company with their lives." Aethan's voice was filled with cold determination. For the Emperor, for the first company. The council chamber was silent once more, but now it was a silence filled with resolve. The loss of the first company was a wound that would never fully heal, but the chapter would endure. They would rebuild, they would grow stronger, and they would avenge their fallen brothers. Captain Tharos turned to leave the chamber, his mind already filled with the preparations for the coming campaign. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on him, but he carried it with pride. The obsidian blades would rise again, even from the ashes of their greatest loss. For the Emperor, for the first company. Story 45. The Rise of the Chapter's Serf. Icaron moved quietly through the labyrinthine corridors of the Silver Sun's fortress monastery, his steps soft, his head lowered. He was a serf born into servitude within the chapter and bound to its halls, a shadow among giants. Space Marines, towering in their gleaming power armor, barely acknowledged his existence as they strode past him. He was beneath their notice, a mere cog in the vast machine of the chapter, but today Icaron's role as a simple servant was about to change, though he wished it wasn't so. He had uncovered something dark, something that had shaken him to his core. The Silver Suns, a chapter with a proud and storied history, was hiding a conspiracy within its ranks, and if what he had overheard was true, it threatened not only the chapter but the wider Imperium. Icaron had been cleaning the lower archives, where ancient data slates and records were kept, when he first heard the whispered voices. It was unusual for Space Marines to speak in hushed tones. Normally their voices were loud, their words filled with conviction, with nothing to hide. But this conversation had been different, secretive, laced with tension. Icaron had paused, his cleaning forgotten, as he pressed himself into the shadows, straining to hear. "What we're doing is necessary," one voice had said, cold and calculating. "The chapter cannot survive on loyalty alone. We must be ready to forge our own path, even if it means turning away from the Imperium." The words had sent a chill down Icaron's spine. He hadn't recognized the speaker at the time, but he knew what he had heard. Treason, heresy. The voices had continued, speaking of hidden alliances, of a power within the chapter that was preparing to break away from the Imperium, to align with forces that Icaron dared not imagine. The conversation had been brief, but it was enough. He had heard enough to know that if he remained silent, the chapter could fall, consumed by betrayal from within. But if he spoke up, if he revealed what he knew, his life would be forfeit. Serfs were nothing, less than nothing. They were servants, caretakers, barely above the status of the servitors that roamed the halls. To accuse a Space Marine of heresy was unthinkable, especially for someone like him. His life would be crushed under the weight of the accusation, whether it was true or not. But Icaron knew he couldn't remain silent. The truth was too dangerous to ignore. For days, he agonized over what to do, his every move filled with dread that the traitors might discover his knowledge before he could act. His work continued as normal, his hands going through the motions of cleaning, maintaining the sacred relics, ensuring the chapter's weapons and armor were ready for battle. But all the while, the weight of his secret pressed down on him, suffocating him. Finally, he decided to act. Icaron's heart pounded as he made his way toward the inner sanctum where the chapter master, Arcturus, resided. His legs trembled beneath him, and he could feel the cold sweat running down his back. The closer he got to the sanctum, the more the reality of what he was about to do hit him. This could be the last time he walked these halls. His life as a serf was over the moment he spoke the truth. When he reached the heavy ceramite doors of the chapter master's chambers, he hesitated for a moment. 2 hulking space marines stood guard, their bolters resting in their gauntleted hands, their visors fixed straight ahead. They paid no attention to the serf approaching them. He was beneath their notice, as always. "I need to speak to the chapter master," Icaron said, his voice wavering but determined. The space marines didn't move. "The chapter master does not meet with them since," one of them said, his voice a mechanical growl through the helmet's vox. "It's urgent," Icaron insisted. "There's a conspiracy within the chapter. Traitors. I've heard them plotting against the chapter and the Imperium. I need to speak with the chapter master now." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. The space marines didn't move, but the silence between them was oppressive. Icaron could feel their gazes, though their visors betrayed no emotion. One of the guards slowly raised a hand to the vox link at his neck, murmuring something that Icaron couldn't hear. Moments later, the massive doors to the sanctum creaked open with a sound like grinding metal, and one of the guards motioned for Icaron to enter. The sanctum was vast, its walls lined with banners of the chapter's greatest victories, and the air thick with the scent of incense. Chapter Master Arcturus sat at the far end of the chamber, his immense form clad in ornate power armor, his face grim beneath the stern, regal features of a man who had seen centuries of war. His eyes locked onto Icaron the moment he entered, and for a brief moment Icaron wondered if the chapter master already knew what he had come to say. "What brings a serf before the chapter master?" Arcturus asked, his voice like thunder in the echoing chamber. Icaron knelt immediately, his head bowed, his entire body shaking with fear. "My lord," he began, his voice trembling. I have overheard something terrible. There are traitors within the chapter. They plan to break away from the Imperium. They spoke of dark alliances, of turning their back on the Emperor." The silence that followed was unbearable. Icaron dared not look up, but he could feel the weight of the chapter master's gaze upon him. "Traitors?" Arcturus repeated, his tone calm but laced with an undercurrent of danger. "Within my chapter?" "Yes, my lord," Icaron said quickly. "I overheard them speaking in the lower archives. They spoke of turning against the Imperium, of forging their own path. I do not know their names, but I recognize their voices. Senior members of the chapter." Another silence. Icaron's heart pounded in his chest, the blood rushing in his ears. He had done it. He had spoken the truth, and now his fate lay in the hands of the chapter master. But whether that fate was survival or death, he couldn't be sure. Arcturus rose from his throne-like seat, his massive form casting a long shadow across the chamber. He walked slowly toward Icaron, each step echoing ominously in the stillness. "Do you understand what you are saying, serf?" Arcturus asked, his voice dangerously low. "To accuse my warriors, my brothers, of treason?" Icaron nodded, his face still pressed to the floor. "I know the risk, my lord, but the truth must be spoken. If I am wrong, then I will accept my punishment, but if I am right—" "If you are right," Arcturus interrupted, his voice now sharp, "then the chapter itself is at risk." Icaron said nothing, his body trembling with fear and exhaustion. He had done all he could. Arcturus stood over him for a long moment, the weight of his decision hanging in the air. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke. "Who will remain under my protection, serf? If what you say is true, we will uncover it, and if you are wrong, you will wish you had never spoken." Icaron felt a wave of relief wash over him, though it was tempered by the knowledge that his life was now bound to the outcome of the investigation. He had uncovered a conspiracy within the chapter itself, but the price for revealing it might still be his death. Story 46. The Chaplain's Last Rites. The air in the apothecarian was thick with the scent of antiseptics and the heavy weight of death. The low hum of machines filled the room as they worked to keep Chaplain Eric's alive, but even their advanced technology could only delay the inevitable. He lay on the slab, his once mighty form ravaged by the wounds of battle. His black armor, adorned with the skull-faced iconography of his station, was cracked and shattered, hastily removed by the apothecaries in their attempt to save him. But everyone in the room knew it was futile. The chaplain's time was coming to an end. Chapter Master Kale stood at the foot of the slab, his arms crossed over his chest, his face a mask of stoic resolve. He had seen countless brothers fall in the Emperor's service, watched as warriors who had stood beside him for centuries at their end on the field of battle. But this was different. Eric's was not just a fellow warrior, he was the spiritual heart of the Crimson Helm's chapter, the keeper of their faith, the voice of the Emperor's will. Losing him was not just a blow to their strength, it was a wound to the soul of the chapter. Kayla watched as the apothecary stepped back, his gauntleted hands slick with blood and oil from the chaplain's bionic implants. "There is nothing more we can do, Chapter Master," the apothecary said quietly, his voice heavy with regret. "His wounds are too severe. He will not last the hour." Kayla nodded, though he already knew. He had seen the light fading from Eric's eyes, the slow ebbing of life from his once vibrant frame. The apothecarian's tools and machines could only prolong the inevitable. But it was not Eric's physical death that concerned Kayla the most. There was something else, something in the chaplain's eyes, a flicker of desperation, of unspoken dread. "Leave us," Kayla commanded, his voice cold and steady. The apothecary hesitated for a moment, but he obeyed without question, bowing his head as he and the other medici exited the room, leaving Kaylor and Eric's alone. As the door hissed shut, Kaylor stepped closer to the slab, his gaze locked on the dying chaplain. Eric's breathing was shallow, each breath a struggle, his chest rising and falling with agonizing slowness. His helmet had been removed, revealing his scarred, bald head and the deep lines that marked his age and experience. He had seen more wars than most in the chapter, his faith tested time and again, but now, in his final moments, there was something in his expression that unsettled Kylo. "Rix," Kayla said softly, his voice stripped of its usual authority. Is there something you wish to say? The chaplain's eyes flickered open, their usual intensity dimmed by pain and exhaustion. His voice was a rasp, barely above a whisper. Kayla, there is something I've carried for too long. Kayla frowned, leaning in closer. What do you mean? Erix's hand, shaking and frail, reached out, grasping Kayla's armored forearm with surprising strength. The gesture was desperate, as if he needed to convey something of vital importance before it was too late. His eyes locked onto Kayla's, and for the first time in all the years they had known each other, Kayla saw fear in the chaplain's gaze. There is a secret, Erix whispered, his voice strained. The secret that I should have revealed long ago. Kayla's heart tightened. A secret? From Erix. The chaplain was the most devout, the most loyal of all the Crimson Helms. His faith was unshakable, his dedication to the Emperor absolute. What could he possibly be hiding? And why now, at the very end, was he choosing to reveal it? What secret? Kayla asked, his voice tense. Tell me. Rix's grip tightened on Kayla's arm, his face twisted in a mixture of pain and regret. The chapter, it is not as you believe. Our founding, it was tainted. Kayla's blood ran cold. Tainted? What do you mean? The gene seed, Erix rasped, his voice barely audible. It was not pure. When the chapter was formed, there was a mistake, a flaw. The apothecaries, they knew. They tried to hide it, to correct it. But the flaw, it was deeper than they realized. It has been festering for centuries. Kylor felt the ground shift beneath him, a flaw in the gene seed. The gene seed was the very essence of what made them Space Marines, the gift passed down from the Emperor's own sons, the Primarchs. To hear that their chapter's gene seed was tainted, corrupted from the very beginning, was unthinkable. It would mean that every warrior of the Crimson Helms was carrying a defect, a mutation that could potentially doom them all. How could this have been kept from us? Kaelor asked, his voice shaking with disbelief. How did you know? Erix's breathing grew more labored, his strength fading with each word. I found the records, centuries ago, hidden, buried deep within the vaults, the chapter masters before you. They knew, they believed, that as long as the flaw did not manifest, it could be controlled. But now, his voice trailed off, and Kayla felt a cold dread settle in his chest. Now, he pressed, his voice urgent. Erix's eyes fluttered, his grip on Kayla's arm weakening. Now, the flaw, it is spreading. Brothers are already showing signs. The rage, the bloodlust, it is consuming them. Kayla's mind raced. The Crimson Helms had always been a chapter known for their ferocity in battle, their unrelenting aggression. But over the past few decades he had noticed subtle changes in some of the brothers, a growing brutality, a loss of control in the heat of combat. He had dismissed it as the natural result of fighting endless wars, but now he understood. The flaw in their gene seed was manifesting. It was only a matter of time before it consumed the entire chapter. You should have told me, Kalos said, his voice hard, filled with both anger and sorrow. You should have told me sooner, Erix. The chaplain's eyes filled with tears, the weight of his guilt evident on his face. I thought I could contain it. I thought I could protect the chapter. Kayla's heart ached at the sight of his old friend, his mentor, reduced to this a broken man who had carried the burden of a terrible secret for far too long. But there was no time for blame now. The truth was out, and the future of the Crimson Helms hung in the balance. "Is there a cure?" Kala asked, his voice barely a whisper. Eric shook his head, his final breath rattling in his throat. "No, only destruction. Only death." And with that, Chaplain Eric's, the spiritual leader of the Crimson Helms, died. His hand slipped from Kalo's arm, falling lifeless to his side. Kala stood there in silence, his mind reeling with the enormity of what had just been revealed. The chapter's gene seed was tainted. The flaw was spreading. And now he was left to decide the fate of the Crimson Helms. If the Inquisition learned of this, they would purge the chapter without hesitation. Thousands of years of service, of sacrifice, wiped out in an instant. But if Kyla kept the secret, if he allowed the flaw to continue festering, it would consume the chapter from within. It would turn his brothers into monsters, and the Crimson Helms would fall, not in honor, but in disgrace. The chapter master stood over Rix's lifeless body, his heart filled with sorrow and rage. The decision was his alone, and whatever choice he made, it would shape the future of the Crimson Helms. Kayla clenched his fists, the weight of leadership pressing down on him like never before. The chapter's future was now in his hands, and whatever came next, there would be no turning back. Story 47. The Tomb of the Silent King. The surface of Zarakos was a desolate wasteland, a world forgotten by time, its once vibrant cities now buried beneath the sands of Aeons. Captain Davian of the Iron Talons stood on the ridge of a barren plateau, the wind howling through the jagged rock formations like the whispers of the dead. His helmet's lenses scanned the horizon, but there was nothing to see, only dust and stone. Yet beneath the surface of this forsaken world, something ancient was stirring, something that had lain dormant for millennia but was now awakening. The orders from the Inquisition had been clear: investigate the reports of strange energy readings emanating from the tomb world. Zarakos was a Necron world, long thought dead, its tomb complexes sealed and inactive. But recent activity had drawn the attention of Imperial augurs, and the Iron Talons had been dispatched to confirm the threat. What Davian and his strike force had found was far worse than they could have imagined. "Captain," Brother Sergeant Kalon said, stepping up beside Davian. His armor, black and gold, gleamed under the pale light of the distant sun, but there was an edge of tension in his voice. "The scanners are picking up movement below the surface. It's extensive, thousands of signals, maybe more. Necron constructs by the look of it." Davian's jaw tightened beneath his helmet. He had suspected as much. The eerie stillness of the planet's surface had been deceptive. Beneath the sand and rock, an entire Necron army was coming to life, their ancient circuits reawakening after untold millennia of slumber. This was no mere tomb world, it was a Necron stronghold, and they had walked into it with less than a full company of space marines. "How long until they reached the surface?" Davian asked, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. Kaelin glanced down at his data slate, the readings flashing in rapid succession. "Minutes, sir. They're rising fast. We'll be overrun before long if we don't extract now." Davian's mind raced. The Iron Talons were known for their tenacity in battle, their ability to hold the line against impossible odds. But this was different. They were vastly outnumbered, trapped on a world where the enemy had the advantage. Necron tomb worlds were not like other battlefields. The Necrons themselves were machines of war, virtually indestructible, their bodies able to repair themselves even after suffering catastrophic damage, and their numbers were limitless, an unending tide of soulless warriors rising from beneath the ground. "No," Davian said, his voice hard. "We can't extract yet. We need to confirm the source of the energy readings. There's more at play here than just a Necron reawakening." Kaelon hesitated for a moment, but he nodded. "Understood, Captain." The strike force had been sent to investigate the energy signatures, not only because of the Necron presence, but because those signatures suggested something even more dangerous, something tied to the Silent King himself, the legendary ruler of the Necron dynasties. The Inquisition feared that the Silent King's tomb might be located here, and if that were true, the consequences for the Imperium would be catastrophic. The Silent King was more than just a Necron warlord. He was a being of immense power, a strategist whose return to the galaxy could tip the balance of power in favor of the Necrons. "We'll head for the central tomb complex," Davian ordered. "It's the likely source of the readings. If the Silent King is here, we need to know." Kaelon relayed the order, and the strike force began to move. 30 Space Marines, each one a veteran of countless wars, moved with precision and discipline across the rocky terrain, their bolters held at the ready. The Iron Talons had faced Necrons before, but never like this. There was an eerie sense of finality in the air, as if the planet itself were awakening to reclaim what had been forgotten. As they approached the entrance to the central tomb complex, the ground beneath their feet rumbled, and the first of the Necron warriors began to emerge. They rose from the sand like ghosts, their metal bodies gleaming in the dim light, their eyes glowing with an unnatural green light. Through each Necron was armed with a Gauss flare, a weapon that disintegrated flesh and armor alike, reducing its victims to nothing more than ash. "Contact," Kaelon barked, raising his bolter. "Engage." So the air exploded with a sound of bolter fire, the roar of Astarte's weapons cutting through the stillness. The Necrons advanced without hesitation, their metallic forms shrugging off the initial barrage of fire. Bolter rounds that would have reduced most enemies to ruin merely staggered the Necrons, their self-repairing bodies already knitting themselves back together. Davian raised his power sword, its blade crackling with energy, and charged into the fray. His sword cleaved through the nearest Necron warrior, severing its head from its body in a shower of sparks. But even as the construct fell, Davian knew it would not be the last. More and more Necrons were rising from the ground, their numbers growing with each passing moment. "We can't hold them off for long, Captain," Kaelon shouted, firing his bolter into the mass of advancing Necrons. "There's too many." "Hold the line," Davian roared, cutting down another Necron with a savage swing of his power sword. "We need to buy time." The Iron Talons fought with the fury of the Emperor's Chosen, their bolters roaring, their blades flashing in the dim light. But for every Necron they destroyed, another rose to take its place. The enemy was endless, and they were growing stronger with each passing moment. "Captain," a voice crackled over the box. It was Brother Sergeant Corvin, stationed near the tomb entrance. "We found the source of the energy readings. It's coming from deep within the tomb. There's a massive power surge something's awakening down there." Davian's heart pounded in his chest. The Silent King. It had to be. "Corvin, get inside and confirm it," Davian ordered, his voice strained as he drove his sword through the chest of a Necron lord that had emerged from the shadows. "If the Silent King is here, we need to know." The fighting intensified as the Necrons pressed forward, their Gauss weapons tearing into the Space Marine's armor, reducing some to molten slag. Davian could hear the cries of his brothers over the box, their lives being snuffed out one by one as the Necron tide advanced. But there was no retreat, not yet. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity as the iron talons struggled to hold the line against the relentless onslaught. Finally, Corvin's voice came through the vox again, breathless and filled with dread. "Captain, it's him, the Silent King. He's awakening." Davian's blood ran cold. The worst had been confirmed. "We're falling back," Davian ordered, his voice hard. "Get out of the tomb. All squads, fall back to the extraction point." The retreat was desperate, the Iron Talons forced to fight every step of the way as they withdrew from the tomb complex. The Necrons were everywhere, their soulless eyes glowing in the darkness as they pursued the Astartes, intent on annihilation. Davian led the retreat, his power sword flashing as he cut through the Necron warriors that blocked their path. Around him his brothers fell, one by one, their bodies torn apart by the Necron onslaught. But there was no time to grieve, no time to mourn. They had to escape, or the knowledge of the Silent King's awakening would die with them. As they reached the extraction point, the Thunderhawks descended from the sky, their engines roaring as they touched down on the rocky terrain. Davian and the surviving Space Marines boarded the craft, their armor battered and scarred, their numbers reduced to a handful. The doors sealed shut, and the Thunderhawks lifted off, leaving the tomb world behind. Davian stared out of the viewport, watching as Xerakos faded into the distance. The Silent King had awakened. The galaxy was about to change, and the Iron Talons had barely escaped with their lives. But they had escaped, and the Imperium would know the truth. The war with the Necrons was far from over. It had only just begun. Story 48. The Path of the Grey Knights. Brother Callan had stood among the warriors of the Iron Dragon's chapter for decades, his heart filled with pride for the banner under which he fought. For years he had fought alongside his brothers, his bolter roaring in battle, and his chainsword biting into the flesh of the Emperor's enemies. He had bled for his chapter, for his brothers, and for the Imperium. Yet now, as he stood aboard the Light of Titan, the grey-armoured strike cruiser of the Grey Knights, he felt like a stranger in his own skin. The air aboard the Light of Titan was sterile, filled with the quiet hum of the ship's systems and the whispered prayers of the ship's chaplains. Kaelan was surrounded by warriors, each one a towering figure in silver armor, their helmets adorned with psychic wards, and their armor inscribed with holy symbols. They were the Grey Knights, an elite brotherhood of warriors known only to the highest ranks of the Imperium, charged with combating the worst horrors of the galaxy, the daemons of the warp, and now Kylan was to become one of them. His journey to this point had begun months ago on the world of Gareth Prime, where the Iron Dragons had been locked in a brutal campaign against a chaos cult that had risen from the planet's underhive. The fighting had been fierce, the enemy relentless. But it wasn't until the daemons began pouring through the rifts torn in reality that Curly's life had truly changed. In the midst of the chaos, when all seemed lost, he had felt something stir within him, something powerful, something that had allowed him to strike down the warp-spawned creatures with terrifying precision. He hadn't understood it at the time, but the librarians had known. They had seen it in him, the psychic potential that lay dormant, awakened in the heat of battle. The Inquisition had been alerted, and soon after, the squad of Grey Knights had arrived on Gareth Prime. Kylan's fate had been sealed the moment they laid eyes on him. He had been taken from his chapter, from his brothers, from everything he had known. The Iron Dragons had always been his family, the banner he had sworn to die for. But now, that life was gone. The Grey Knights had claimed him, and he was to be reforged in their image. Brother Kylan, a deep voice echoed across the hall. Cohen turned to see Justica Tyrion, one of the senior Grey Knights, approaching him. The Justicar's silver armor gleamed under the soft lighting of the chamber, and his helmet bore the intricate runes of psychic protection. He was an imposing figure, his presence commanding respect and deference. Kaelin stood at attention, though the weight of uncertainty still hung over him. "Justicar," Callan replied, his voice steady despite the inner turmoil. Tyrion stopped before him, his helmeted gaze locked onto Kaelin's. "Your induction into the Grey Knights begins today, brother. You will be tested in ways you cannot yet comprehend. This is the path you have been chosen for." Colin nodded, though the words felt heavy. "I am ready." Tyrion's helm tilted slightly, as if studying him. "You still feel the pull of your old chapter," he said, his voice more of a statement than a question. "The bonds you had with your battle brothers, with the Iron Dragons, they weigh on your mind." Cowan felt a surge of emotion at the mention of his chapter. He had been taken from them so quickly, with no time to say farewell. His brothers had been his family, and now he was expected to leave that behind, to forget the ties that had once defined him. The thought gnawed at him, a constant presence in the back of his mind. "Yes," Callan admitted, "I fought beside them for years. I cannot simply forget them." Tyrion was silent for a moment, his gaze unflinching. "The path of the Grey Knights is not like that of other Astartes, Callan. We are bound by a higher calling, one that transcends loyalty to a single chapter or even the Imperium. Our duty is to the Emperor, but also to the purity of the human soul. We stand alone in the darkness, facing the horrors that would consume the galaxy." Carlin's brow furrowed. "But the Iron Dragons also serve the Emperor. They fight to protect humanity." "They do," Tyrion agreed. "But the Grey Knights face a different enemy. Chaos is not like the Xenos or the traitors. It is a poison, insidious and relentless. To fight it, we must be free of the ties that bind others. No memories, no connections, no distractions. The purity of our purpose must be absolute. The words hit Caerleon like a hammer blow. He understood the importance of the Grey Knight's mission. He had seen the demons firsthand, had felt their presence twisting reality, corrupting everything they touched. But to abandon everything he had once known, to sever his ties with the Iron Dragons, it felt like a betrayal. "How can I sever my loyalty to my brothers?" Caerleon asked, his voice betraying his inner conflict. "They were my family." Tyrion's hand rested on Caerleon's shoulder, the cold weight of his gauntlet grounding presence. "Your loyalty to your chapter was honorable, but now your loyalty must lie with the Grey Knights. You are one of us now, and your duty is to the Emperor's most mission. To cling to your past will only weaken you." Caerleon's heart twisted with the weight of those words. He thought of his brothers, of the battles they had fought together, of the camaraderie and trust that had bound them. He thought of their faces, their names, the bonds forged in the crucible of war. Could he truly leave that behind? Could he turn his back on them, even in service to a higher cause? Tyrion seemed to sense his hesitation. "The Grey Knights are more than a brotherhood, Caerleon. We are the Emperor's blade against the darkness. Each of us has walked the same path as you, leaving behind our former chapters, our former lives. It is a sacrifice, yes, but it is necessary. Only by shedding those bonds can we remain pure in the face of the enemy." Caerleon stared at the ground, his thoughts a storm of emotion and duty. He had always known his path would lead him into the heart of battle, but this was something different. He was being asked to abandon everything he had ever known, to embrace a new brotherhood that demanded total loyalty, total focus. After a long moment, Caerleon looked up, meeting Tyrion's gaze. The doubt still lingered, but beneath it was the iron resolve that had carried him through every battle, every trial. He was a space marine, and now he was a Grey Knight. His duty was clear, even if it came at a great cost. "I will do what is necessary," Caerleon said, his voice firm. Tyrion nodded, satisfied. "Good, then your training begins." As Caerleon followed the Justica deeper into the ship, the weight of his decision pressed down on him. He knew that the path ahead would be difficult, that the ghosts of his past would linger in the shadows of his mind, but he also knew that the Grey Knights stood between the Imperium and the Abysses, and that he had been chosen for a reason. His loyalty to the Iron Dragons would always be a part of him, but now his loyalty belonged to something greater. The path of the Grey Knights was his future, and there would be no turning back. Story 49. The Red Thirst Unleashed. The skies above Kyberus Prime were a bruised shade of crimson, reflecting the bloodshed that had stained the world's surface for days. Captain Aegon of the Crimson Fangs, a successor chapter of the Blood Angels, stood at the heart of the battlefield, his once gleaming armor now coated in dust and gore. The roar of bolters and the clash of chainswords had filled the air since dawn, but something far more dangerous than the enemy was stirring within the hearts of his brothers. He could feel it too, clawing at the edges of his consciousness, the red thirst. Kyberus Prime had been overrun by an orc warg months ago, its human populace reduced to a meager resistance hiding in the mountains. The Crimson Fangs had been sent to purge the Exynos, a task they had performed countless times across the galaxy. But this world, with its blood-soaked soil and endless waves of green-skinned monsters, had awakened something primal within the chapter. The scent of violence was thick, and Aegon could feel the beast within him stirring. "Captain." Brother Sergeant Corvex's voice cut through the din of battle, dragging Aegon's attention back to the present. The sergeant's face was taut, his eyes wild beneath his battle helm. "The line is breaking, but the brothers, they're not falling back, they're losing control." Aegon his gaze toward the front lines, where his battle brothers fought against the orcs with a ferocity that should have filled him with pride. But instead he felt a deep, gnawing dread. The Crimson Fangs had always been a chapter of fierce warriors, their lineage from the Blood Angels granting them the strength and grace of Sanguinius himself. Yet with that gift came a curse, the red thirst, a relentless craving for blood that lurked within every brother's soul, a shadow of the madness that had consumed their gene father during the Horus heresy. And now, on the battlefield of Kyberus Prime, that curse was slipping its chains. Aegon watched as the Crimson Fangs tore into the Orc lines, but it was no longer the disciplined strikes of Space Marines. It was savage, brutal. Brother Lothar, a veteran of 100 campaigns, decapitated an Orc with the sweep of his power sword, then hurled himself at the next with a bloodthirsty scream. His sword arm swung in wild arcs, driven not by strategy, but by an insatiable need to kill. Around him more battle brothers had succumbed, their movements frenzied, their roars primal. The red thirst had taken hold. "Emperor, preserve us," Aegon muttered under his breath. He could feel it in his own blood, boiling beneath the surface, urging him to abandon all restraint, to give in to the hunger. His teeth ached, his muscles tensed as the ancient curse pulled at him, whispering promises of power through carnage. But he had to resist. As captain, it was his duty to hold his brothers together, to lead them not just in battle, but in spirit. If he allowed himself to fall, if the red thirst consumed him as it had consumed the others, then there would be no turning back. The battlefield would become a slaughterhouse, with friend and foe alike caught in the storm of bloodlust. "Corvex," Aegon said, his voice tight with restraint, "rally the brothers who still have control. We need to regroup before—" A roar interrupted him, deep and guttural. Aegon turned just in time to see Brother Daelon, a trusted warrior, tackle an orc knob to the ground. But instead of finishing the Sinos with a clean strike, Daelon dropped his bolter, ripping at the orc's throat with his hands, tearing flesh with his gauntlets. The orc struggled, but Daelon's strength was that of a maddened beast. In seconds, the knob was dead, its throat a gory mess, but Daelon did not stop. He roared in triumph, his faceplate spattered with blood, and looked around for his next victim. His eyes fell not on another orc, but on a fellow space marine. "Daelon!" Aegon shouted, running toward him, but it was too late. With a savage snarl, Daelon charged at Brother Thanis, his own battle brother, his power sword raised to strike. Thanis barely had time to react, parrying the blow with a grunt of effort. But Daelon was relentless, his attacks fueled by the red thirst, each strike more ferocious than the last. Thanis, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal, faltered, his defense crumbling. Aegon's power sword flashed, and he was between them in an instant. His blade caught Daelon's mid-swing, sparks flying as the two swords clashed. Daelon, stand down. Aegon roared, his voice thick with fury and sorrow, but Daelon's eyes were wild, his movements erratic, driven only by the insatiable hunger that had overtaken him. There was no reasoning with him now. The red thirst had consumed him entirely. With a heavy heart, Aegon forced Daelon back, driving his sword through the berserk warrior's chest. The blow was swift and precise, cutting through armor and flesh in a single motion. Daelon's eyes widened, and for a moment clarity returned to his gaze. He looked at Aegon, as though realizing what he had become, before slumping to the ground, lifeless. Aegon stood over Daelon's body, his heart pounding, his mind racing. The battlefield was chaos. His brothers were succumbing to the red thirst all around him, abandoning their training, their discipline, and their sanity. They tore into the orcs with reckless abandon, but now they had begun to turn on each other, lashing out in blind fury. The orcs, sensing the madness in their foes, roared in approval, joining the frenzy with their own savage glee. Corvax Aegon shouted over the din, his voice cracking with urgency. "Pull the brothers back, now, before it's too late." Corvax's voice came through the vox, strained. "Captain, I don't think they'll listen. They've lost control." Aegon clenched his teeth, his grip tightening on his sword. He could feel it too, the pull of the thirst, stronger now than ever. It whispered to him, urging him to give in, to let go of the control he had fought so hard to maintain. His vision blurred, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the battle rage threatened to consume him. But he couldn't fall, not now. With a roar, Aegon charged forward, cutting down an orc as he fought his way to Corvax's position. Around him, his brothers were lost, their roars mingling with those of the orcs as the battle descended into madness. The Crimson Fangs had become beasts, no different from the Xenos they fought, their loyalty to the Emperor forgotten in the haze of bloodlust. Aegon reached Corvax, who was fighting off two berserk space marines, their eyes alight with fury. "We have to retreat," Aegon shouted, slamming one of the attackers aside. "Get the surviving brothers to the Thunderhawks. We can't save them all." Corvax nodded, his face grim beneath his helmet. "Understood, Captain." As they fought their way back to the extraction point, Aegon looked around at the battlefield that had become a graveyard. The red thirst had unleashed something terrible within the Crimson Fangs, something they had always feared but believed they could control. Now they were no longer warriors, they were predators, driven by an ancient, insatiable hunger that had led to their ruin. As the Thunderhawks roared to life, lifting them from the carnage below, Aegon knew that his chapter would never be the same again. The red thirst had claimed too many, and the stain of their failure would haunt the Crimson Fangs for the rest of their days. The battle had been won, but the price had been far too high. Story 50. The Vanguard Strike. The surface of Eridani Secundus was bathed in shadow, a barren world where towering spires of rock jutted from the ground like the broken teeth of some ancient beast. The landscape was lifeless, the air thin, and the only light came from the distant stars and the cold, pale moon that hung overhead. Captain Solvan of the Storm Eagles chapter crouched low behind a ridge, his blackened armor blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Around him the rest of his vanguard squad waited in silence, their breathing barely audible through their helmet vox. Adani Secundus had become a fortress world under the control of a Chaos warband, a critical stronghold that needed to be taken before the larger Imperial invasion could begin. The Storm Eagles had been chosen to lead the way, their mission to infiltrate the planet and disable its formidable planetary defense network. Anti-orbital batteries, void shields, and defense turrets ringed the fortress cities, making a full-scale assault impossible without first crippling those defenses. It was a task for the Vanguard stealth specialists, silent killers trained to move unseen and strike with precision. Solvan's squad had deployed via drop pod deep behind enemy lines, landing miles from the nearest fortress. From there they had navigated the jagged terrain, making their way toward the primary defense grid without alerting the enemy. Now they had arrived at the final ridge before their target. Solvan's enhanced vision flicked between the display on his helm's HUD and the scene before him. Beyond the ridge lay a sprawling complex of bunkers and defense installations, their structures fortified with adamantium and ceramite, guarded by patrols of Chaos space marines and cultists. Most concerning of all were the planetary defense batteries, massive turrets capable of firing on any vessel that entered orbit, each one capable of tearing apart a battleship with a single volley. These were Solvan's primary targets. "Target is sighted," Solvan said quietly over the vox, his voice cold and measured. "Defensive positions appear reinforced, with at least 2 squads of traitor marines patrolling the perimeter. Heavy weapons emplacements and automated turrets present. Estimated time to disable the main battery is 20 minutes. Brother Sergeant Morik shifted beside him, his Reaver armor making no sound despite the movement. "They've fortified well," Morik muttered, "but they won't expect us. We strike fast, disable the defenses, and get out before they know what hit them." Solvan nodded. Speed and precision were essential. The main invasion force was waiting for his signal. Every second they delayed increased the risk of detection, but his squad had been trained for exactly this: enter, eliminate, and exfiltrate with minimal noise and maximum efficiency. "Brother Syrian, advance to point 2, Solvan ordered. "You'll be our eye on the southern flank. Make sure nothing gets through." Syrian gave a curt nod and slipped into the shadows, his form blending into the rocky terrain as if he were part of it. The rest of the squad spread out, each marine taking up a position along the ridge, awaiting Solvan's signal. The target was clear, the central power nexus that fed energy to the planetary defense grid. Once it was destroyed, the anti-orbital batteries would be offline, and the invasion could commence. But between them and the nexus was a gauntlet of heavily armed Chaos forces. "Prepare to engage," Solvan said. His hands moved fluidly over his combat knife, ensuring the blade was ready for silent kills. "Remember, no unnecessary noise. We strike from the shadows." With a quick hand signal, Solvan gave the order, and the squad moved into action. They descended the ridge with the precision of hunters, their armor designed for stealth rather than open combat. Their footfalls were silent, their movements ghost-like as they slipped from shadow to shadow. The first Chaos patrol came into view, a group of cultists, their armor marked with blasphemous symbols, their eyes gleaming with the madness that came from serving the dark gods. Solvan signaled Brother Joran, who moved with the speed of a predator. His combat blade flashed in the moonlight, and the cultists never had a chance to react. They fell one by one, their throats slit, their bodies crumpling to the ground without a sound. First patrol neutralized, Joran reported quietly. "Proceed," Solvan ordered. The squad continued its advance, bypassing the outer defenses with ease, moving closer to the power nexus with every passing second. The Chaos forces were well armed, but they were not expecting a strike from within. Solvan could see the main defense grid now, a series of massive generators surrounded by thick walls of plasteel and reinforced with chaos sigils that pulsed with dark energy. "Morek, Joran, cover our approach," Solvan ordered. "We need to breach the main structure." The squad moved into position, Syrian providing overwatch from a nearby ledge, his sniper rifle trained on the entrance to the power nexus. Solvan and Morek approached the thick gate that led into the generator room. With a few quick commands into his auspex, Solvan interfaced with the security system, overriding the codes with the precision of years of training. The gate hissed open. They moved inside, entering the heart of the planetary defense grid. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil and ozone, the hum of energy resonating through the chamber. The generators stood like titans, their cores glowing with energy, feeding power to the defense network above. "Brother Liros, plant the charges," Solvan commanded. "We'll hold the entry." Lyris nodded and moved swiftly, his hands deftly placing melted charges along the central generator core. Time was ticking. The defenses would only be down long enough for the invasion force to breach the outer perimeter, and if they failed here, the planetary guns would rip the fleet apart before they even reached orbit. The sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond. "Enemy inbound," Syrian warned over the box. "Traitor Marines, 2 squads moving fast." Solvan's pulse quickened. "Charges ready?" "Almost," Lyris replied, his hands moving with deadly efficiency. "Prepare for contact," Solvan ordered. "Joran, take the right flank. We need to hold them off long enough for the charges to detonate." The squad took up defensive positions as the Chaos Space Marines burst into the chamber. Their corrupted armor was painted in sickening hues, their helmets marked with the sigils of the Dark Gods. Bolters roared, filling the room with the stench of burning propellant and the metallic clang of rounds ricocheting off walls. Solvan ducked behind cover, his bolter returning fire, his shots precise. Each one aimed at a weak point in the traitor's corrupted armor. Beside him, Joran unleashed a volley of frag grenades, forcing the Chaos Marines to break their formation. But the enemy was relentless, their numbers overwhelming. "Charges set," Lyra shouted over the vox. "Fall back," Solvan ordered, pulling his squad toward the exit. "Detonate on my mark." They moved swiftly, covering each other as they withdrew from the chamber. The Chaos Marines gave chase, but they were too late. As the squad reached the outer gate, Solvan gave the order. "Now." Now. The explosion tore through the complex, a massive fireball engulfing the generator core. Shockwaves sent debris flying, and the ground beneath their feet trembled as the entire defense grid collapsed. Above, the anti-orbital batteries flickered and went silent. "Mission complete," Solvin said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "The invasion can begin." As the squad regrouped and made their way back toward the extraction point, Solvan allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The Storm Eagles had struck from the shadows, and now the enemy's defences lay in ruins. The war for Eridani Secundus had begun.